I'd like to call the Senate to order. Mr. Clerk, please read the roll.
Senator Barnett, Senator Barrett, Senator Berry, Senator Blackman, Senator Blackwell, Senator Blunt, Senator Boyd, Senator Brumfield, Senator Bryan, Senator Butler, Senator Carter, Senator Chazanall, Senator Chisholm, Senator DeBar, Senator Delano, Senator Dupree, Senator England, Senator Fillingane, Senator Frazier, Senator Gillespie Eisen, Senator Harkins, Senator Harkness, Senator Hickman, Senator Hill, Senator Hobson, Senator Jackson, Senator Johnson, Senator Kirby, Senator Ladner, Senator McCon, Senator McClendon, Senator McMahon, Senator Michelle, Senator Mumford, Senator Norwood, Senator Parks,
We got everybody in here.
Senator Pope, Senator Rhodes, Senator Seymour, Senator Simmons of the 12th, Senator Simmons of the 13th, Senator Sparks, Senator Suber, Senator Tate, Senator Taylor, Senator Thomas, Senator Thompson, Senator Turner Ford, Senator Whaley, Senator Wiggins, Senator Williams, Senator Younger. Mr. President, a quorum is present.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Will the senators and guests in the gallery please rise for the invocation to be given by Dr. Denise Pope, who is the pastor of Ford Chapel AME Zion Church, and as y'all remember, the wife of Senator Pope. So the invocation will be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Senator Pope. Dr. Pope.
Let us pray. Oh, gracious God, we thank you for all that you have done. God, we come, oh God, to tell you thank you for allowing us to make it to this place safely this morning, God. God, we come, oh God, as humble as we know how. God, giving you honor, praise, and glory. God, we thank you for being a provider, a protector, and being a promise keeper. God, right now we ask that you would order and guide this meeting, oh Lord. God, we ask that you would touch, oh God, every leader from the top all the way down, oh God. God, touch our governor, oh God. Touch our lieutenant governor, God. God, we ask you to touch every senator and every representative. Oh God, you give them guidance, you give them wisdom. Oh God, we ask that you would direct their every path. So God, right now, God, every bill that we will be presenting, oh God, every committee that will meet, oh God, every vote that will be cast, God, let it be ordained and appointed by you, oh Lord. God, because your word teaches us that only what we do for Christ will last. So God, right now, encourage, empower every legislator in this house today, God. God, we ask that you will allow your spirit to fall fresh in this place. Oh God, that this session, oh God, will be like none other. So we ask that you ordain it, oh God, order it, oh God, let it be for your glory, oh God. God, that everything that take place will be for the glorification of you and the edification of your people. So God, we thank you, we love you, God, and we bless your name. It is in Jesus' name we do pray. Amen.
Amen. Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'm going to step aside. Would you take some pictures of them? Thank you. Thank you, Doctor. We appreciate it. Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Dr. Pope. Thank you, Senator Pope. Now the reading of the journal. Senator Blackwell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we dispense with the reading of the journal.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the journal. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Message and petitions, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, there are none.
Committee report, Senator Blackwell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we dispense with the reading of the committee reports.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of committee reports. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Next, Senator, next to the reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions, I recognize Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we dispense with the reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the titles of bills and resolutions. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you very much. Introductions, senators. Introductions. Going once. Senator Munford.
Thank you, Mr. President. For introduction, the doctor of the day today is Dr. Anthony Coy. He's a family medicine doctor, associate professor of family medicine at UMMC, and he's joined by his medical student, Dr. Emily View. Please make them feel welcome.
Thank you. Senator Dupree.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't see them up here, so I'll defer until they come. Thank you, sir.
Senator Taylor,
Introduction, Mr. President.
please proceed.
Here in the West Gallery this morning we have Carthage Christian Academy. If y'all would stand and send it, let's make them feel welcome.
Senator Pope,
Introduction.
please proceed.
I would like us to introduce this wonderful green of array people. It's President Briggs, our National Alumni President, Ms. LaShonda McInnes, Mr. Mississippi Valley State Jabiri Johnson, Mississippi Valley State Ms. Tanaya Watkins, and the entire Valley State University. Could y'all please stand?
Please stand.
And last but not least, that wonderful pastor just brought us that prayer, my lovely wife, Reverend Dr. Denise Pope, and her sister, Miss Clara Pope, over here to my right.
So, welcome. We're looking forward to hearing y'all today. Just really special to have you here in the Senate. For those who don't recall, we have every Tuesday we have a choir coming. Today we're particularly blessed to have Valley with us at noon. Senator Berry,
An introduction.
please proceed.
I'd like the Senate to draw their attention to the northeast corner of the Senate chamber floor. We have with us today the grand champion livestock legislative showman, Senator Neil Whaley, where he brought the title back to the Senate to its rightful home. Please join me in congratulating him.
Now go Neil. Thank you, Senator Whaley. Senator Hobson,
Introduction, Mr. President.
please proceed.
Thank you. In the North Gallery, a good friend of mine from Vicksburg, former Vicksburg High School principal and husband to Barbara Tolliver, Mr. Charlie Tolliver. I'd ask him to stand and the Senate make him welcome this morning.
Welcome. Thank y'all. We have a busy calendar, y'all. Any other introductions? Going to the calendar, Senator Hobson. Senate, we're on number 1. Pardon me, Senator Barrett, for what purpose, sir?
Introduction of the pages, Mr. President.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, we have with us this week from Brookhaven, Mississippi, Amelia Furr, Cooper Creel, Jackson Greer, and Amory Walker. They are paging for myself. Ely Reed Black from Madison is paging for the Lieutenant Governor. Oliver Eaton and Amelia Eaton from Corinth are paging for Senator Parks, as well as Grayson Nichols from Corinth. From Pass Christian, we have Senator Mike Thompson's son, Mitchell Thompson. We also have Ella Carver from Pass Christian. From Greenville, we have Evan Patterson, Adrian Boykins. They are paging for Senator Derek Simmons. And last but certainly not least, paging for the Lieutenant Governor are Addison Breland from Richton, Emmy Mills from Beaumont, and Walker Sarton from Pelahatchie.
Thank you all. Appreciate your good work this week. Senator Hobson, we're on item number 1, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we go to that item and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2896, Department of Public Safety, to revise salary schedule of MHP and MDN officers.
Make the usual motion.
Use your motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator
Move
Hobson.
adoption of the committee substitute and ask to be recognized.
You're recognized to
explain.
explain, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. This, as you all know, we've got 3, I think it is, statutory pay schedules in our, one's for judges, one's for teachers, and one is for our state troopers and MBI and MBN. And this is the DPS salary schedule. It does have a reverse repeater in it, but it's the vehicle that we would use for our trooper, MBI, and MBN pay raises if we get some this year. So I would like to advance this bill, and I'll be happy to yield for questions if there are any. There is a reverse repeater in it, so we can analyze the amounts along with the other ones that we have on the table right now.
Questions on the bill? Questions? Seeing none, Senator.
My motion is we adopt the committee substitute.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it, Senator.
Now I move for passage by use of the morning roll call.
The morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? Anyone wish to record as voting no? Present? Seeing none, the bill passes by morning roll call. Item 2, Senator.
Thank you. I ask that we go to item 2 and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2917, appropriations, revise certain disbursements from previous fiscal years and direct transfers.
Make the usual motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is our fixed bill that we do every year. We did the only language change that we have in it right now is for Mississippi Valley State. Interestingly, they were here today, and we're taking this up. That was purely coincidence, but it is to change the language for funds that we had put in for a new dorm hall at Valley, and this would allow them to use those funds for repair and renovation. This vehicle, I'm going to offer a reverse repeater in just a minute, but this is the vehicle that we use to fix some of the issues in last year's bills and make modifications as may be necessary. But I will yield for questions if there are any, Mr. President, at this time.
Questions? Seeing none, Senator.
My motion is they should have an amendment on the desk.
One moment, please.
And it is on the desk now. This is to add a reverse repeater. So my motion is to amend to adopt the reverse repeater.
Questions? Seeing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Hobson.
Now I move for passage by use of the morning roll call.
This morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? Seeing no objection. Anyone present? Voting no. Bill passes by use of morning roll call. Senator Hobson, item 3.
We'll skip on item 3, have it retain its place. Thank you.
Item 3 retains its place on the calendar. Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 4, Senate Bill 2825, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2825, Mississippi Healthcare Industry Zone Act, extend repealer on and act related tax incentives.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the extend the repealer on the Healthcare Industry Zone Incentive Act. In the bill, it extends it to 2028. I do have an amendment. There has been some language requested from MDA on the language, and I'll explain that in just a second. But this is the incentive program. Since its inception, there's been about $715 million invested and over 3,187 jobs created from this act. I've got a list of all the projects that have been done across the state with it. It's just extending the repealer, and I'll be happy to explain the amendment at the appropriate time if there are no questions, Mr. President.
Senator Blackwell, for what purpose?
Introduction.
One moment, please, sir. Any questions, Senator Hobson? Senator Harkins? Did you make your motion, sir?
I have an amendment.
Right. I'm sorry.
Be recognized to explain the
You're
amendment.
recognized to explain the amendment.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, this comes from MDA. They're part of the process of trying to deal with some of the applications. They have asked to revise some of the requirements and to delete Section A in the bill, which is under the heading of eligible facility meeting location requirements. They want to amend section 57.117.5, section B 1I, to read a hospital with at least 25 acute care beds versus a CON, because some hospitals don't have CONs, and it's more of a housekeeping issue on their request to do so. And it deletes section A under here, under the current law, as an explanation of the amendment.
Questions on the amendment? Senator Blunt? What purpose?
Question.
You for a question, Senator?
I do.
Senator Blunt's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know we've discussed this, and we talked about it in the committee. I'm just trying to get an idea for the amendment, how much the amendment broadens the bill that we saw in the committee. Going from making these changes, how much is expanding the eligibility for the tax credit under the way it's worked in the previous years?
I don't think it does. I think that one of the things they had, the requirement was it had to be a hospital with a CON, and some hospitals don't have CONs, and so they're just trying to make it to where most hospitals have at least 25 acute care beds, and that's what the request was from MDA.
So in terms of the eligibility for, other than the CON issue, it's largely the same as it's been in the past?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no further questions, Senator?
My motion is we adopt the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
If there are no further questions, I move final passage on the morning roll call.
This morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? We should be recorded voting no. Bryan. Blunt. Blackman. Brumfield. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passes by use of morning roll call. Senator England, for what purpose?
I have an introduction out of order, Mr. President.
Okay, let me catch you, and then Senator Blackwell. Senator England is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, in the gallery today joining us, we have the University of Southern Mississippi's DuBard School for Language Disorders. We have my friend, Director Allison Webster. If she'll stand, let's make her welcome. We also have, welcome, Allison. We also have Development Manager, my friend, Dr. Chris Pelletier. I may be mispronouncing that, but these are great folks doing great things. We also have University of Southern Mississippi's Children's Center for Communication Development, Director Sarah Myers, and Director of Communication, Courtney Tesh, and the Dean of the College of Nursing, Dr. Charlene McNeil. And y'all, these are the folks we can thank for these great Mardi Gras beads on our desk this morning. So please make them feel very welcome to our center.
And thank you for your great work, Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask my colleagues to look in the west and the south gallery and join me in welcoming Board President Sandy Weathers, along with other board directors and members of the Mississippi Association of Nurse Anesthetists, along with CRNA students from Southern. They're here today visiting us at the Capitol. Let's thank them for their important care that you guys provide to your patients. Colleagues, please welcome them to their center.
Thank you, and welcome to the Senate. Item 5, Senator.
I'd like to skip item 5, 6, and 7, have them retain their place on the calendar, and go to item 8, Senate Bill 2894, and have the title read.
5, 6, and 7 retain place on the calendar. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2894, local improvement project where return of unexpended funds and earned interest.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
So, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this bill is the bill we talked about in committee, some of you may have heard about, is requiring the return of local improvement projects from 2021 regular session if a memo of understanding has not been signed, if unexpended funds remain after 3 years after the MOU was signed, also requires entity receiving funds to remit any unexpended interest on these funds within 30 days. State fiscal officer will transfer the funds into the capital expense fund as unobligated funds. Section 2 brings forward Section 276575 and makes the following amendments. It clarifies that if an entity fails or refuses to comply with the provisions of Section 1 of this Act, 10% of the funds distributed by 276575, which is their sales tax diversion, city diversion, state aid road funds, may be withheld until the auditor's certificate of noncompliance is satisfied. Section 3 brings forward Code Sections 27-104, 371. It's the 2022 Local Improvement Fund creation. It makes the following amendments. It requires DFA to submit a report on the status of the project to the Legislative Budget Office by October 1st and April 1st of each year. If any of the entities subject to the reporting requirements are more than 30 days past due in the report, the Department of Finance Administration shall notify the state auditor. The state auditor has the authority to conduct an examination or audits of these accounts as deemed necessary. If unexpended funds remain after 3 years, the Department of Finance Administration shall transfer the remaining balance back to the capital expense fund. 1 6-month extension may be granted. It requires entities receiving funds to file quarterly reports with DFA. Section 4 also brings forward the 2023 Local Improvement Fund, does the same thing, and then the Section 5 brings forward the 2024 Local Improvement Fund and makes those same amendments. So essentially, we've got entities that we have put funds out to in prior years, prior sessions, going back to 2021, 2022, that have either not expended the funds or haven't used all of them, or have done the project and there are funds remaining. And what we're doing is we're sweeping back those funds to be used. I'm sure some of y'all have projects that may be taking a little longer than expected, and there is some, we understand that there are some projects that do take a little longer, so there is a chance that we can repurpose. I am going to have an amendment to add a reverse repealer to continue to work with LBO. We've discussed this. There are some projects that are big projects that either have federal matches involved, and so some of these projects are, they do drag out a little longer than 3 years. So we want to be mindful of that. But there are some projects that aren't being done that were originally intended for, or that have been completed and there's still funds remaining. So we're wanting to sweep those back into the general CapEx fund to be utilized. So that is the explanation of the bill. I'll be happy to yield for any questions, and then I do have an amendment at the appropriate time.
Any questions on the bill? Senator England, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
Are you for a question, Senator?
I do.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe you did kind of answer this, but I just want to make sure that we're clear. I've talked to a lot of cities that have talked about already having funds obligated on this, and of course with the influx of money that we've had, they're having trouble even getting engineers with crews to go do this work. So is there any appetite to maybe, and I know we're going to have a reverse repealer, but during that process to try to figure some way, if funds have been obligated or if the project is already there, that we can maybe make an exception for those cases?
Yeah, I think that's one of the things we want to look at. Is we don't want to, be too hasty, but we also want to get the point across that, the funds were there to be used and not to be held in accounts forever. And I think part of it is a lack of reporting on behalf of cities and counties across the state. So I would urge each of you to talk to your local municipalities and counties you represent, and make sure that they're submitting the required reporting requirements, because when you have no information about where the funds are being used, you assume they've been expended. And so I think that's one of the things that we're also trying to alleviate, is the lack of reporting from some of our cities and counties. But to your point, yes, I think that there is a way that we can look at kind of working with those folks that have them obligated, but just because you have them obligated doesn't mean that you're going to expend them anytime soon. And so we're wanting these dollars to be put into motion. So I think that we can come up with something to satisfy those
Thank you,
folks.
Mr. Chairman. And when I talked with the Association of Engineers this past summer, one of their issues, they have so many projects in the pipeline, but getting their crews together, and so there were some workforce concerns and things like that we have. And I know we're all working on those issues, but I appreciate your work and the reverse repealer, and I'll support that and support the bill.
Thank you.
Senator Hickman?
Question, Mr. President.
You for a question, Senator?
I do.
Senator Hickman?
I'm trying to follow along, and I may be asking a redundant question, but I understand that anything from 2004, 3 years that hadn't been expended, and I think you said you'd put the reverse repealer in because I'm guessing we're trying to create some triggers for projects that have started or people who are reporting and having some issues along the way, but they're trying to spend the money. Is that what we're working on?
So 2021, 2022, those projects, the 3-year memorandum would have expired. And so in theory, they should have already expended the money. Well, some haven't, some are working on it, some have started the process and just haven't finished the project. So we're trying to get all that kind of corralled in, and with the reporting that DFA needs to know where some of these projects stand, that's what we're trying to find out. Some of them have expended the monies for projects, and there's some left over. So we're going to try to take that back and put it back into CapEx fund. So I think, those years, specifically 21 and 22, the 3-year memorandum of understanding would have already expired. 23, 24, those years, I mean, we're putting those in place for when they do expire. This is what happens with the money. If it has not been expended, you do get an extension, so on and so forth. So, but I think we want to make sure that, as Senator England pointed out, obligated funds like, hey, we've got it in the pipeline, here's where we are, and we've got the project on schedule to commence. I think that's what we want to make sure is that the people are actively moving forward with these projects and not just letting the money sit in an account and either wasting time. I mean, it's got to be in a non-interest bearing account. So there's a lot of factors that we're trying to deal with here, but we don't want to impede anybody who has it in process. But if they're not going to utilize the monies for the project that they were intended for, we want to put them back in the CapEx fund and utilize them for projects elsewhere.
And I can totally appreciate that. I think you've answered my question, because what I'm just trying to make sure of, I know particularly I have some local entities that we've given a little money, and we've been working on kind of the same thing for a few years because it's a large stream project, but we're not able to take care of that. And I think some of the funds are obligated, but they would probably fall under this. But there are some ways that they would be able to report and take care of. Like, it's not an automatic, we reached the threshold, we've clawed back this money. There's some processes.
Yes, that's what we're trying to work with LBO and try to figure out a way not to pull the rug out from under people, so to speak. But we want to get the point across that we want these monies to start being utilized for these projects. But I understand your point, yes.
Absolutely. In times like these, we need every dime we can get around here.
Yep.
Thank you.
Anyone else ready on your motion, sir?
I have an amendment. It's a reverse repealer.
It's on the screen,
I
sir.
need to adopt the committee sub? All right. My motion is we adopt the committee sub.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Senator, we're ready on your amendment?
Amendment is the reverse repealer. If there are no questions, I move adoption.
See no question. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now we're ready, Senator.
No further questions. I move final passage on the morning roll call.
Use the morning roll call being requested. Anyone object? You should be, of course, voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes by use of morning roll call. Number 9, Senator.
Thank you. I'd like to skip item 9, have it retain its place on the calendar, and go to item 10, Senate Bill 2850, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Advantage Jobs Act, extend conditions for certain qualified businesses or industries receiving incentive payments.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. My motion is we adopt the committee sub and be recognized to explain it.
You're recognized, Senator.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Advantage Jobs Tax Credit program. We're bringing forward the code sections. Part of it is we're trying to figure out how to somewhat wind this program down. Advantage Jobs was in the past was heavily used incentive program at MDA, but we've moved more towards MFLEX over the recent years, and we're trying to wind this program down. The bill brings forward the code sections for MDA to make some changes. We're still working with them on some language to tweak for some of those programs that are remaining, and potentially sunset it altogether. One of those tweaks in this bill is to streamline the administrative side of the program. Currently, companies have to navigate between MDA and DOR at various points, and that back and forth sometimes can lead to confusion and the company not getting the full 10-year benefit that is allowed under the program. We just want to ensure that companies that are employing hundreds of people and paying well over the average rate are able to get the full benefit that they are entitled to under the program. This bill does have a reverse repealer in it, so we can continue to work with MDA on some of the language and the incentive language in here and help to sunset the incentive program at some point. And that is the explanation of the committee sub. If there are no questions, I move we adopt the committee sub.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
All right. If there are no further questions, I move final passage on the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? Was voting no. No. Chisholm. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none. Chisholm, no. And the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator Berry.
Introduction out of order.
Please.
I'd like to get Senate to help me welcome all three sides of the gallery, the Simpson County Youth Leadership Program. They are joined in the North Gallery by friend to all and former Senator Chris Kaufman. Please help me make everyone welcome.
Thank you, Chris. Good to see you again, and welcome back home. Senator Dupree.
Introduction out of order, Mr.
Please
President.
proceed.
In the North Gallery, I want you to welcome a group of individuals who I hope wish would have been here yesterday when we actually talked about this. But First Place for Youth provides evidence-based transitional housing, education, and employment support for young people aging out of foster care. Through programs like this, First Place supervises independent living. They help youth successfully transition into adulthood with stability, skills, and long-term opportunity. We have here with us today Mr. Thomas Lee, who is the CEO, Mr. Claudia Miller, who is the Chief Development and Public Engagement Officer, Emily Jason, Chief Program and Impact Officer, Kawami Harris, Director of Practice Development of Mississippi, and Jamie Calalano, I hope I did that right, Director of Communication. And I really do wish they were here yesterday when we actually talked about foster care and what we want to do for the children of Mississippi who are less fortunate. Give them a hand, please.
Thank you, Senator Dupree. Senator Harkins, back to you on number 11 on the calendar.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip item 11, 12, and 13, have them retain their place on the calendar.
Those items will retain their place on the calendar. Moving on to the rules calendar, Senator Kirby, you are recognized for rules. Item 14.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to suspend the rules and take up items 14 through 27 in block and ask the title to be read.
Items 14 through 27 in block. Is there any senator wishing to set any of those items aside? Seeing none, the motion is to take them up in block. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
And please read the title.
Mr. Clerk, please read the titles.
House Bill number 641, National Blood Donor Month, designate January as in the state of Mississippi. House Bill number 653, Gold Star Father's Day, designate November 9th as. House Bill number 1270, Limb Loss and Limb Difference Awareness Month, declare the month of April as. House Bill number 1403, Veterans Combat Injuries Day, designate February 13th as. Senate concurrent resolution number 525, Centennial Celebration of the Founding of Delta State University, commemorate. Senate concurrent resolution number 526, congratulate Ole Miss Rebels football team for outstanding 25-26 Sugar Bowl season, finishing number 3 in the final football rankings. Senate concurrent resolution number 527, paying tribute to the legacy of Mississippi civil rights icon James Howard Meredith on occasion of Lifetime Achievement Award. Senate resolution number 35, extend recognition and thanks of the Senate to Veterans Outreach of Mississippi. Senate resolution number 36, celebrate 85th birthday of Junior League of Jackson. Senate resolution number 37, recognize Abby Hardy as Miss Rodeo Canada 2026. Senate resolution number 38, recognize Brinkley Boswell of Star, Mississippi as Miss Rodeo Mississippi 2026. Senate resolution number 39, recognize Olivia Favaro as Miss Rodeo America 2026. Senate resolution number 40, commend and honor Mississippi Links Day at the Capitol 2026 for outstanding service. Senate Resolution Number 41, recognize Commander Desmond Walker upon receipt of 45th Annual Vice Admiral Stockdale Leadership Award.
Make your usual motion, Mr. President.
Senator makes a usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. You recognize Senator Kirby.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I'll make this very brief. If you'll notice that 14, 15, 16, and 17, I believe, are really days of the month, or the month that we're designating for, like the Gold Star, Father's Day, National Blood Donor Month, Veterans Combat, that type thing. But anyway, the rest of them are simply celebrating Founders Day of Delta State, the Ole Miss Rebels, commending them for their season, and also several others. So just recognitions, basically, and commending those that need to be commended. So if there are no questions, Mr. President, I ask for you this morning roll call for final passage.
Senator Chassenall, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
For an introduction out of order, Mr.
Okay,
President.
let's get through with this vote real quickly, and then we will recognize you for that purpose. Senator Kirby, did you make a motion that we use morning roll call for final passage?
Yes, sir. Use the morning roll call, final passage.
Is there anyone that objects to this procedure? Anyone that wishes to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please record all present on the morning roll call as voting aye, and these bills pass.
Mr. President, I would ask for immediate release on items 14 through 27.
Senator request immediate release. Is there anyone that objects to this? Seeing none, please have all items 14 through 27 released immediately.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kirby. Senator Chassenall, you're recognized for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the West Gallery, I would like to introduce the mayor of Duck Hill, Mr. Al White. He is one of my constituents, and this is on behalf of Senator Hickman and myself. Thank you.
Senator Whaley, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
For an introduction, please.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of myself and Senator Berry, I'd like the Senate to make welcome in the West and South Gallery. We have students from all across Mississippi representing Mississippi 4-H, along with Ms. Morgan G. White, the state president. Ask them to stand, please, and the Senate, please make them feel welcome.
Okay, anyone else? Seeing no others, we'll go to the next item on the calendar, item 28. Motion to reconsider. 28, 29, Senator Harkins, 30, 31, 32. No one wishes to take up anything on the motion to reconsider. We'll go to the general calendar, item 33. Pass and retain item 33 and 34. Oh, let's see, you're 34 also. Senator Barr, item 35. Hold on, Senator Barr. Senator Parks, for what purpose?
An introduction at the appropriate time.
Please do before we start the bill. Thank you.
If I could direct everyone's attention to the West Gallery this morning, we have some individuals from Alcorn County representing the 4-H group that's here today also. If I could ask them to stand, and let's help the Senate make them welcome.
Welcome to the Senate. All right, anyone else? If not, Senator Barr, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Call that item up, number 35, that title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2286, Mississippi Compulsory School Attendance Law, revised provisions concerning.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Barr.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 2286 is a version of a bill we passed last year regarding school attendance officers. This year we're bringing it back again with a few additional terms. So basically, this was a sweeping reform of compulsory school attendance infrastructure. Like I said, we passed it last year. Working with the Department of Education, we've come up with additional changes, hopefully to address shortages by raising the pay from starting pay of $24,000 to $34,000, changing education requirements, creating requirements for local school districts, and it consolidates some some agencies within the Department of Education. The bill's most significant structural shift is transferring employment of SAOs, school attendance officers, from the state to individual local districts, and it outdates any, and repeals any outdated programs. And so I'll go through the bill. Section 1, it requires and consolidates the Office of Compulsory School Attendance Enforcement and the Office of Dropout Prevention into one office called the Mississippi Department of Education, under the Department of Education. If you don't know, presently we have about an approximate 27.6 chronic absenteeism rate across the state. It fluctuates. Some districts are upwards of near 50%. Some are, I think the lowest is around 20%. Sections 3, 4, and 5, like I said, shifts SAOs from MDE employees to local school district employees. We're going to add an additional, I think 76 SAOs, bring them up to about 190 throughout the state. That will allow to have one SAO per 2,500 students. This will allow smaller districts to share SAOs. Currently, I think presently, like Perry and Greene County School District share an SAO. This will allow that to continue. The district with a larger attendance, large school attendance, will have the fiscal authority over the SAOs. The state Department of Education will remain in advisory capacity, providing technical support and training. It changes the education requirements. We need more SAOs to come into the career field. Currently, you have to have a bachelor's degree in specific fields. However, this opens it up to a bachelor's degree in behavioral science or related field, an associate's degree with 2 years, plus 2 years experience, or not less than 3 years of experience, and no degree if certain requirements are met. Like I said, we're bringing the starting salary up from a minimum of currently at $24,500 up to $34,000. Districts still can pay more through their local supplements. We're changing the chronic absenteeism definition to 10% or more of school days. Districts still must certify by the 15th of August annually their certification of enrollment. That's like homeschoolers and so forth. They have to fill out a form that says they're homeschooling their child. That has to be done by August 15th. Lowers the threshold for truancy prosecution from 12 to 8 unlawful absences. Strengthens early intervention. Now it requires notice to parents after 3 absences. Development of mandatory student attendance success plans. Clarifies excused absences. Limits most absences to 5 per semester. For example, there are some districts where we're counting students absent if they were attending like the state championship or some other beta event or a thing like that. So we clarified that those are not considered absences. There is a fiscal note of $5.3 million, and so I will be offering an amendment for a reverse repealer at some point during this presentation. So that is a brief explanation, Mr. President. I will yield for questions at this time.
Thank you, Senator. We do have a few questions. Senator Blackman, for a question.
Question, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator
Yes,
Blackman.
I do.
Senator Blackman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm looking at line 341, where it's talking about the pay schedule, and it says any newly hired SAOs. Will the current SAOs' salaries be adjusted to reflect the new pay schedule?
Repeat that again.
It says any newly hired SAOs will be based on this pay schedule. Will our current SAOs' salaries be adjusted to reflect?
Yes, they will.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
But that's going to be left up to the school district. It's a local decision.
Okay,
what they're paid.
Senator Seymour, what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator Seymour?
I do.
Senator Seymour, you
Thank
recognize.
you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, does this affect any of the homeschool?
The only thing that affects homeschoolers is that by August 15th, you have to fill out that form that shows you are homeschooling your student, your child. That's all it requires.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President.
Senator Hobson, what purpose?
A question, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator Hobson.
I do.
Senator Hobson,
Thank you,
recognized.
Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. You and I spoke about this briefly, and I meant to get back with you. Is there any information about how many students, what did you say about how many students that each SAO would be in charge
About 2,500 per SAO.
And I think you said you were going to put a reverse repeater in this.
Yes.
You recall our conversation that from one source of information that they could probably handle more students than 2,500, and that may help relieve the cost a little bit.
That could, yes,
But
yeah.
I would ask, if you would, Senator Barr, would you be willing to discuss that with a few other people in the education community to make sure that we have a good number on the number of students?
Absolutely. Yep.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Okay, Senator, I see no further questions. You have an amendment?
I do, Mr. President. It's just a reverse repealer, as the questions by Senator Hobson, and because it also involves an additional appropriations of 5.3. We're adding a reverse repealer to keep it moving, keep the discussion alive, but because of the fiscal impact with all the other things we pass, I want to make sure that everything will work out. So that's the explanation of the reverse repealer.
I see no questions, Senator, so motion is we adopt the
Motion to adopt it.
amendment.
Yep. Motion to adopt.
All in favor of adopting the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator DeVar.
Thank you, Mr. President. If there are no further questions, suggest use of the morning roll call. Final passage.
I see no questions. The senator suggests use of morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Hickman, no. Seeing no other, Senator Turner Ford, no. Anyone else? Senator Derek Simmons, no. Senator Brumfield, present. Seeing no others, please record all others present with the use of morning roll call as voting aye, and the bill has passed. Senator Barr.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip items 36 and 37 to retain their place on the calendar. Call up item 38 and have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2487, literacy in grades 4 through 8, develop intervention strategies to support the promotion of.
Make the usual motions.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Senator Barr, before you start, the ayes have it. Do you mind if Senator Younger makes an introduction, Senator?
Hello. Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, I'd like to acknowledge in the West Gallery a good friend of mine, Reed Nevins, who is with the environmental science specialist at Extension 4-H, and of course the kids that are with him from 4-H, the ambassadors. Thank you so much. Give him a warm welcome, please, y'all.
Welcome to the Senate. Okay, Senator Barr, thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Mr. President. Item 38, the Senate Bill 2487, the committee sub. This is kind of goes along what Senator Barboy did with the Math Act, and it builds upon some legislation Senator Hill did back in the Literacy-Based Promotion Act back in 2013 or 2012. So, we have the third grade reading gate, but what we found is that when we get to fourth and eighth graders, the eighth grade, our students are backsliding. And so what we're trying to do is replicate or duplicate what we did with the third grade gate to fourth through eighth grade. And so that's kind of what this bill is. It requires the schools to identify and remediate reading deficiencies in grades 4 through 8 using instruction grounded in the science of reading, using HQIM's high-quality instruction materials identified by the Department of Education, mandates universal screening 3 times a year at the beginning of the school year, within 30 days of starting a school, during the mid-year, and then at the end of the school year to track progress of students in 4th through 8th grade. Use evidence-based interventions at all times to ensure that our students are, reading at the appropriate level. Requires an individual reading plan within 30 days of any student found deficient in their reading scores. Strengthens dyslexia identification and services. Obligates timely parent notification and involvement. Imposes new staffing and training requirements on schools and educator preparation programs.
beginning in 27-28 school year, prohibits promotion to ninth grade for students whose reading deficiencies are not remedied by the end of eighth grade, except under narrow good cause exceptions, which are identified in the bill. And so this does have a fiscal impact. I will have a reverse repealer. The fiscal impact is $9.3 million identified by the LBO. And so that is an explanation of the bill. Mr. President, I'll yield for any questions.
Senator Hill, for what purpose?
Question.
You yield, Senator Hill.
I do.
Senator Hill, you recognize.
Thank you. I'm looking at the good cause exemptions in Section 9. Letter A, limited English proficient students who've had less than 2 years of instruction in English language learner program. You know, just on first glance, you can understand why that might be thrown in there, but promoting those students is just going to put them farther behind. So as we work through this, maybe we need to tie that into Section E, where, you know, if they've already been held back for 2 years, that they can't be held back. If there's some way we can tie that together, because I don't think it's doing anybody a service to go ahead and promote them, you know, if they're taking their test in English and still can't read English and are not proficient. I think it's just going to put them farther behind to promote them. So
that's something we can definitely keep in mind. And now that you're back on the Education Committee with us, we can put you on the...
I think we could maybe tie that into that letter E and somehow work that together.
That's fine. We can definitely work at that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hill.
Senator Barrett, what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
Do you yield?
Yes, I do.
Senator Barrett, you recognize.
Chairman DeBar, thank you for all your work on this, and I certainly think that reading proficiency is the backbone of a solid education. Are we putting any kind of hurdles for teachers? I always hear from fellow educators, we're having to teach to the test, we're having to teach to the test. Does this put any hurdles in place that teachers who may receive a student who's not proficient in reading, when they set up these individualized plans, does that hurt their credibility or their accountability in any way?
No, I don't think so. The reason I say that is when we passed the Literacy-Based Promotion Act back in 2013, we heard the same kind of concerns. And so that's why we provided additional funding and additional programs to instruct or teach teachers how to move forward with this program. Presently, the kids in 4th through 8th grade take what's called the MAP test, the 4th every year, and so that we're going to utilize that. So the test is pretty much going to remain the same. So there's no additional testing. We're just more emphasis on this MAP testing, which occurs every year. But we're providing significant amount of resources to educators as they prep and prepare for this program.
Yeah. Thank you for your work on this.
Yes.
Okay, seeing no further questions, Senator Barr, move that we adopt the committee substitute.
Yes, move we adopt the committee sub.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now, final amendment, Senator?
Yes, Mr. President,
Have it on the
as I said
screen.
earlier, we have a reverse repealer. $9.3 million is the fiscal note, and so I'd ask for a reverse repealer.
So,
No question to move for adoption.
seeing no questions, Senator moves for adoption of the amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator DeBar.
Thank you, Mr. President. If no further questions, I suggest use the morning roll call for final passage.
Senator, we do have one question. I'm sorry. Senator Brumfield, what purpose?
Friendly question, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator Brumfield.
I will yield.
Senator, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your hard work on this. Just question about if we are not promoting students, is there a allotted time or is there a certain number of times that they cannot be promoted, and what happens when they reach a certain age? What do we do then to keep that age barrier?
Well, we're going to provide significant intervention upon learning of the deficiency that the student has. And as it gets closer to the end of the year, the intervention will increase. And so it'll involve parental notification. We'll have an IRP, individual reading plan,
And if it requires even necessary, there might be a summer program. The goal is not to hold anybody back. The goal is to make sure that when they take that test in 8th grade, that they'll move on to the 9th grade. And so that's why starting in 4th grade, we're going to identify and help these students. That way, by the time they do get to 8th grade, they'll be prepared. And if not, provide that significant intervention for them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
So the intervention will start in 4th grade if necessary. So we're going to start early and often to help these students.
Okay, I was just wondering about if we do not promote them, what does that age barrier look like, that we're wrestling with? But
Well,
we'll
I think
talk
at
more
some
about
point
it.
there'll be a good cause exception. That'll get them, move them on if we have to.
Okay, thank you.
Motion, Senator.
I suggest use of the morning roll call for final passage.
The senator suggests the use of morning roll call final passage. Any senator objecting? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. Senator DeBar? That's it. Okay, we'll go to item 39. Senator Thompson, Senate Bill 2445, pass and retain. Senator Johnson, 40, pass and retain. 41, keep going. Okay, 42, 43, 43. Senator Bryan, pass and retain. Senator Boyd, pass and retain. Item 44. We go to item 45. Item 45, Senator DeBar, you wish to take up item 45. We'll pass and retain. Senator Barnett. Well, Senator Barnett will pass and retain item 46. Senator Fillingane, pass and retain. Senator Blackwell, pass and retain. Senator Barrett. Senator Barrett, item 49, Senate Bill number 2340. That's the one we're on.
Thank you, Mr. President. I go to item 49 and ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2340, property at 1900 Woodrow Wilson Avenue, authorized DFA to sell and convey on or lease on behalf of DPS.
Senator, you make the usual motion?
I do make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator, you recognize.
Mr. President, I'd like to adopt the committee sub.
All right, if you will explain it, then we'll vote on it.
Sure.
Subject.
Thank you. What this bill would do, Senate Bill 2340, is it would take the DPS old headquarters out on Woodrow Wilson and I-55, and it would put that to market commensurate with the statute in selling public property. There are some exceptions to this, and I have an amendment at the appropriate time, but certain items would be excluded from being able to locate there, such as strip clubs, casinos, pawn shops, solid waste facilities, liquor stores, and I think I've covered them all. But that's a brief explanation of the committee sub, and I ask that it be adopted.
Okay, seeing no questions, all in favor of the committee sub say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee sub is adopted now.
I have an amendment.
Have an amendment. Please put it on the screen. There you go. Okay, Senator, you recognize to explain the amendment.
Thank you. If you'll direct your attention to the TV screens, you'll see that the First Amendment is remove heavy from the word from in front of industrial. After casinos, you will insert pawn shops. And finally, 7 through 9, there's a reverter clause in there. And that's a brief explanation of the amendment, Mr. President.
Okay, any question on the amendment?
If there are no questions, I move for adoption of the amendment.
Moves for adoption of the amendment. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator, the amendment's adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move by passage on the morning roll call.
Senator suggests to use the morning roll call final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present with the use of morning roll call as voting aye, and the bill is passed.
Thank you. I yield the mic.
All right, so we'll pass and retain items 50. We'll go to Senator England on 51. Senator England. We'll pass and retain 51. We'll go to Judd A. Senator Wiggins, item 52. Senator Wiggins.
Thank you, Mr. President. Go to item 52, call that up, ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2360, Mississippi Torts Claim Act, create publicly accessible registry for certain entities subject to.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Wiggins.
Mr. President, my motion will be that we adopt the committee sub in lieu of the original bill.
The motion, well, let's explain it and then we'll adopt it if that's
I would ask that you allow the subcommittee chair, Senator Thompson, to explain the bill.
Senator Thompson, you're recognized to explain the committee substitute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, Senate Bill 2360 would create a registry of entities who are subject or who fall within the Mississippi Tort Claims Act. We've got a situation in the state where some municipalities and local governments have contracted with private entities for public service works. Think about things like water utility services, trash pickup, those sorts of things. And those entities, by virtue of their contract, fall within the protections of the Tort Claims Act. Tort Claims Act has a notice requirement and certain limitations on it that are in addition to what is otherwise available to workers who may be injured within the course and scope of their work. Workers and third parties who may have claims against those entities. This would create a registry so that everyone would know who is and isn't subject to the Tort Claims Act. That's a brief explanation of the committee sub. Happy to answer any questions.
We do have a question. Senator Hobson, what purpose?
A question.
Do you yield,
Mr.
Senator
President?
Hobson?
Of course.
Senator Hobson, recognized.
Thank you, Senator Thompson. I know we debated this a little bit in Judd A, and I wanted to follow up with something. And before I do, I think I'm understanding that Senator Hickman's going to make some technical changes to the bill. But back to the point about the private entities being involved in it, is it your appreciation that they get the benefits of the Tort Claims Act if they're contracting with the public entity?
That's my understanding, yes, sir.
If they're not getting the benefit of that, would they still need to be registered with the Secretary of State?
That's not the intent of the bill, no. And we have an amendment to address that point, Senator Hobson.
Okay, I'll wait till the amendment comes. I may have another question too, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hobson. Okay, the motion is we adopt the committee substitute. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Committee sub's adopted. Now I think we have an amendment.
That's correct, Mr. President. I ask that Senator Hickman be recognized to explain the amendment.
Senator Hickman, you're recognized to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment actually clears up some questions that Senator Hobson had during the committee meeting when we were going over this bill. One of the issues was that I, in drafting, had some funky language in here, but what this language would do is it would make only entities that are subject to the protection of the Tort Claim Act to have to do this registration. So it wouldn't be just because you contract with the government, only those who enjoy the benefit of the Tort Claims Act would then have to register here. And basically, it is just, I like to say this is a good public service bill, just making sure people know who they're dealing with, who they're doing work with. And, you know, I was telling Senator Hobson yesterday that I'm grateful for this amendment because it shows how the process works. We had 3 or 4 different people to look over this and make sure that, you know, the cleanup language was what we needed to be. So the amendment is on the screen, but basically it changes the language to say, if you're looking at section 1, that started at line 10, the publicly accessible registry of entities that are protected with the government entity, that are contracted with a government entity to perform a government function and is subject to the rights and remedies of this chapter. So basically, only those that are subject to the rights and remedy of the Tort Claim Act would have to register. And with that, I move for adoption of the amendment.
First, we have a question. Senator Hobson for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, Senator Hickman, thank you. I think this helps a lot in cleaning up the language, so that's great. Makes it a lot better bill, in my opinion. I want to go back to the question that I asked Senator Thompson, and it just dawned on me as he was presenting this. How do we know whether or not this private entity that's contracting with the public body has the protection? When will we know? What is the step they have to clear to somebody to determine whether or not they're entitled to the tort claims protection?
So the onus will be on the industry to register, and they know that they have that protection. They know that I'm protected under the Tort Claim Act because I'm doing this work that is adjacent to the city. So we wouldn't know because we don't know who they're all contracting with, and that's kind of the problem is that I think Senator Turner Ford has run into this issue with some other people where there's an entity who has a different name. They're contracting to do a government function like transportation or something like that. And we don't know that they follow the Tort Claim Act, but they do, of course. And so they would have to register if they enjoy the protection of the Tort Claim Act.
I think that's the best answer we can give in that case, that they would have to register. So I'm going to ask the question this way. If they don't register and they otherwise would have been entitled to tort claims protection, would this exclude them from being entitled to the tort claims protection?
We don't have that in here. I would love to do that, but I didn't want to go too far. I wanted to see how the registry works out first. It's got a reverse repealer in it. That's something we can look at, but that's something that racks my brain. But we want to see if we can get as many people as possible to voluntarily report and do what they need to do. And maybe, again, if I don't know what this body is amenable to, if that's something we want to add, I'm all open for that. But also, maybe we come back next year or the year after and look at what's been done so far, and we can adjust it to do that if that happens.
And your answer may be the same to this, but would the converse be true, that if they registered and they weren't legally entitled to it, that they would not get the protections?
Now, if they register and they're not entitled to it, they don't get the protection. I don't think there's nothing in here that would give you protection just by registering for this registry or what have you.
Yeah, let me rephrase. I didn't phrase that clearly. If they didn't register, that wouldn't preclude them from getting tort claims protection necessarily.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Senator Hickman and Senator Thompson.
Senator Hill, for what purpose?
Question.
Do you yield, Senator Hill?
Yes.
Senator Hill, you recognize.
Of course, I'm not a lawyer, so you can clarify if I'm right on this. This would mainly affect out-of-state businesses that have not been registered in the state of Mississippi as LLCs or corporations that are not corporately housed in Mississippi. Or like, who would this, like, give me an example of who this would capture.
I don't think this would mainly, but it would capture those. It would capture anyone who, like, say, smaller municipalities are going to, like, they've given away all of their waste collection, and now they're doing this waste company is doing a government function, and so now they have protection of the Tort Claims Act. But a lot of times we wouldn't know that they had those protections because their name doesn't say the city of or doesn't say county of or anything like that. But it would capture any out-of-state entity that's also like coming in, because a lot of people have contracted with out-of-state entities to do certain services and businesses.
So what is the main purpose of this for somebody that gets hurt working for these people, or like what is the reason for the bill?
That's one of the main reasons, that's one of the reasons, but just so that the general public can know who they're contracting with and that they're working with a government, who they're in contact with rather, and if they're working with a government entity or what have you.
So if they're contracted with a government entity, give me an example of who would not be protected under the Tort Claims Act that would be contracted with a government entity.
Me, I do some legal work for a municipality like their board attorney. I don't get protection of the Tort Claims Act. It would have to be performing a government function before you get the protection of the Tort Claims Act.
So are we going to make individuals register that
No.
have, okay, just corporations,
Yes,
LLCs?
just people who by virtue of what they're doing for a municipality or county or any local government that receive the benefit of falling under the Tort Claims Act. And typically they receive, like, they're able to they're covered under like the insurance of the municipality and all those kind of things.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions, the senator would move for adoption of the amendment. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment's adopted. Senator, for final passage.
Motion is final passage on the morning roll call.
Senator suggests the use of morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye, and the bill is passed. Senator Wiggins.
Go to item number 53, call that up, ask the title be read.
Please read title.
Senate Bill 2362, Consumer Protection, Revised Private Cause of Action.
Mr. President, my motion is that we recommit the bill, and if I may explain, I've talked to the bill author. We're not moving forward on this, and so my motion is we recommit the bill.
Motion is to recommit. Any questions? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is recommitted. Senator Wiggins.
I ask that item 54, we skip that and it's keep its place on the calendar.
Thank you, Senator. We'll pass and retain item 54. Go to item 55, Senator McCon. Pass and retain, and 55 and 56, 57. Pass and retain those items. We'll go to item 58, Senator Sparks. Pass and retain that item. And 59. Pass and retain 60, 61. Keep going, 62. We'll pass and retain. We'll pass and retain those items. We'll go to item 63, Senator Delano. Senator Delano will pass and retain. Senator Younger, 64. Pass and retain. 65, Senator DeBar. Pass and retain. 66, Senator Wiggins. Item 66, pass. You want to bring up 66 or pass? All right, you're recognized. Item 66, Senate Bill number 2717.
Go to item 66, call that up, ask the title be read.
Please read title.
Senate Bill 2717, Youth Court Data, bring forward code sections related to.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Wiggins.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is simply bringing code sections forward related to the youth court and youth court data. As y'all may have heard, we did a audit on the computer system, the MyKids. We are moving forward on that, both in the appropriation side and this. This brings forward the code sections related to that and other matters in the youth court. As you can see, the title, it says Youth Court Data. So that will allow us to bring these code sections to get at the data that's in the youth courts. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. If not, my motion is that we pass it on the morning roll call.
Seeing no questions, the senator suggests the use of the morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded voting no? Seeing none, please record all present. The use of morning roll call is voting aye, and the bill is passed. Thank you, Senator Wiggins. We'll go to item 67, Senator Blunt.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to get that item, have the title read.
Please read title.
Senate Bill 2369, Child Support, withhold gaming winnings of persons who have outstanding child support arrearages.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Blunt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the same bill that came out of the Gaming Committee last year. It's authored by Senator Michelle and co-sponsored by Senator Younger and myself. This would put in place for certain casino winnings the same process that is already in place for lottery winnings, and that is namely that if you win at a casino for an event that requires a document to be provided to the IRS, the Department of Human Services is going to make available to all the casinos in the state a list of people who owe child support, and that money is going to be intercepted and sent to the parent who needs it. That's about $1.5 billion of unpaid child support is sitting out there right now, and this is an effort to get that money into families. I want to be real clear about what winnings are covered under this. It is just winnings at a casino for which an IRS Form W-2G is produced, and that is slot machines more than $2,000, and the rare in-person, in-casino sporting wager where your winnings are more than 300 times the amount of money that you bet. Those are the only winnings that are required, that require this form, and those would then be garnished to go to the families. There is an appeals process if the person feels like there's been a mistake. They have 30 days. They don't even need a lawyer. They can do that. They don't need to go to court. They can do that administratively if an error has been made. That's an explanation of the bill, Mr. President. I'm happy to yield for any questions.
See no questions. Senator, a motion?
My motion is passage by use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggested, we do have a question for Senator Hartness. Do you have a question?
Question?
You yield?
Yes, I do.
Senator Hartness, you're recognized.
What is how does that get reported? So if you're in a casino and you have a big winning, who reports that and how is that done?
Again, it is only reported, the form that is referenced in the bill is only reported if you win more than $2,000 on a slot machine, or if you win more than 300 times the amount of your wager in an in-person sporting event. It's not for table games and all that other stuff. But when you go to the window to get your money, they're gonna be required to give you a form and submit that. The casino itself is required to submit that form to the IRS so you can report, so they know you got to report it on your taxes.
I was just wondering how that was reported. You win in a casino, you go get your winnings. Is that reported from the person you receive from or the director of the casino? Who reports that?
The casino has to prepare that document.
Okay.
Again, just for the two instances that I named, not for anything else, not for card winnings, but this is a document that the casino itself produces, gives you a copy and sends one to the IRS.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, the senator suggests the use of morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present was somebody.
Carter.
Senator Carter is present. Anyone else? Brumfield, present. Anyone else? Seeing no others, please record all others present by use of morning roll call as voting aye, and the bill has passed. Thank you, Senator. We'll go to item 68, Senator Barnett. Pass. We'll pass and retain Senator Blackwell. 69, we'll pass and retain it also. Senator Johnson, item 70. Pass and retain Senator Rhodes, item 71.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to pass and retain item 71.
Okay, we'll pass and retain that item.
I'd like to call up Senate Bill 2414.
We'll go to item. Okay, we'll go to item 72, Senate Bill number 2414. Have the title read.
Senate Bill 2414, Mississippi Department of Environmental Quality Advisory Council, expand membership.
Senator makes the usual motion.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Rhodes.
I'd like to be recognized to explain the bill.
You're recognized to explain.
So this is just a short bill. It's a Department of Environmental Quality requested the bill. It just changes up the Title V Advisory Council. On line 32, it changes the membership from 3 to 4 members, and on line 35, it goes from 1 representative appointed by the governor to 2 representatives appointed by the governor. That's actually two new members, but it also removes a member at the bottom on line 41 through 42. So it's really only adding 1 person to the council, and then it cleans up the language where it specifically states a member of the Mississippi Manufacturing Association. That is now dissolved, and it changes the name to the Mississippi Business Alliance. And that is all the bill does, and that's the explanation of the bill.
No questions. I see Senator motion. Morning roll call.
Suggest use of morning roll call, final passage.
Senator suggests use of morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present with the use of morning roll call as voting aye, and the bill is passed. Senator, go to item 73.
I'd like to call up item 73, Senate Bill 2415, and ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2415, Mississippi Department of Environmental Quality, amend certain sections concerning.
Yes, this is another bill that comes
Wait,
to us by the
Senator,
department.
wait a minute, need to make your usual motion. Got
Make the
that
usual
part.
motion.
Yeah, Senator makes usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Okay,
The re-
Senator, now you're recognized to explain.
Okay, this is what the Department of Environmental Quality is calling their efficiency bill. It just changes up some language in a few places. On line 154, it changes the verbiage from the word paragraph to subsection. On line 218 through 221, it will allow them to have virtual hearings or meetings in Jackson or meetings on site where they've been required to go on site. There are apparently they have a lot of meetings scheduled where they have to travel all across the state and nobody shows up for these meetings. So they're just requesting that if there's no interest in the meeting, that they still have a public meeting, but it just be online or either it be in Jackson. That would just to make things a little bit easier on them. And then on line 403, it simply omits the language that where they collect a $10 fee for the water well permits. They said it's not been worth the trouble to try to collect the $10, so they just would like to just remove the fee. That's the explanation of the bill.
All right, Senator, we'll need, well, you have a question, but we'll need to adopt the committee sub after the question. Senator DeBar, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
Do you yield, Senator DeBar?
I yield.
Senator DeBar recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, I see this is a 3/5 vote. Is there why is that a 3/5 vote? Is there money being appropriated in this bill?
I don't know.
Hold on, Senator DeBar.
Yeah. It's because it removes that fee at the end of the bill, the $10 fee for the water well permits.
Okay. All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, so seeing no other questions, you move we adopt the committee sub.
Move to adopt the committee sub.
Senator moves we adopt the committee sub. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Committee sub's adopted. Now for final passage, Senator.
Suggest use of final passage, use on morning roll call.
Senator suggests the use of morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? See, good job. Okay. Anyway, the bill is passed. All right, so we'll pass and retain the next one. We'll go to item 75 and pass it. Item 76 pass. Next is Senator Suber. Item 77. Senator Suber, you're recognized. Item 77.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip item 77, retain its place on the calendar, and go to item 76, Senate Bill 2436, have the title read.
Wait a minute, you said item 76, you mean 78?
78.
Yeah. Please read the title. Give him the thumb.
Senate Bill 2436.
Please read the title.
Black bear hunting during the MDWFP to create and issue harvest tax through a lottery system.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes usual motion. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Suber.
I'd like to adopt the committee substitute in lieu of the original bill and ask for Senator McCon to explain.
Senator, you're recognized to explain the committee substitute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this bill is for working towards a bear season in Mississippi. I'm going to go ahead and tell you that outright. What it does, it actually gives some direction to the Department of Wildlife, Fisheries, and Parks. They have data and they've been acquiring data. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to ask if they put something on the screen right now. It's going to be the red and yellow map here. This screen, this is right here, is a red, and it's kind of hard to see on there. This is data from the Mississippi Department of Wildlife, Fisheries, and Parks with regard to the number of bear sightings that are in Mississippi right now. What you're going to find, this goes through 2024, and on the river, we've got a lot of sightings going on there. If you talk to a lot of people in that area, you'll see that there are some that have seen them substantially on their places. There are some people that have not seen them that are in those areas. But this is their map, okay? I want you to understand that. It's red for a reason because of the frequency. There's another map there I'm going to ask them to put up there right now. This is also about the frequency of sightings and encounters with the black bear. Now, this bill does nothing about setting numbers of tags that would potentially be set out. The Department of Wildlife, Fisheries, and Parks is there for a reason. What they do is they go out there and they pull data and they determine the amount of wildlife that should be taken in an area. Nothing that's going to happen in this bill is going to take those numbers down substantially anytime soon, because we're not going to go out there and authorize 10, 15, 20 tags. What you are going to see is in this bill, it says for the department to pull their data and begin the process of setting their regs toward a season. If you look around us in the southeast, we have bear seasons that are starting to show up in our surrounding states. If you don't believe that, ask about Louisiana. Unfortunately, we did have some problems with a bear that attacked over in the Louisiana area recently. Those usually have some kind of medical condition, and we're not talking about that. You've seen some facts that in Mississippi and in the southeast, they'll tell you that bears get substantially larger because we don't have the hibernation seasons. You get up in the north, and they have hibernation seasons where they lose a good portion of their weight. What you're going to see in here is that the department is set to begin the process for the 2027-2028 season, and that is if they determine that the population sets forth that. If they determine the population is to the level that they need it to be, then the first tag is going to be in Mississippi. We don't have big game to the levels that many others do. Many other states, we have a governor's tag that's being set up in this for the first tag for the governor to determine for any purpose of conservation. The governor can take the governor's tag and have it auctioned off, and the conservation money, the money would be put towards bear conservation again and efforts. One thing the department does is they do den checks every year. I don't know if you know that, but they go in there while the bears are hibernating, what little bit of time they've got in there, and they check the number of cubs that are in those dens. I've got another sheet over here that shows the number. There's about 55 dens that they check every year. And then they go to the next state over and they help Alabama, they help Louisiana do den checks. What we're asking is for the department to determine the number that it can suffice for Mississippi, and to do a draw for the number of tags they can determine. First one's the governor's tags, the rest go into a draw for the number of tags that the Wildlife Fisheries and Parks authorizes. It has a prohibition that we cannot offer any non-resident tags for 5 years, because we want to be sure that our people in Mississippi are able to hunt if they authorize the number of tags, hunt the bears, because it's their native species here. So that's one thing that's in there as well, and it can never be more than 10% of the total tags. Mr. President, I would offer this for consideration and take any questions now.
Okay, so, excuse me, Senator Carter, what purpose?
Question.
You yield, Senator Carter.
I do.
Senator Carter, you're recognized.
Senator, can you tell me what the current Ole Miss mascot is?
We're the Rebels.
But I thought they were the Black Bears. I thought they changed to Black Bears.
There was a movement there for many different mascots, Senator, and at this point I'm going to claim that we are the Rebels.
Well, the reason why I asked that question is, are these bears tracked?
Are they tracked?
Yes.
So the ones that actually are collared are tracked, but we're at a point where we actually are beginning to have native, natural bears being born in the wild, and that's what we're seeing out there, and that's the reason we're moving towards this effort now.
Did you consult with the Alumni Association at Ole Miss on this bill?
I did not consult with the Alumni Association, but as an alumni, I'll say that I have no objection to the introduction of the bill.
Last question. Since some of these bears wear collars, do you think any of them follow Lane Kiffin to Baton Rouge?
I do think we have bears going back and forth across the river, but the smart ones are staying home.
Senator Hartness, what purpose?
Question.
You yield?
Absolutely.
Senator Hartness, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to get a bunch of calls on this, and I'm sure several others. Will dogs be allowed to be used in the hunt?
So the regulations will be set forth by the commission. I do not expect for there to be a dog season. I don't expect for there to be a baiting of that, because at this point, we're not talking about 10, 15 bears. We're talking about maybe one or two where they're moving into that. We're at the new side of this. If you remember what happened with the alligator in Mississippi, they began with a limited number of tags and they moved forward. But the conservation's efforts have been to the point where they moved to the point where we have a steady supply of alligators, and I expect us to continue with that with the black bears as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Hill, what purpose?
Question.
You yield, Senator Hill.
Always from my old roommate, old desk mate.
Oh,
Roommate.
oh.
Would you be surprised to know that about 5 or 6 years ago, a black bear was hit in Pearl River County in front of the health department on the main highway, and a little girl had a Toyota Corolla, I think it is, and it pretty much totaled her car, and when the wildlife came and picked it up, it filled the back of the truck up. Would you be surprised to know that we have bears that large in my county?
I am not surprised because, like I said earlier, bears in the southeast usually are able to feed longer. We are very fortunate with our abundant supply of food sources. And I will also tell you another story of the same accord, that in Newton County about 5 or 6 years ago, on Highway 80, there was one that was crossing the road that was hit as well. So it happens. They're out there.
Yeah, well, I think the habitat, it depends on the habitat in the counties, and I think that's why your map shows like it does. But would you also be surprised to know that I had 2 of my voters actually saw a bear with a cub this week in Poplarville?
I do believe it. I believe that out there. And I think it all comes down to us. You're talking about in your area. I think the regulations at the end of the day are going to show zones. Where they are actually out there and they're going to be limited to the zones. And the landowners, more than likely in those zones, are going to be the ones who are able to utilize this to start with.
Well, conservation is always the best way to handle it.
100%. Thank you, Senator.
Senator Brumfield, what purpose?
Friendly question, Mr. President.
Do you yield?
I love friendly questions.
Thank you,
Senator
Mr. Chairman.
Brumfield, you're recognized.
Thank you much. Do we have an estimated number on our black bears?
So they're actually doing, what the commission's doing right now is they're going through and they're bringing in drones and they're doing aerial surveys right now. You know, there's substantial estimations out there, depending on the counties you're in, but as you see, they're kind of basing off the incidences and all that. And that's why I think it's crucial that anything we do has that the commissions to do their population study to determine what the population will suffice.
Okay, and based on that number, we'll set a safe criteria for...
Yeah, we're not setting anything, they are, because they're the experts in the area.
Okay, and we is them. Okay,
Yes.
Thank you much.
Senator Turner Ford, what purpose?
Question?
Absolutely.
You yield. Senator Turner Ford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know anything about tags. What is the correlation between the license and the tag?
So in Mississippi, you're able to buy a hunting license. So I have a lifetime hunting license that gives me the right to hunt, in Mississippi under our regulations. But for me to hunt certain areas, like right now, you have some draws for turkey tags in certain areas of permitted areas. And you have to get into a draw to get that tag to be able to hunt in that area. What we're talking about right now is I have a license, but I would not have the right to hunt a bear unless I had a tag, because we're limiting the number that can be taken.
So that's like an endorsement on the license?
It would not be an endorsement per se. It actually traditionally was a band or something that was attached to the animal, and that's what you have to have. Because if we're only issuing, say, 3 tags in the state of Mississippi, then that's got to be on that animal to prove that you legally took that animal under the regulations of the state.
And so would the requirement be that a person could only hunt or kill a bear that had a tag on it?
No, ma'am. You would own the tag. So if you purchased, say the season was actually implemented, and the department said there are 3 tags for the state of Mississippi. The tags would be put in a raffle, and those who applied to get one of the tags, they would draw out the people who would actually receive a tag. That tag then would authorize you, would be very similar to giving you the right to go hunt one bear. And when you killed that bear, you would actually have to attach that tag to the carcass to show that it was legally taken under the laws of the state.
So
no other tags would be issued.
So it does help to, I guess, regulate the quantity of bears that are...
Absolutely. It stops the number that could be harvested. Only the number of tags that were issued by the department, whether it be 1, 2, 3, just like they do alligator tags right now.
Thank you. I don't hunt. I never have.
I'll be happy to talk to you more about it, Senator. I appreciate you.
Senator Seymour, what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator Seymour.
I do.
Senator Seymour, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, would you not consider the black bear in the southeast a apex predator?
An apex predator. They have a varied food source, I will say that, and there are some reports of some smaller game being taken. But as far as an animal that can take the bear, I agree with you that there's not notably an animal that's going to be above them in the food chain.
I'm talking on the lines of a predator as far as we being a predator of the bear.
We would be the only thing that could control the population of the bear outside of disease and food source. I can agree with that.
You recall that in the last few months we've had 2 human fatalities from black bear?
I have heard the stories of those, and I do note that I've heard some concerns about that it was some food source issues and potentially some illness on some of those, but I have heard those stories, Senator.
And this legislation is imperative to bring forth a good management program by the department to
I believe this
control.
I do believe this is the first step to the management program for the department to manage.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Okay, we look like I have one more question. Senator Hickman, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
Do you yield, Senator Hickman?
I do.
Senator Hickman.
Senator McConnell, I'm extremely concerned about this piece of legislation. I can't understand why we are declaring open season on the black bear and no other color bear. Can you explain that to me?
Well, you know, the
Sorry,
amazing thing is that the black bears are not all black. If you go to some of the other parts of the U.S., you will find that black bears have a varied color pattern, in that some are even white, Senator Hickman, and then you have red, white, brown, and black, and then you have multicolors of those. So the black bear is an amazing animal in that it has multi-coats.
Okay, see no further question. Move for adoption.
I move for adoption of the committee sub.
Move for adoption of committee sub. See no questions. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes
Mr.
have it.
President, I
Committee
move for
sub.
final passage upon the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Blunt? No. Senator Blunt? No for Senator Blunt. Anyone? Senator Hobson? No. Anyone else? Senator Simmons? No. Anyone else? Seeing no others, please record all others present by use of morning roll call as voting aye, and the bill has passed. Yes, sir.
Senator Suber.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 79, Senate Bill number 2657. That's the title will be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2657, wild turkey stamps provide the revenue collected shall be used by MDWFP only for certain objectives.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it, Senator.
I would ask to adopt a committee substitute in lieu of the original bill.
You're recognized to explain the committee substitute, Senator.
This is just a small change in a bill we passed last year. We had an issue with some of the language on where the money was to go, so this is just clarifying on line 64, 65, 66, that paragraph, creating a special fund for the wild turkey stamp. Make sure the money is used just for that purpose and no other purpose. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator, ready for your motion to adopt.
Move to adopt committee sub.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator.
Ask for passage use on the morning roll
Use of the
call.
morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present?
McMahon.
No. McMahon. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none. Senator, number 80.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip number 80 and have it retain its place on the calendar.
Thank you, Senator. Okay. The Mississippi Valley is going to perform here, and we certainly want to honor them with your presence, and also it's a phenomenal performance. So I would encourage you to journey down the hall with me and listen to them. We'll leave now and come back at 1, Senator Blackwell, when you make your motion. We have made some progress this morning, as you know, and we want to work hard today and try to get as close as we can to 100. Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in recess to 1 p.m. today.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator Blackwell. I'd like to call the Senate to order. Senator Chasnow. Senator Wiggins.
Thank you, Mr. President. Go to item 82, call that up, ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2472, Tax Sale Study Committee, reconstitute.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Wiggins.
Mr. President, I'd like to call up the committee substitute in lieu of the original bill and ask that Senator McCon be allowed to explain.
Senator McCon, you're recognized to explain committee substitute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill is the same bill we had last year on the study committee. We put this committee together for the purpose of examining the tax sale laws and for blighted property. The difference with your committee sub now adds an additional person, an appointment from the Lieutenant Governor. We've had some expressed interest from our new senators on the blighted property, so I've asked them to add one more person so we can add some more expertise in the field. So that's going to explain what we're doing. We're extending that for one more year to try to get a good report out, Mr. President.
You're recognized. Any questions? Seeing none, Senator, you're recognized for your motion on the committee substitute.
I would move that we adopt the committee sub.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now we're ready, Senator.
Mr. President, I would move for final passage upon the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call been requested. Does anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Senator Wiggins. Senator Fraser, for what purpose?
Introduction at the proper time.
Please proceed.
On behalf of the Hinds County Legislative Delegation and also Senator Representative Stephanie Foster, I would like the Senator to make welcome the Central Hinds Academy Pee Wee Basketball from Raymond and Hinds. They won their tournament at the end of the season, and they're sitting in the South and West Gallery. So please make them welcome.
Hey, guys. Congratulations, y'all. Way to go. Okay, Senator Wiggins.
Ask that item 83 be passed over and retain its place on the calendar.
Senator Carter, you're recognized. Item 83 retains its place on the calendar. Senator Carter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to I'd like to pass on item 84, let it retain its place on the calendar, go to item 85, Senate Bill 2062, have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2062, Consumer Freedom of Choice Act, amended to include motor vehicles, tools, and farm equipment.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Go, please proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, so if y'all will recall, last year we passed a bill where we didn't allow municipalities or any
any government entities to ban gas appliances. You saw through various states where they were banning gas stoves, certain things like that. So this is in the same code section, and it deals with farm equipment. So it prohibits the use of motor vehicles, tools, and farm equipment based on fuel source required for the operation, and that's what this bill does. If there are no questions, I may title so sufficient pass on the morning roll call.
Seeing there's no objection, use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present? Senator pass.
No, I'm going to go to item 86, Senate Bill 2308. Have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2308, Energy Efficiency Standards for Building Construction, extend date of repeal.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
So all this does is extend the repealer. The Mississippi Development Authority has the ability to review, amend, and adopt heating, refrigeration, air conditioning, engineers, energy code standards for building. And if there are any questions, I'll be happy to entertain.
Seeing no questions, Senator, we're ready on your motion.
Pass on the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call being requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present? Seeing none, the bill passes. Senator, on 87.
I'm going to pass on 87, have it retain its place on the calendar, and go to item 88, Senate Bill 2310, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2310, inadequacy of water service authorizes PSC to cancel municipality certificate of findings of.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
I would like to recognize Senator Williams to explain the bill.
Senator Williams, you're recognized to explain the bill, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Last year, as you may recall, it was last year, we passed a piece of legislation that would allow municipalities that had electric utilities that served outside a 1 mile radius outside of their municipal boundaries. We gave the authority to the PSC to decertify them if they were not doing their job properly. This bill simply adds our water systems to that. If you have municipalities that have water systems and they have ratepayers that are outside of 1 mile radius of municipal limits, this will empower the PSC to remove their certification in the event they're not doing their job. The concern comes because we have ratepayers that don't have representation on these boards. And that's all we're doing with this bill. I'll yield for questions, Mr. President.
Questions on the bill. Senator Hill, for what purpose?
I want to speak on the bill, and I need to get an amendment drafted.
We need to have the amendment drafted as soon as possible. Senator, would you go get your amendment drafted, please, ma'am, first, so we can bring it? Any other questions, Senator Norwood?
Thank you, Mr. President. Question?
You for question, Senator Williams. Senator, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Senator Williams. How many utilities do you think would be impacted by what we're talking about?
Senator Norwood, I do not know how many utilities we have that are there. I know that there are consolidation efforts that are going on with rural water associations. In my district, I have a small municipality that voluntarily, a rural water association, they have absorbed them. So it's a growing number that's out there. And there again, we're trying to find an avenue to have representation on these boards. And there's a concern that if your ratepayers are not voters, then there might not be fair representation. I'm not answering your question. I do not know, but I'll be glad to try to get an accurate number for you, sir.
Now what we're proposing, will it increase the efficiency and the quality of the water, the services that they're receiving?
I think that it has the potential to. That's kind of what we're driving at. If we've got a utility that for whatever reason isn't doing the job that they should do, they'll pay more attention to it and hopefully look at those ratepayers that are outside that 1 mile area and invest in that infrastructure where that may not be happening.
Okay. And if you get that information, would you mind sharing that in terms of the agencies that may be impacted by?
Yes, sir. I'll get that. Try to get that for you today, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Williams.
Thank you, Senator Norwood. Any other questions? Any other questions? Senator Hill? Do we have the amendment?
Thank you, Mr. President. While they're drafting the amendment, I'm going to speak on it. What the amendment would do is allow the Public Service Commission to reconstitute a board of any rural water association if it was deemed that they were not providing adequate service.
I have a point of order. Just one moment, please. Will you finish your conversation, Senator Hill, and then we'll have a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. President. What we're seeing is in some of these water associations, they have got bylaws that are so old that as the water association has grown, they can't feasibly meet the number of members to attend a annual meeting. Therefore, the board just self-perpetuates. We have one that has not had a meeting, a legitimate meeting, since 2019, and they've just self-perpetuated the board. And the code section says that any business that they have transacted without following the bylaws and the Nonprofit Act constitutes basically for every transaction they've made to basically be null and void. So all I'm trying to do is try to bring these water associations that are basically gone rogue back into some type of compliance, and they're already under the PSC. And what this amendment would do is it would allow the PSC, if they deem inadequate service, to be able to appoint and reconstitute a board at that time. And then hopefully, once they reconstituted the board, then things would start moving, the right way as far as, getting some new bylaws adopted that actually could work. You can't get 750 people at a meeting for a rural water association. And what the boards are doing in my area, they're basically telling people when they pay their water bill, sign this proxy, and the current board will appoint whom they want. So the people don't know the rules. They don't know what the bylaws say, what the Nonprofit Act says. So it's nearly impossible for the residents who are members to get back control of a board when the illegitimate board is doing everything in their power to keep their position and basically running interference from somebody to try to take over that board.
Senator, you recognize? One moment for you. Senator Wiggins, do you have a question on this bill? On the speaker?
On the amendment.
On the amendment. Oh, okay. So we have an amendment before. Senator Hill, will you yield for amendment? For a question?
Yes.
Senator Wiggins is recognized. Then we'll come to Senator Williams.
Thank you. I'm just trying to understand, and I agree with you about the age of the boards and all that needs to be done. What I'm curious about is the Public Service Commission actually reconstituting the board of a water. I don't know that the Public Service Commission is in the business of constituting boards, whether it be other places. Do they already do that? Or why are we having the Public Service Commission be the one to make up the board? Why not just
Because the Public Service current statute gives Public Service Commission limited jurisdiction over water.
Well, I understand that, but why not just have, if the Public Service finds inadequate service, that the board has to be disbanded, and then whatever rural water association creates a new board? I guess I get
Well,
concerned.
Rural Water Association has a management contract with one of my water associations right now, and things are not getting better.
Right.
They might be getting a little better, but as far as trying to have a board meeting to where you get cooperation with the proxy statements, it changes every time we try to have a meeting. Their story changes, and they've tried to do the proxy 3 different ways, and rather than the members having to take a rural water association to court, I think it'd be simpler to just let the PSC dissolve that board and reconstitute it and if you want to say, until such time as the next annual meeting is held, I'm fine with that.
Well, I think that's where I'm going, because as I understand it, you're having the regulator, which is the PSC, creating a board that they're regulating, which I see all kinds of issues
It'd be
there.
a temporary board.
Okay, I mean, the temporary change, okay.
Yeah.
For a temporary basis until the next regular meeting makes sense to me.
Right. Yeah, that's.
But that's not what the amendment says.
Well, we can make the amendment say that, or you can amend the amendment.
Okay, I'll see where we're going. Thank you very much.
Okay. Any other questions? Senator Boyd?
For a question. Senator Hill, I like what you're trying to do here. I'm a little concerned of inadequate service. And that phrase could be super broad or it could be very narrow. Do you anticipate the Public Service Commission promulgating rules and regulations to kind of define that, or do we have it defined somewhere else in code? Do you know?
I think it's defined somewhat in some places in the code, but if they think they need to promulgate rules and regulations, hey, somebody's got to take the hold of this.
Yeah.
And, you know, because we've been dealing with this for too long, years and years and years. And they're the legitimate entity to do this because they're already in the code as being, you know, over water. I know there's another bill floating around to constitute some kind of new board to oversee rural water. But I think the common sense thing to do is the PSC is already the governing body. You know, let them do what they need to do to temporarily get a board in place so that we can straighten things out.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Williams?
As far as the frustration Senator Hill has, I could not agree with her more. This amendment, I've got another bill that's coming right after this that pertains to rural water associations, so if we can kind of keep in that spirit. I did call a point of order that I think this just pertains to municipalities, so if the senator would hold that amendment to maybe the next bill, I think it would be more germane to that.
Can you show the first bill up, please?
I'll withdraw the amendment.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Williams, you recognize?
If there are no other questions, I would request passage by use of the morning roll call, Mr.
Use of
President.
morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? Cards voting no. Thomas, no. Anyone else? Blackman, no. Turner Ford, no. Barnett, no. Jackson, no. Simmons, D, no. Brumfield, no. Simmons, S, no. Dupree, no. Isom, no. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passes by use of morning roll call. Senator, you recognize?
I would like to pass on items 89 and 90 and have them retain their place on the calendar. Go to item 91, Senate Bill 2526, and have the title read.
89 and 90 retain their place on the calendar. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2526, Rural Water Oversight Committee, create and prescribe duties of.
Make the usual motion.
Usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to recognize Senator Williams.
Senator Williams, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In kind of a continuation.
We're on a committee substitute, I think, Senator. Isn't this a committee substitute? Senator?
Yes, sir. This is a committee substitute. Do I need to make a motion to pass the committee sub?
Not yet. You're recognized to explain the committee substitute.
Okay.
Here we go.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate that. This bill establishes the Mississippi Rural Water Oversight Committee. As Senator Hill attested to a few minutes ago, there's been a lot of frustration throughout the state with the performance of some of the rural water associations. In October, I believe, the Energy Committee had hearings on rural water, and as a result of that, I went around and I spoke with the leadership in the Rural Water Association. I spoke with the leadership in the Health Department, Dr. Eddy, and all the people that work with the rural water. I spoke with different operators throughout the state of rural water associations. I spoke to leadership in a lot of different water associations and a lot of industry experts that have decades of experience working with rural water associations. There have been some adjacent states that have done some consolidation and things and in a much different place than we are. What I discovered was we have the outliers, and I want to say that the majority of our rural water associations do a tremendous job. One of the counties I serve, Octavia County, has 26 rural water associations in it, and I personally deal with many of them on the private sector side, and they do a great job of doing things that they do. However, the outliers that are out there is what we're trying to address with this piece of legislation today. There have been a lot of things talked about over the last several months, and this is what we've come up with. All the aforementioned people I just mentioned are in agreement with this piece of legislation that we're proposing here. So we've got everybody at the table. The 90% or so of the associations, in my opinion, that are doing a good job, we're not putting any more burdensomeness on them. They're doing this already. What we're attempting to codify here is something that exists in health department regs for the most part today. We're just wanting to put it out there. And I kind of want to go through this section by section. There are a lot of moving pieces, and I suspect there'll be questions. I'm going to try to answer them out of the gate. Section number 1 of this is new section. It's simply definitions. Section 2, new section. It establishes the members of the Mississippi Rural Water Oversight Committee. Those members will consist of a person from the Health Department, a person from DEQ, a person from USDA, a person from the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund, a person from the Mississippi Rural Water Association, an appointee by the governor, and appointee by the lieutenant governor. Section 3, new section. By December 1 of 2027 and every 5 years thereafter, rural water associations will be required to do a rate study and a capacity study. As the current law allows, recommended rates are to be implemented within 1 year of that rate study. If they exceed 50% of what the current rates are, there'll be an additional year to allow those to go into place. By the 1st of December of 2027, an asset management plan has to be submitted and annually thereafter. This legislation will create 3 positions that will allow, go around and help these water associations to perform these duties. The financing for this is not general fund. We do not want to use general fund money for this. The health department has the local governments and rural water systems improvement loan revolving fund. Those funds will come out of this for that. These 3 positions are to exist for 5 years, and they'll sunset at the end of that 5 years. The thinking is we help the outliers, the problem associations, get in compliance. Section 4, upon 75% of capacity, providers, water associations will submit a plan to upgrade their capacity. There are many areas in our state that we fortunately are experiencing a lot of economic growth. Rural water associations impeding some of that, and we want to work with them. I live in an area where we've had a lot of struggles with that. This legislation will help get out in front of that before you get to capacity. We've had several associations that have been limited to not putting meters on, so we don't want to get to that point again. Section 5, I think, is very important. As many people are probably aware, a lot of the financing for rural water associations comes from USDA, the federal government. This Section 5 says that this shall not conflict with 7 U.S.C. Section 126B. As I understand it, that's the federal regulation that we would not go against. Section 6 brings forward code sections. There's just a reference in there to the aforementioned 3 positions that we're trying to create to help the rural water stations go through with this. With that, I will yield for questions, Mr. President.
Okay. Any questions on the bill? I'm sorry, on the committee substitute. Any questions on a committee substitute? Senator Hill, do you have any questions on the bill?
I do have a question, and they're about done with the amendment.
Will you yield for a question, Senator?
Yes, I do.
Senator Hill is recognized for a question on this bill.
Thank you. So this bill deals with capacity and rates, mainly, from what you said.
And an asset management study.
Asset management. But as far as providing adequate water, as far as repairs of broken lines, boil water notices, and all that stuff, this doesn't have anything to do with that.
Yes, it does. Within that rate study, it's unfolded, and there's criteria someone will have to meet in order to do a rate study. They're going to look at the entire infrastructure of that, come up with what rate recommendations should be. And as I've gone around, you know, the association that sits there and says, we haven't had a rate increase in 22 years. I mean, we want to keep rates low. Do not get me wrong, but there is a cost of producing good quality drinking water on a consistent basis. The rate study will help us understand what that is. As I said, my polling, 90% of these people are doing the right thing. You mentioned ones in your district. I've got them in my district that are not doing that.
Were you at the hearing where we had people come and testify, as well as the PSC testify about all the calls and complaints that they get. Were you at that hearing?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
You heard the PSC say that the greatest volume of complaints that they get is not about electricity, it's about water, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
And those people seem pretty desperate that testified up there in room 216, and the ones that have called the PSC, they're pretty desperate. They're not wanting to wait a year or two for a capacity study or a rate study. They want clean water in their bathtubs and to cook with like yesterday.
I agree with you completely.
The amendment that I'm bringing forth basically allows the PSC to do something to help those people immediately when they deem that there's inadequate water, and let them develop the criteria of what they think it is, because they're the regulating body anyway. But when you have, hundreds of boil water notices, some people get them, some don't. Half the people don't get their notices for the annual meeting. They don't have an annual meeting for 6 years. I think there's, and then the members try to get into court, but, you understand that, they would have to get a huge number of signatures to get under the Nonprofit Act to get in front of a chancery judge to get some relief there. So you understand that the people are looking for something that's a timely solution, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And less cumbersome than what's in place now.
Yes. Again, we speak to the outliers that are out there. This is a combination of a lot of things. We have, as I mentioned earlier, this is a piece of legislation that we've got everybody on board with. And as you mentioned a moment ago, you're seeing some change come from some of these entities that maybe there was not as much action there was before. I see that we've got all the players at the table. We've got everybody wanting to move the right direction. So we've got momentum that started.
Well, would you be surprised if I tell you that I have a management contract with with my largest water association that supplies the two schools, the health department, lots and lots of people, but that, as I've worked through the process and we've tried to hold meetings, would you be surprised that I'm finding that that maybe the Water Association is self-protection, looking at self-protection rather than a solution for the members, because, floating the ideas that we want to turn this over to the utility authority or something like that. I mean, that's how far-fetched it's gotten in my area trying to get something done with this board. So you can understand my frustration, I guess.
And I feel it as well. And like I say, there may be 100 paths to the solution. And this is something that's a work in progress for now. We can continue to work on it. I think it takes us down that path sooner than later. And it puts a foundational component in place to hopefully get out of, we have rural water associations that were birthed in the 50s and 60s. When we had,
and they did great as long as you got good people managing them. But when you got bylaws that are outdated, how are you going to, actually comply with that, in today's time when you got people that are working against you?
You've got to have good people doing this, and we don't necessarily have good people with good intentions to serve their members. That's exactly where we're at, and that's exactly where we're trying to drive. And I think we have the same goal. It's how we get there.
Right. But, I mean, the PSC, wouldn't you agree that in the statute that they're the ones that, the statute mentions to have some governing authority over rural water?
Agree
that they
with
would
what?
have some type of governing authority over rural water, because that's why the people are calling them PSC.
There are a lot of things that are there now. The health department has sticks that they've not really used to the point that I think they should. You've got the Nonprofit Act.
I don't disagree.
I mean, these are things, and I hope that, I believe in the carrot, but the stick needs to happen here, but I think we've got several of those that are out there now. What I don't want to end up with on the other side of this 2 or 3 years now, to have too much regulation on top of it. There again, I feel, and we both have associations that don't fall under this, the majority of these associations are doing it right. I don't want to go in and penalize these associations. We've got them collectively at the table with us. I want to keep that relationship.
Well, my amendment's not set to penalize anybody that's providing adequate water that doesn't have, 250 complaints to the PSC. It's about those bad actors. It's not intended to penalize. I got great water associations, but I got some that are not so great.
That's our intention as well.
And the people ask me, and maybe they ask you, well, why can't the PSC do anything? I'm calling them. The statute says call the PSC, but yet they can't do anything. And, would you be surprised to know that that the people that are actually trying to go by the bylaws are being stymied by that current board that self-perpetuated itself and throwing every roadblock in the way to keep from getting a new board because they don't want to lose control. Would you be surprised if they're using their authority to stymie a real election process?
I've got horror stories too. I know specific instances that come to mind. Yes, ma'am.
So that's where my amendment's coming from.
Okay,
If-
Senator, you want to bring your amendment forward, please, ma'am, so we can, because I think we're debating it right here. All right, here we go. Senator Hill is recognized for an amendment on the committee substitute.
Thank you, Mr. President. My amendment says, upon finding of inadequate service of any rural water system, the Public Service Commission shall have the authority to reconstitute the board of any such system on a temporary basis until the next annual meeting at which a new board shall be constituted. Yeah, actually, Senator Wiggins helped draft this amendment.
Okay, first, Senator Williams, you need to adopt the committee substitute, and then we'll debate the amendment. And Senator Wiggins, you want to speak on the amendment? Just one second. Adopt this committee
I
sub.
move that we adopt the committee sub, Mr. President.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Okay, Senator Wiggins, did you want to speak on the amendment?
Thank you. Yeah, I support what Senator Hill's trying to do. I think it was just it's an issue of the regulating body coming in and then creating a board. And so that last language, making it a temporary basis until the next annual meeting, and then a new board will be constituted. I think that produces, I'd call it good government. So with that, please.
Senator Turner Ford, for what purpose, ma'am?
I have a question.
For you for a question, Senator? Senator Wiggins, will you yield for a question? I think you were the last one speaking. Which one, Senator?
It doesn't matter.
Senator Wiggins or Senator Hill? Either
It's
one.
a general question.
Here we go.
Yes.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Mr. President. Inadequate, is that defined anywhere in the legislation?
Not in this piece of legislation. I don't think it is. But I think that the Public Service Commission is in a position to where they're the regulatory body. I think that based on the number of complaints and things that they have investigative people, they have the capacity to do this. I think they can determine what inadequate is.
Well, the reason I ask is because the original title of the legislation refers to fiscal distress, and I guess there could also be distress in the way that the association is operating.
Yeah, I
would not want to be in a position that we are allowing a board to be replaced just because someone does not agree with the decision that the board has made. And so is there an objective way for us to know, or for anyone else to know, that the service is actually inadequate?
I think the number of complaints and investigations that the Public Service Commission would have the capacity to do would determine that. I mean, you know, they've made all kinds of decisions regarding power plants and things like that in the past, and that this is not nearly as an impactful decision as what they made on some of these decisions on these power plants in the past, like Kemper County. Hate to bring that up, but I think this is minuscule in comparison to some of the decisions that they've made in the past as a board. And I think they have the capacity to determine whether a water service is working correctly.
And so,
So they already have the authority to find inadequate service and cancel the certificate. So council's telling me that's not new language. This would just give them the authority to go in and intervene on a temporary basis.
and so inadequate is something that can be determined somewhere in the code, is what I
Yeah,
understand.
we're not wanting to cancel a certificate with this. We're just wanting some temporary relief that's not bureaucratic and takes forever and ever and ever when you got schools and hospitals and health departments and different public entities that are determined that are expecting clean water and not having the problems that they have in some of these situations.
And I don't want to belabor the point, but if a water service is not providing adequate service, that may not necessarily be a function of the board. If there's a company that's come on board, or the association is being depleted, perhaps by something that has come into the community. Is that a possibility?
It's still the function of the board everything falls back on the board, no matter if they've got a contract with somebody or not. The bottom line falls back on the board.
Thank you. I may have another question when we get back on the original bill. Thank you.
Senator Blackman, board purposer.
Question, Mr. President.
Are you here for a question?
Yes.
I thought that one of the issues was people being able to get to the board meetings in the rural areas, that they were taking proxies and they weren't knowing what was going on at the board meetings. So
They weren't sending the proxies to a lot of the people. A lot of the people weren't even getting the notices because they didn't even know who was on their system, to be quite honest.
okay. Well, I understand what we're trying to get at. I'm just trying to figure out how we get there if at the next annual meeting a new board will be constituted, but we're having issues with the meetings in general.
Because the PSC will be very anxious to get rid of it and get a new board created. They will not be anxious to self-perpetuate themselves.
But it says the next annual meeting, how long would that, would it not differ from place to place?
It wouldn't be any longer than a year. It could be less than a year, but in the code, they're supposed to meet yearly annual meetings.
Okay, yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how we fix
It could
the
be
issue.
less than a year, but it wouldn't be more than a year, depending on when the Public Service Commission would act. It could be soon, or it could be not soon.
Well, would there be a mechanism to make sure that there are enough people at that board meeting so that a new board could be constituted?
Yes, because one of the things that would need to be done is the bylaws would need to be changed by whatever board that the PSC puts in temporarily so that the members could meet that threshold.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Barnett.
For a question, Mr. President.
Are you here for a question,
Yes.
Senator? Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you. Senator, my question kind of goes along with my desk mate, but my concern is you have annually on here. Would y'all be opposed? Because it's the ratepayers that we're talking about. It's those members of that association I think should have a greater say-so if they didn't have a say-so at first about their water that's being provided to them. So I don't think that we should have the ratepayers to wait a year or 6 months before they have the opportunity to decide who they want to serve on this board. So is there any opportunity that we can shorten this time up to give the PSC? Because I don't see why it would take them a year or up to a year to make this determination. I think if we could put 90 days or 180 days or something, but I just don't think that we should just say annual, because if it happens at the beginning of the year, then we're talking about a whole nother year before that annual meeting is again.
Senator, my water association has been waiting 6 years for a meeting, and the bylaws and the Nonprofit Act say that they have to have an annual meeting every year. So the Public Service Commission would not have their temporary board in charge, probably not even a year, because it would be very like winning the lottery for it to be dissolved a year exactly before the annual meeting is set. So I think that it gives adequate time for the Public Service Commission to get things in order and make sure that the next annual meeting is successful and that the members are notified and can attend.
Well, Senator Hill, you just said your people hadn't had a meeting in 6 years?
6 years.
Okay. But my question is, if the PSC came in, wouldn't they be able to notify those members of that water association or those ratepayers of that association in less than a year's time that we need to have a meeting, and here's the reason why, and those members can respond to that meeting? Are you saying that it's going to take a year?
I think they could do it in less time if they needed.
Okay, well, can we put...
But we'd have to amend a whole nother code section if we're going to talk about changing annual meetings.
Well, we're amending the whole section now to bring the PSC on to handle this. So we're changing the law right now. So we're not changing
This
that
is a
much.
different, the Nonprofit Act is a different code section. This deals with an oversight committee for rural water, and the PSC already has the authority to oversee rural water.
But we're putting time on there. When you put the time on there, I think that doesn't I'm not understanding how we can say annually, but we can't say 3 months or 6 months. And if you're talking about changing the law in the code section, can the attorneys help explain that to me?
The amendment doesn't change the annual meetings. The amendment just says that the PSC can come in if they deem it necessary and reconstitute a board that would be in place until the next scheduled annual meeting.
I understand that, but the Rural Water Association's contract or whatever they are doing now, it does not have PSC in it, period. We're inserting the PSC into the Water Association or those people's business right now. So my thing is, if we're inserting them to come in and have a function in this, and you saying annually, then why can't we insert some language in there that would speed up this process so those ratepayers and those members of that water association can have some say-so in their water association before a year's time? And you saying that we can't, but I don't understand why, because if we're inserting them into this, then why do we have to have a different code section for the same thing?
Because there's different code sections that address the same thing all through the code. I yield the podium, Mr. President.
I would like to have an opinion before, because I didn't get an answer, Mr. President.
Senator Wiggins, we're speaking on the amendment, so you're the last one or Senator Williams, either one. You'd like to address Senator Barnett's question. Senator Barnett, did you have an amendment?
I'll just,
to the
Senator
amendment?
Barnett, since the Lieutenant Governor's allowed me to speak on it, the annual meeting is a legal term on a board. You have an annual meeting as a LLC or whatever board. You have to have a meeting once a year which establishes minutes and things like that. And the language in the amendment is simply that, an annual meeting. But I think as Senator Hill was saying, depending on when a board was incorporated, that annual meeting may occur in 6 months or it may occur a year. The reason it says annual meeting because a board speaks through that meeting and that has to occur annually once a year. But as far as the other items, that was Senator Hill's amendment.
I understand the board's annual meeting. I understand that. But I don't understand is why we can insert language that says at the PSC's annual meeting, because now it's no longer the board's annual meeting if the PSC is going in to replace the board. Now it's the PSC decision, not the board, because we have just made a determination that the board is not fit to do their job. So now we're going to substitute that board with the PSC board, according to this amendment. And so if we're going to do that, then why can't we allow those ratepayers to not have to wait a year to be able to have a say into who are the members that serves on this board?
I certainly think you could, and to your question, if you can insert language, we could put that could be an amendment to the amendment that says within a certain amount of time.
I would appreciate that. That was my. But I was told by Senator Hill that we can't do that, and I disagree. But so yes, I would like to have an amendment to your amendment. I support the idea, but I just don't think that we should have to wait, have the ratepayers to have to wait.
Right. You're saying that the ratepayers need to have a say in the constitution of that new board, and it shouldn't wait a year if that was the case. And so yes, that's right.
One moment, Senator. Senator Harkins, for what purpose, sir?
For a question.
You for a question, Senator Wiggins? While we're waiting on the amendment to the amendment. Senator Wiggins.
Is a board limited to one meeting a year?
No.
Can they call a meeting at any given time?
Yes.
So the board can call a meeting sooner than
Correct.
the next pre-planned annual meeting. They're not limited to one meeting a year. They can have several meetings a year if they wanted to, or they can call one at any time.
Right, and on this, the way this amendment is structured, and that's what I was getting at when I first asked the question, is you have, as the amendment states, the PSC makes their finding, then they temporarily appoint a board and then you have the new board constituted.
And the new board.
It can be the annual meeting. They could that temporary board could stay in place, but they could go in 3 months, we appoint a new board, and then they proceed with their business.
Okay. Would it not, if they're in a situation where a new board is having to be appointed, would it not be beneficial for the new board that's appointed to try to get things under control before you upend the leadership of the Water Association and change things up again?
I don't disagree with that either. I mean.
So right now, they have the flexibility to call a meeting at any point, and.
Correct.
They're not limited to one meeting a year.
Right, under the amendment that's before you, but I was answering the question of Senator Barnett and understanding what he was trying to do, but yes, I agree with you.
Thank you.
Senator Sparks, for what purpose, sir?
A question, Mr. President.
Senator Wiggins, you realize for a question? Senator Sparks is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Chairman Wiggins. I think what Chairman Harkins and maybe Chairman Barnett and everybody's talking about is a special meeting, which can be called with proper notice. So that might be part of the amendment, is at the annual meeting or a special called meeting for this purpose. So is that possibly what we're talking about?
Yes.
Okay.
And a special meeting is you have your annual meetings, and then you can have a special meeting that's called by certain members upon proper notice, which is what you're saying. And if we could, you could say that there should be a special called meeting to address that.
Yes, and
But yes,
having represented a rural water association.
Have I?
I'm saying I have.
Oh, I haven't.
Having represented a rural water association, there's a couple things we need to back up and clarify. Is a rural water association a unit of government? No is the answer. They're a nonprofit. They're an association. They elect their membership. And every time we have a bill that comes through here to appoint the PSC, to appoint the highway commissioners, people lose their mind to appoint school board members. We want them elected. This is I want to make sure everybody's clear, this is a non-governmental unit who cannot receive direct appropriations from the state of Mississippi.
Right.
As a nonprofit. So I want to be very clear what we're about to trigger. Because when no, you've yielded the podium. I'm talking Senator Wiggins. When we use a term called inadequate that is undefined, it's inadequate for me, one person within the certificated area. It's inadequate if I don't have water. And if we're not careful, we're going to be in a position where I'm going to go to the PSC and say, me as one customer inside the certificated area of this association, which is not a unit of government, and we're going to let the PSC force a rural water association to deliver at a net loss to the members, delivering water to me, one person in the certificated area. And if you don't believe that can happen, I had a PSC show up years ago at our meeting demanding we do something about a person who was on well water, whose grandson had stolen the copper out of his pump. You can imagine why. And the PSC was going to make this water association serve that person who was outside of the certificated area. So that, what I'm very concerned about is, as much as we can mess up stuff we get to vote on because we're elected, we are now encroaching on a non-governmental unit who elects their representation from the membership, and then they're going to look to the state and say, you need to send us money as a rural water association, because we just went through the storm in North Mississippi. Some of our water associations didn't have backup generators. So water's not delivered from the Rural Water Association. It's inadequate. By definition, water's not showing up. So that's my concern. Do you see an issue with using inadequacy on a non-governmental unit by this legislature, putting us in a position then to have to fund what we call inadequate?
Senator Sparks, whatever you say, I can't counter because I have no knowledge on that. Okay, remember, my amendment was an amendment to her amendment. I was trying to make her amendment better.
Right.
Okay, legally. The inadequacy language was in her amendment. Okay, so if that's what you say, then that's what you say. I'm not going to sit here and argue that. My point was, if we're going to involve the PSC, if that's even going to happen, then that was the purpose of my amendment, which was to have it be temporary so that you could have a reconstituted board and not have the regulatory agency creating a board they're going to regulate, which you want to talk about problems, was going to lead to all kinds of problems, which has led to problems in this state. That's what I was trying to do. As far as it comes down to the inadequacy, I think we need to, I've heard there's problems. I think the regulatory side of the PSC doesn't call for them to be constituting a board. They're going to that they're going to be regulating. That's what I was trying to address.
And I appreciate that, and I think the special call meeting may address that. But we also, as this body, put a grant program in place. One of the few times we've ever sent money to rural water associations. And so, you know, we're in the middle of that as well. But I just am concerned if we define inadequacy and we instruct the PSC to come in and put a board together, that we're going to end up with now requests to fund a non-governmental unit, which we can't do. But thank you for taking my question.
Sounds like a good old reverse repealer is warranted.
Hey, Senator Barnett, you're recognized for an amendment on the amendment, to speak on the amendment. Then we'll have Senator Williams or Senator Hill if they want to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr.
Amendment
President.
to the amendment.
It's amendment on the...
Yes, sir, it's on.
All right, my amendment simply says that such meeting shall be held no more than 90 days after the Public Service Commission reconstitutes the relevant board. That's...
Senator Williams, you're recognized.
I support the amendment to the amendment.
Any questions? All right, we're ready for your motion, Senator. Senator Barnett, we're ready for your motion on the amendment, sir.
I motion that we pass the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator. We're back on the amendment now as amended. Senator Hill, do you want to speak on the amendment as amended? And then you will, Senator Williams will recognize you.
Thank you, Mr. President. 90 days is pushing it, like Senator Harkins said, for the PSC to get some of these things straightened out and turn it over to a new board. But if that's what it takes to get something done, I'll accept the amendment to the amendment, and I encourage you to vote for the amendment.
Senator Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do not want to beat this to death. I would ask that you vote against the amendment. I think we all have the same thing at heart here, to try to improve the water associations. I am going to, at the proper time, offer a reverse amendment so that we can still work with this. I've been working this a couple of months. I've tried to go to many stakeholders about this and have a discussion on this. So with that, I ask for you to oppose the amendment.
Okay, you ready for your motion? It's your amendment, ma'am. So it'd be your motion to adopt the amendment.
I move adoption of the amendment, and I hope that none of you are in the same situation that mine's been in for 6 years.
All in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed to the amendment, say no. No. Chair's in doubt. Call the roll, Ms. Clerk. We need to have 6 stand. So if you're standing, Chuck, you're going to be counted as an aye. So for division, we need 6 to stand. No. Okay. So the ayes, please stand.
Mr. President, if I may, he intends to put a reverse repealer in this bill before this gets too much further out of hand. Just wanted to make that clear to the body.
Okay, so the ayes, please stand. Those in favor of the amendment. Senator, are you an aye? Senator Wigginton, aye. Senator McClendon? Opposed, please stand. He's sitting down now, it's 12. So you got 12? Amendment passes. Senator Williams.
Thank you, Mr. President. This time I'd like to propose an amendment of a reverse repealer.
One moment, please. You're recognized to explain your amendment, sir.
Obviously, this is a work in progress. As we go through the system, we'll probably have more changes to make on this. My reason for the rest of the amendment, I would make a motion to pass the amendment, Mr. President.
Senator Simmons, for what purpose? Senator Simmons passes. Seeing no questions, your motion, sir?
Pass the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator. Senator Turner Ford, for what purpose?
I have a question on the bill.
We're back on the bill, Senator.
Yes.
As amended with both amendments. Okay, we're back on the bill. Senator Turner Ford's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is there a list of these water associations that are underperforming?
Yes, there is. The Health Department has that list. It does mention that in the body of the bill that that list would be sent to this committee that we're establishing this piece of legislation. Yes.
Can we get it sooner than the bill is approved?
I will request it today, ma'am.
Thank you.
So no other questions. I would request passage by use of the morning roll call. Committee sub. We already did.
Use of the morning roll call been requested for final passage. Anyone object? Court has voted. No. Present. Turner Ford present. McMahon present. McCon present. Anyone else? Bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator.
Mr. President, I want to thank Senator Williams for all the hard work he did on those two bills. Obviously, it's a contentious issue. But moving on to number 92 on today's calendar, Senate Bill 2527. Have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2527, solar decommissioning, create provisions concerning.
Make the usual motion.
Usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I think everyone has read in the news. There's an increasing demand for electricity and capacity on the grid when you start looking at the AI component and the data centers. So solar has become more appealing. There have been some traditional bad actors out there, kind of give them a black eye. So we came up with some decommissioning language on how, if you do have a depleted solar field, on how you properly handle that. This bill established clear statewide baseline requirements that landowners and the public can rely upon with confidence, preserve freedom of contract, allowing landowners to waive, strengthen, or otherwise tailor requirements through private negotiation to benefit their own unique circumstances, preemptive duplicate local requirements, avoiding a patchwork of conflicting ordinances that undermine certainty of landowners, developers, and investors in the state, protect the reputation of the solar industry by preventing bad actors from externalizing abandonment and reclamation costs onto unsuspecting or less sophisticated landowners. And there's 4 states that are already doing this. You've got Texas, Tennessee, Georgia, and Arkansas. And I'll be happy to entertain questions.
Senator Boyd, yours is introduction. Seeing no questions, we're ready on your motion, sir.
I move passage of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call been requested. Anyone object? Record voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Senator Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to introduce our doctor of the afternoon, Dr. Chris Cummings from Oxford. Please make him welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Carter.
I'd go to 983, Senate Bill 2611, call it by title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2611, Metro Jackson Water Authority Act, enact.
My motion is we recommit the bill.
Motion to recommit the bill. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator. Number 94.
I ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2641, Mississippi Agriculture and Farmland Wind Tower Protection Act of 2026, create.
Make the usual motion.
Usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
All right, so there's some controversy out there. Two different topics when you talk about migratory birds. One of these topics is windmills and them harming ducks and specifically to Mississippi. So what this bill does, it forms a study committee. In Section 1, it has the makeup of the study committee. The line 1, it's got the Commissioner, Department of I'm not going to go through all this. It's going to be on your screen. But the big, if you look at line 55, it says the PSC should not issue certificates of public convenience and necessity for a new wind tower facility in the state prior to 1 year after the effective date of this act. The reason for this is that we want to see the study committee's results before we approve any more wind towers being built. Now, the existing wind towers under construction are grandfathered in under this piece of legislation, and I'll be happy to entertain questions.
Seeing no questions, we're ready on the motion, sir.
I need to adopt the committee substitute.
Favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Now I move passage on the morning roll
Use of
call.
the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? Of course, voting no. Williams, no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Williams, no. 95, Beam.
I'll pass on that and go to item 96.
96. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2787, school districts required to test liquefied petroleum gas piping systems in their facilities.
Make the usual motion.
Usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
If you recall, last year we passed a bill to where there's school testing as far as natural gas in the schools, and all this does is require propane testing. And that's what the bill does.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator.
Passage on the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to that procedure? Of course, voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes by morning roll call. Thank you, Senator Carter. Senator Boyd. Senator Boyd. Pass and retain. Senator Fillingane. Senate, we go to number 101 on the calendar. Senator Fillingane is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 101, called up and have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2110, child neglect, create crime related to the deprivation of necessary supervision.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Fillingane.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 2110 amends Section 97.359 to provide that if a parent, legal guardian, or other person responsible for a child deprives the child of necessary supervision appropriate to the child's age, which results in substantial harm to the child's physical, mental, or emotional health, the person may be sentenced to imprisonment. It also provides criminal penalties of not more than 5 years in the custody of DOC or a fine of not more than $5,000. Just by way of background on this one, this is the exact language that has been in our code for a number of about 20 years, from 2004 to 2024. And then in 2024, I think probably by mistake, in one of our other bills, that particular section got deleted from the code, and our Prosecutors Association, it's one of their priorities to get this language back in the code, because there are situations where children get severely harmed or injured, but of course not dead. You know, they don't die as a result of this injury, but yet they do get seriously harmed. And this was the language that in those instances the prosecutors used to prosecute those babysitters or persons that were supposed to be watching the children who failed to do so. Examples of this would be things like if a babysitter fails to watch a child around a pool, and the child, falls in and, again, doesn't drown but suffers severe brain injuries, or similarly is out playing in the yard and gets struck by a car and severely, TBI type situation, but still lives. Those are the types of situations that the prosecutors use in this very serious injuries or harm to the children that they would use to go and prosecute the person or persons responsible for watching the child who failed to do so. So those are some examples of what we're talking about, just by way of example. That's the explanation of the bill. I'm happy to answer any questions.
See no questions, Senator.
I move adoption by use of the morning roll call, Mr. President.
Okay, let me make sure I'm the right one. Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't see Senator Seymour.
Oh, I'm sorry.
For a question? You yield, Senator
Yes,
Seymour?
sir, of course.
What construes necessary supervision?
Well, that's up to the court. There's not a definition of that in the section, and so that's where you have prosecutors and you have people that look at all the facts. And if, obviously, I think these situations, examples like we were talking about is if you as a parent hire a babysitter to watch your children and then they're playing on their video games on their phone, sexting each other or whatnot, and the child falls in the pool and suffers serious TBI, a traumatic brain injury, those are the types of situations. I mean, they're not going after people needlessly, but we had a situation down in the Pine Belt recently where a grandfather was tasked with watching a grandchild for the parents, and he goes allegedly into his home after picking the child up. This was in the summertime, and leaves the infant in the car for 8+ hours while he's inside, doing whatever. And then 8 hours later, realizes that the infant is inside the hot locked vehicle outside in his front yard. And in that instance, the child died. So obviously that would not apply specifically here. But if the child had survived and yet had suffered a serious brain injury or something like that, those would be the types of situations the prosecutors then could employ this particular language to go after said person.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, of course. Thanks.
Senator Dupree, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
Do you yield?
Of course.
Senator Dupree, you recognize.
Senator, just a quick question.
Yes, sir.
The neglect has to lead to death or some injury that the child suffers. So if it didn't suffer an injury, but they were just neglect, then this
No, this would not apply. And that's, the lines are lines 48 through 55 if you're following on the computer or wherever. But yes, it has to lead to substantial harm, not just even a little harm, but substantial harm to the child's physical, mental, or emotional health. The person then may be sentenced of not more than. It's it's a discretion with the court, of course, of nothing up to 5 years. But the prosecutors, of course, when we had the Judiciary B committee meeting, we had prosecutors who came and presented to the committee, and I think the prosecutor from the Madison County area had a couple of examples where just recently people that were at a birthday party supposed to be watching the child neglected to do so. The child was, I think, in a pool maybe and suffered severe mental injury, brain injuries. And of course the child survived, so they couldn't use the death version of this that is on the books, but they needed some way of making some sort of punishment for that individual.
Thank you, Senator.
Yes.
Okay, seeing no further questions, the senator suggested use the morning roll call for final
Yes, sir.
passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting? No. Seeing none, please recall. Oh, we have Senator Turner Ford, no? Okay. Anyone else? Seeing no others, please record all others present by the use of sworn roll calls, voting aye, and the bill is passed. Okay, Senator Fillingham, 102.
Yes, sir. I'd like to go to that item, call it up and have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2322, driver's license, require identification of sex to be consistent with sex of the individual determined at birth.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Fillingham.
And if you'll recognize Senator Hill to explain the bill.
Senator Hill, you're recognized to explain.
This is the exact same bill that we passed through here last year that was killed in House Committee. What it says is that on a driver's license that DPS is not going to change a sex on a driver's license because somebody petitions the court to change their sex on a driver's license. It's going to be the biological sex on the driver's license, male or female. And that's what we passed last year through here. And basically, if somebody gets in a wreck and is in bad off, and they look at the driver's license, see if they're male or female, if that's not accurate, there's things that healthcare professionals need to know, because if it's a female, they could be pregnant. They would need to do pregnancy tests and things like that before they would treat people for certain conditions or operate on people. So that's part of it. People can't always talk whenever they're in a wreck, and sometimes the only thing that somebody's got to go by is their driver's license. And so that would help them be able to better treat that person on the scene of an accident or when they get to the hospital. And also, if somebody's presenting an ID to get into a female space, we want to comply with the laws that we passed in the last couple of years to keep biological females in their safe spaces and not be sharing their spaces with males. And I also have an amendment.
Okay, seeing no questions of the amendment, if you would please offer the amendment. Show it on the screen.
Okay, the amendment, what this amendment has to do is, if you have followed our Department of Public Safety, they have taken quite a number of drivers of big rigs off the road because some of them had improper driver's license and some of them could not meet the English speaking requirement that the president and the transportation director has said that they should meet. So what this amendment does, it says if a driver's license is of a class of licenses issued by another state exclusively to a person unable to prove lawful presence in the United States, when the license are issued, the driver's license or other permit purporting to authorize the holder to operate a motor vehicle on public roadways shall be invalid in this state and does not authorize the holder to operate a motor vehicle in this state. Such classes of license include licenses that are issued exclusively to illegal or undocumented immigrants, or licenses that are substantially the same as licenses issued to citizens, residents, or those lawfully present in the United States, but have markings establishing that the license holder did not exercise the option of providing proof of lawful residence. So those are the type of driver's license that you're reading about in the other states that have been issued to commercial driver's license for people that operate these big trucks that have been issued in some of these other states that may be driving on Mississippi roads. And so what this amendment does is give more clear direction to whomever is stopping these vehicles. Section B says a peace officer who stops a person driving or using an invalid license as described in paragraph A shall issue a citation to the driver for driving without a license in violation of section 61-141 and shall refer the person to the United States Immigration and Customs Enforcement Agency. Or if a justice court judge or a licensed examiner or other authorized employee of the commissioner encounters a person using an invalid driver's license described in paragraph A of this subsection, shall refer the person to the United States Immigration and Customs Enforcement Agency. So that just gives more direction to whomever's stopping these people to go ahead and contact Immigration and Customs if they have one of these invalid driver's licenses.
Okay, you ready for questions, Senator?
Yes.
Senator Derek Simmons?
Point of order, Mr. President.
Point of order. What's your point of order?
This amendment, Mr. President, is not germane to the original bill. The original bill deals with the sex on driver's license, but this bill deals with, as presented by Senator Hill, the language speaking of the driver, as well as something regarding the other states and also immigration?
Hold on, please.
Can I speak to the point?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a section of code that talks about how driver's license are prescribed, how they're issued in the state of Mississippi, and how they're renewed in the state of Mississippi, and the commissioner is authorized to provide whatever temporary or duplicate driver's license. So this is the whole code section talking about how driver's license can be done in the state of Mississippi. So this is, I feel like this is, it says that false documents are provided by an individual for purposes of obtaining a driver's license or a veteran's driver's license. So all that's in this section about people getting veteran's license, people getting different kind of license, how you give a license to a person. So I think that this fits well within the code section that we're dealing with.
Okay, Senator, and Senator Simmons, your point is not well taken. It is germane to the bill.
And at the appropriate time, Mr. President, I'll have 6 for a roll call on the amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Okay, any other questions? And the motion?
Move adoption of the amendment.
6 or more stand. 6 or more stand. Sufficient number. All right, we'll have let's have a division. Oh, you did say roll call, not division? Okay. Okay, call the roll.
Barnett. Barrett. Berry. Blackman. Blackwell. Blunt. Boyd. Brumfield. Bryan. Butler. Carter. Chazanall. Chisholm. DeBar. Delano. Dupree. England. Fillingane. Frazier. Gillespie Ison. Harkins. Hartness. Hickman. Hill. Hobson. Jackson. Johnson. Kirby.
Aye.
Ladner. McCon. McClendon. McMahon. Michelle. Mumford. Norwood. Parks. Pope. Rhodes. Seymour. Simmons of the 12th. Simmons of the 13th. Sparks. Suber. Tate. Taylor. Thomas. Thompson. Turner Ford. Whaley. Wiggins. Williams. Younger. Butler. Delano. England. Hobson. Johnson. Norwood. Parks. Parks. All right, okay. Sparks. Suber. Voting yes or yea. Barrett, Berry, Blackwell, Boyd, Carter, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingane, Harkins, Hartness, Hill, Johnson, Kirby, Ladner, McCon, McClendon, McMahon, Michelle, Parks, Rhodes, Seymour, Suber, Tate, Taylor, Thompson, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, Younger. Voting no or nay. Barnett, Blackman, Blunt, Brumfield, Bryan, Dupree, Frazier, Gillespie, Isom, Hickman, Jackson, Mumford, Norwood, Pope, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Thomas, and Turner Forward.
Senator England, for what purpose?
To the vote, Mr. President.
You recognize.
Mr. President, I'd like to announce a pair. If my friend Senator Albert Butler was here, he would vote no, and I vote aye.
Record the pair, please. Senator Barnett, for what purpose?
To vote.
You recognize.
Mr. President, I'd like to, if Senator Sparks were here, he would vote aye, and I vote no.
Record the pair, please. Anyone else?
What you get? I got 17. Let me Barnett. There you go. 16. Take Barnett out.
Okay, by a vote of 32 yeas, 16 nays, the amendment passes. Senator Hill.
Move for passage on the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use of morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded voting? No. Call the roll, please.
Barnett. Barrett. Berry. Blackman. Blackwell. Blunt. Boyd. Brumfield. Bryan. Butler. Carter. Chazanall. Chisholm. DeBar. Delano. Dupree. England. Fillingane. Frazier. Gillespie Isom. Harkins. Hartness. Hickman. Hill. Hobson. Jackson. Johnson. Kirby.
Aye.
Ladner. McCon. McClendon. McMahon. Michelle. Mumford. Norwood. Parks. Pope. Rhodes. Seymour. Simmons of the 12th. Simmons of the 13th. Sparks. Suber. Tate. Taylor. Thomas. Thompson. Turner Ford. Whaley. Wiggins. Williams. Younger.
Senator England. Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me, Mr.
Butler.
Clerk.
England. Jackson. Johnson. Seymour. Sparks. Thompson. Whaley. Wiggins. Voting yes or yea. Barrett. Berry. Blackwell. Boyd. Carter. Chazanall. Chisholm. DeBar. Delano. Fillingay. Harkins. Harkness. Hill. Hobson. Johnson. Kirby. Ladner. McCon. McClendon. McMahon. Michelle. Parks. Rhodes. Seymour. Sparks. Suber. Tate. Taylor. Thompson. Whaley. Wiggins. Williams, and Younger. Voting no or nay. Barnett. Blackman. Blunt. Brumfield. Bryan. Dupree. Frazier. Gillespie. Isom. Hickman. Jackson. Mumford. Norwood. Pope. Simmons of the 12th. Simmons of the 13th. Thomas. and Turner Ford.
Senator England, for what purpose?
Mr. President, I have a pair. I would like to announce a pair that Senator Butler, if he was here, would vote no. I vote aye.
Record the pair, please. Senator Barrett, to the vote?
To the vote, yeah, I didn't hear my name called. I'm an aye.
I think they had you recorded as aye. Okay, no one else?
What'd you get? 33 to 17. 33 to 17. Okay. Sparks showed up.
Okay, by a vote of 33 yeas and 17 nays, the bill is passed. We'll go to the next item, item 103.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to have items 103 through 108 pass and retain their place on the calendar and go to item 109.
We'll pass and retain 103 through 108. Go to item 109, Senate Bill 2806. Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2806, load carrying vehicles, increased penalties for violations of certain requirements.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Fillingane.
Thank you, Mr. President. If you'll recognize Senator Michelle to handle the bill.
Senator Michelle, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, this legislation addresses vehicles traveling on state roads and highways without properly covering their loads. December a year ago, I bought a new vehicle and had applied for a specialty tag, and before I could even get my specialty tag mailed to me, I took a rock on I-55 and had a brand new windshield I got to buy before I could even get my car tag. A few months later, I was driving down that same I-55 stretch, took a rock on my sunroof. $1,300 later, I've got a new sunroof. Some of you may have had similar situation. Would you put it up, please, Carlos? This legislation, this cat was driving down I-55 here, and the legislation we refer to here as fines for travels on vehicles carrying sand, dirt, gravel, or rock. And this is an example of the improper way to cover a load. It has a canopy on the top. The law enacted in 1974 required vehicles carrying these items to cover their load with a tarp or a device like this. And obviously this guy could create some serious damage if one of those boulders fell out of the truck, and would cause a car going 70 miles an hour down I-55 to have to swerve or maybe flip a vehicle. The old legislation was enacted in the mid-'70s. It was a $25 fine, up to $100. Maybe that was a lot of money in 1974, but it's not much of a deterrent now. So this legislation amends the fine from a minimum of $200 up to $1,000. Be glad to yield any questions.
See no questions, Senator.
I move passage by use of the morning roll call.
The Senator suggests the use of morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Ladner, Senator Berry, Senator DeBar, Senator Tate, Senator Seymour, Senator Hill, Senator Whaley, anyone else? Senator Chisholm, and Senator Hartness, Senator Parks. How did she vote?
She changed it to aye.
We'll change Senator Hill to aye? Okay. That's it. Okay, seeing no others, a sufficient number, the bill is passed. All right, we'll go to item 110. Senator McMahon? Passed and retained, 110. Senator Michelle, 111.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 111, Senate Bill 2367, and ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2367, Health Insurance Plans Prohibited from Certain Conditions for Metastatic Cancer Patients, delete repealer.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes usual motion. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill was passed 3 years ago when we put a repealer in it. It came to our attention that some insurance companies were requiring step therapy for metastatic cancer. Metastatic cancer is when you have cancer that is metastasized and has gone from one part of the body into tissue or another part of the body. And they would require what's called failed first or step therapy to try drug A. And if drug A doesn't work, then they want you to try drug B. And if drug B doesn't work, then you finally get to drug C, which is proven to be the most effective at treating that cancer. So we simply are removing the repealer. We had a fiscal note done on this. This was studied during our insurance committee hearings this summer. It had a negligible, very minimal, not even noticeable impact on the state health plan. That's why we put the repealer in it, just to make sure it didn't have a cost effect on the state health plan, and the great results are that it did not. So I move passage by use of the morning roll call, Mr. President.
Okay, seeing no questions, Senator suggests the use of the morning roll call for final passage. Any senator to object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of the morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. Senator Michelle.
Go to item 112, Senate Bill 2384, and ask that the title please be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2384, Testing Service Administrating Examination for Insurance Producer meets standards for National Association of Insurance Commissioners.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that Senator Suber be recognized to explain the bill.
Senator Suber, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President. This is a pretty straightforward bill. This is just stating that any testing services administer the examinations based on the standards and best practices developed by the National Association of Insurance Commissioners. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? No questions, Senator. Motion?
Motion to pass by use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests the use of the morning roll call for final passage. Anyone object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of the morning roll call as voting aye, and the bill has passed.
Okay, Senator Michelle, moving to item 113 on the calendar.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2390, Mississippi Conveyance Safety Act, provide for inspections of private residence elevators.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. You're recognized, Senator.
Thank you. I ask that Pro Tem Kirby be recognized to handle the bill, please.
You want to move adoption of the committee substitute?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, well, first off, there's a committee substitute that I'd like to explain. I'll explain the bill and the committee sub. This is a bill that we passed in the past. We've really corrected the language, I think, so everyone's happy with it. It's dealing with elevators. It's not changing anything in commercial at all. The only thing it does is residential elevators, and the residential elevators now, because of some accidents, actually even some deaths that have happened in some halfway put-up elevators in homes, this bill says that they have to have an inspection before use in an elevator. So it really, that's pretty much all it does. The committee sub changes one thing, and all it does is simply say that there only has to be original elevator inspection before use, and it's not an annual inspection. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Senator Harkins.
If not, ask that we adopt the committee sub.
Senator Harkins, you have a question on the committee sub?
Yeah, I yield.
Question.
You're recognized.
Thank you. Did you? I want to verify. You did say it's just an inspection on the beginning, at the beginning of or the end of the construction phase before, like an occupancy certificate can be given to the homeowner.
It's
just
only
a
for
one-time inspection.
One inspection when it's first installed, Senator, and that's it. After that, no more inspections.
Okay. And in the past, this has been a kind of a bone of contention, but are there any requirements that they have to, are they just testing the installation of it? Are they requiring any ladders, any other?
No, sir. It just says that the original inspection has to be done by a certified company, and then they submit a form to the Department of Insurance, just like the commercial does, and they approve it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Harkins. Senator Delano, for what purpose?
Question.
Senator, you yield?
I yield.
You're recognized, Senator Delano.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, if the local building official has adopted, or if the local city has adopted building codes that would address public elevators or private elevators, would that inspection by the local building officials suffice for the purpose of this bill?
If originally the home inspection is by certified inspector and is submitted to the commissioner's office, then it would be. Yes.
Will you work with us as this bill moves through to make sure that the local building official would be one that could be certified to pass this original inspection?
It would take a certified inspector, yes, sir.
Okay, well, just as long as we can get those local building officials to be included in that part as well. Thank you.
That's something we could consider.
Seeing no further questions, Senator Kirby has moved the adoption of the committee substitute. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Now, Senator.
Use the morning roll call for final passage, Mr.
Senator has suggested use of the morning roll call for final passage. Is there anyone who objects to this procedure? Anyone who wishes to be recorded as voting no? Senator, please, Mr. Clerk, please record Senator Harkins as no, Senator Chisholm, Senator Hartness as no, Senator Williams, no, Senator Whaley, no, Senator Delano, no, Senator Hill, no, Senator DeBar, no, Senator Ladner, no, Senator Tate, no, Senator McCon, no, Senator Taylor, no, Senator Barrett, no, Senator Suber, no, Senator Simmons, Derek Simmons, did you have your hand up? Senator Berry, no. Senator England, no. Senator Barnett, no. Seeing Senator Brumfield vote, record him as present. Seeing no further votes on this, please record all others present as voting aye. And let me make sure this is not a 3/5. Seeing no further, please record all those present aye, and the bill passes.
Thank you, sir. You want to keep going, or you want me to?
I'll do one or two, but I might have to. You're moving to Senator, number 114 on the calendar. Senator Michelle, you recognize.
Yes, the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2409, Mississippi Department of Insurance established comprehensive mitigation program for retrofitting insurable homes.
I'll make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. You recognize, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that Senator Delano be recognized to handle the bill.
Senator Delano, you are recognized to handle the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President. I like that. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Windstorm Mitigation Bill, the Strengthen Mississippi Homes Program. We've worked on this for a number of years. As some of you know, the Commissioner and I have had difference of opinion on how the programmatic side of this bill should be established. I'm happy to report to you that there's been a lot of progress made over the last 5 or 6 months to make sure that this program can be adopted for not just homes in South Mississippi, but it would be eligible for homes all over the state of Mississippi. We are still working through some of the nuances of the program and working with the Commissioner's office and the industry to get this done. What we're asking for you to do is to help us keep this bill alive while we continue to work with the Commissioner's office and the chairman on both the House and the Senate side to bring forward a better bill that will answer all the questions that we need to answer. But at this point in time, I would like to ask that we just continue to help us work through this bill in the rest of this session. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to yield at this moment and ask for there any questions.
Any questions?
And if there are no questions, I'll move for a passage by use of morning roll call.
Seeing none, Senator Delano has moved for passage by use of the morning roll call. Is there anyone that objects to this? Oh, pardon me. Is there anyone that objects to this procedure? Is there anyone who wishes to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present on the morning roll call as voting aye, and the bill passes. Moving to item 115, Senator Michelle. You're recognized for 115, Senator Michelle.
Thank you. Mr. President, I'd like to go to item 115 and ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2479, Creating Transparency and Accountability in Dental Services Act and Act.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. President. We originally approached wanting a ratio of the amount of dental services that were performed as a percentage of the premiums paid to be a mandate, a minimum amount. This issue has been studied on a national level, National Conference of Insurance Legislators, and they were not interested in a mandate between two contracting entities, and we have kind of felt the same way here. So all we have before you here now is a transparency bill. This legislation does not require any kind of mandate. It will allow the operators to submit the amount paid out for their patient care divided by the amount of premium revenues. It's just give us an idea over the next several years to see where the premiums are being spent as far as dental care goes. Legislation goes into effect this summer, and the first report will not be until December 1st of 2027, and we'll have annual reports from thereafter. Be glad to yield any questions.
See no questions, Senator.
Move passage by use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests, Senator Norwood, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator Norwood.
Yes.
Senator Norwood, you recognize.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Michelle. Senator Michelle, now would this have a cumulative transparency on both from the private payee as well as the from Medicaid clients and Medicaid?
Yes. The health plans will be submitting the plans to the commissioner, and then you'll take the total amount of premiums paid, and as it relates to the amount of dental services that were paid.
So do you have any? I'm saying, do you have any indication of the variance there in terms of private payee and the that's assessed to Medicaid?
Well, from some of our dentist friends, we understand it's quite low, but this is what we're trying to accomplish here is transparency to find out exactly where it stands. Okay. And the commissioner will compile all the data, and we'll put a report out every December.
And Medicaid will be included in this?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thanks, Senator.
Thank you, Senator. All right, Senator Michelle suggested use the morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye, and the bill is passed. Senator Michelle.
I'd like to go to item 116, Senate Bill 2699, and ask that the title be read.
Please read title.
Senate Bill 2699, State Health Plan, extend repeal on authority of board to collect premium payments from participants in.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye. All
Aye.
opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Michelle.
This is an extension of a repealer that allows our state and school employees' life and health insurance board to continue to operate and provide insurance for approximately 190,000 Mississippians. This is, as you see on line 10, your state agencies, your local school districts, colleges, universities, community colleges, junior colleges, and public libraries. Again, that's on line 180, extends the repealer for 4 more years. I'll be glad to yield any questions.
No questions, Senator.
I move passage by use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggested use the morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of the morning roll call as voting aye, and the bill has passed. Senator Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to pass item 117 and ask that it retain its place on the calendar and to go to item 118, Senate Bill 2704, and ask that the title be read.
Thank you, Senator. We'll pass and retain 117, go to item 118, Senate Bill 2704. Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2704, Association Self-Funded Health Benefit Plan Act, enact.
I'd like to make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Michelle.
I ask that the junior senator from Madison, Senator Blackman, be recognized to handle this bill.
Senator Blackman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. What this bill does, it would allow certain associations to participate in health care plans that have been essentially blocked. And what it would do is to qualify, the plans would have to be established by a legitimate professional or trade association that has existed in good standing for at least 3 years and was not formed solely to obtain insurance. It would only cover professionals who are in that same profession or trade. It would have to comply with ERISA and the laws of its domiciliary jurisdiction, maintain actuarially sound rates, reserves, and excess insurance, and operate as a non-profit entity. And the Commissioner of Insurance would have to review the plan and determine that it meets all requirements before the plan can operate in the state. And what this would do if in some of our rural communities, you have law firms that have 2 or 3 people and they want to add an attorney to help service that area, but they cannot afford everything that goes along with that, such as the health benefits, dental benefits. This would allow them to look elsewhere to find health plans so that they could bring on those extra attorneys to serve those rural areas, but it also apply to any other trade in that area. And then that's an explanation of the bill, and I yield for any questions.
See no questions, Senator.
I move for passage by the use of the morning roll call.
The senator suggests the use of the morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye, and the bill has passed. Senator Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 119, Senate Bill 2752, and ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2752, Mississippi Patient Protection Act 2026, create.
I'd like to make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Michelle.
I ask that Senator Blackwell be recognized to handle the bill.
Senator Blackwell, you're recognized to explain the, I believe you have a committee sub. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I'd like to be recognized to explain the committee sub.
You're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 2752, the Mississippi Patient Protection Act of 26, strengthens patient rights by limiting discriminatory practices by health insurers and reinforcing patients' choice of providers. The bill clarifies and strengthens enforcement of Mississippi's existing any willing provider protections. The bill ensures fair access to health care providers by prohibiting insurers from discriminating against qualified providers within a plan's geographic coverage area who are willing to meet the plan's terms. It protects consumer choice by ensuring patients can choose their provider without insurer interference, and it supports rural and independent providers who may otherwise be excluded by narrow networks. It's an explanation of the committee sub. I'll yield for any questions.
Any questions on the committee substitutes? No questions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. All right, now Senator Blackwell.
Move for passage by the morning roll call.
The senator suggests to use some more roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of more roll call as voting aye, and the bill has passed. Now we'll go to item 120, Senator Fillingane. Senator Fillingane, item 120. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 120, called up and have the title read.
Please read title.
Illegal immigration criminalized under state law.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Fillingane.
Thank you. If you recognize Senator Hill to explain the bill.
Senator Hill, you're recognized to explain the bill. We have a committee sub.
You adopt the committee sub.
You want to call up?
I would call up the committee substitute.
All right, call up the committee sub, and we'll, if you would, please have Senator Hill explain, and then we'll vote on the committee sub.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill does three things. The first section, it enables DPS to collect information on the number of illegal aliens in Mississippi to the extent permitted under law. We want to collect the information so we can determine how to best use our resources. Our focus is on illegal activities such as drug smuggling and human trafficking. The second thing the bill does is to codify participation in the federal 287G program by the department, and that would be the Department of Public Safety. We're way behind other states in taking advantage of 287G. This program's been around for decades, and only last year, I think the Attorney General's office, the Auditor's office, and a couple of other law enforcement agencies began participating in 287G. The purpose is to enable local law enforcement to work with ICE to deport criminal illegal aliens. We're not talking about adding any other duties to law enforcement. The way it works, if an officer during their normal work investigating a rape, a murder, drunk driving, whatever, encounters an illegal alien, then they would work with ICE to give that person over to Homeland Security. And this is the way that program has been in place for years and years and has been used other places and has just now, like I said, recently come to Mississippi. Finally, we're aligning state immigration law with federal law. We're making it a crime for a person to come into Mississippi, not through a proper port of entry, but to come into Mississippi directly from another country. So if someone comes into Mississippi through the Gulf of America and not through a port of entry, this would create a state crime, a felony for somebody coming into Mississippi and bypassing a legal port of entry. So this would be rare, but it could, it could happen that they come directly to Mississippi. We've seen boats wash up and different things happen down in the Mississippi Sound, so we know that it does happen. If a person breaks the law, we're creating an additional penalty to be added onto the current law for a person that has broken U.S. immigration law. Or alternatively, we can hand that person over to ICE. And what we're also doing is if a criminal illegal alien has been convicted of a crime of a sex offense or a violent crime, we're adding up to an additional 5 years that a judge could impose on that sentence if we're dealing with a criminal illegal that's been convicted of a sex crime or a violent crime. And that's basically what the bill does.
Okay, Senator, before we adopt the committee sub, we have some questions.
Yes.
Senator McClendon, for what purpose?
I have an amendment at the proper time.
Bring it forward, and at the proper time, it'll be offered. Senator Seymour, what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
You yield?
Yes.
Senator Seymour, you recognize.
If when this immigrant is apprehended, if he's being employed by a Mississippian company, would they face the same felony penalty?
This has nothing to do with employers. This just has to do with the person in the country illegally. But if we can find a bill that we can deal with employers, I'm happy to deal with that too.
Thank you.
Senator Derek Simmons, what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
You yield?
Yes.
Senator Simmons, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Hill, are we concerned about our local law enforcement officers and our units of government trying to enforce federal law, and what additional requirements is placing on them to enforce federal law?
There's no additional requirement. This just prescribes them a way to cooperate with Immigration and Customs, Homeland Security, when they encounter these folks. And you know, if you've seen the news, you know that our law enforcement has had quite a number of encounters, and we recently in Biloxi captured one that was wanted for some heinous crimes in another state. So this just gives them guidelines to follow when they encounter these types of crimes with these people who are in the country illegally. And also, we do have another bill that would provide some grant funding if law enforcement wanted to hire extra people or dedicate like one person to handle this. We do have another bill that has some funding in it.
Yeah, I'm just concerned about our hardworking men and women on our local law enforcement agencies, as well as at the city level, as well as our counties, sheriffs and deputy sheriffs. Could you direct me in the bill where it shows or it provides legal protections for our local units of governments in the event they are alleged to have committed an unlawful stop or have committed a civil rights violation?
There's nothing in this bill that speaks to that. They face that on a daily basis regardless of what's in this bill, because they're arresting illegals right and left in this state without any type of protection that speaks to that. So this doesn't change anything. It just prescribes a way for them to handle it. They're still arresting the same people. This just prescribes a way for them to handle it and to better cooperate with law enforcement.
Yeah, and I think where our disconnect is, you are speaking in regard to our local law enforcement officers as it relates to people, are more concerned about what they do in their duties and responsibility as it relates to crime. So they are now engaged based upon what's in our current law or code as it relates to crime. But what this bill does is it imposes a new crime for illegal immigration. So that was my concern. My concern is because we are imposing or creating a new crime for something that is arguably preempted by the federal government, does the bill provide protections for our local law enforcement in the event an error is made for them enforcing federal law? This
is basically to conform with federal law. It just adds another charge. It doesn't change the way that law enforcement goes about their business of handling any suspect. This just adds another charge and gives them a way to, if they've committed a crime that's not a violent act or a felony, it provides a way for them to send them back to their home country. And also, I have an amendment that should be at the table for this bill as well that will make this a little bit more concise.
Thank you, Senator Hill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Hobson, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator Hobson.
Yes.
Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Hill. Senator, you keep referencing prescribes the way to handle this. 287G is the program into which the local law enforcement can enter into an agreement with ICE, correct?
Correct.
And that is what prescribes how they handle this, correct?
Exactly.
And there's nothing that prohibits local law enforcement from entering into an agreement right now. Whether we pass this bill or not, they have the authority and the right to enter into that agreement currently, correct?
They can.
And so whether or not, and to Senator Simmons' question on the local law enforcement, you know, you've got some counties, I represent Issaquena County, where they don't have any law enforcement officers. Somebody's got to go through that training program where they don't have many people available, but this would take that person off the road and put them into a nice training program. Well, they could do it if they want to already, correct?
We have a bill in finance that is going to provide a fee on foreign wire transactions that will fund grants to any law enforcement agency in the state.
That bill is not before us right now, is
No,
it?
it's not before us right now. It's on the calendar.
Okay. So who's paying that fee? Citizens?
Whomever is presenting a foreign transaction wire transfer. But if you are a citizen, you can file and get that back on your tax return. But that's another bill.
Well, so if I sent money to my child that's overseas, I might have to pay a fee under that
Not
bill?
if you use a bank, only if you send cash. If you
Well,
use a credit.
If I want to send cash, I would
If
have to pay a fee.
you want
as
to
a
send
citizen.
cash, you'd have to pay the fee,
Okay.
but you'd be able to get it back.
Well, back to this bill. Currently, there's nothing that prohibits our law enforcement from doing this, correct?
Correct.
And
Funding
if
is
you-
what they tell me the issue is.
If you
in
have a
some of
county,
these.
well, funding, so it's going to require more funds to do this?
Only if they participate in a grant system and want to designate an officer, you know, if they want to go full hog on it, if you want to call it that. But basically what this does is just creates a new crime. It creates a new crime of being in the state illegally if you come from somewhere besides the port of entry, which is going to be rare.
Is that constitutional?
I believe it is. It's being litigated now, and
Are
it's
you-
not been deemed unconstitutional.
Are you familiar with the Arizona versus United States case from, I think it was 2012, either 12 or 13?
What I'm familiar with are the Oklahoma and the Tennessee cases. I don't pretend to be a lawyer, but this is not what's being litigated right now. The Oklahoma case and the Tennessee case are what's being litigated right now.
Well, they're being litigated, but I think, because I was Judd A. chair 13 years ago when this same issue came up, and the Supreme Court was very clear that immigration is a federal issue, it's not a state issue. So I think the last part, the third prong of this bill that you mentioned, seems to me to be unconstitutional on its face because it's creating a state commitment for immigration as opposed to a federal obligation for immigration. And while I think we ought to be doing, I think our government ought to be doing things related to immigration, but wouldn't you agree if the Supreme Court, the current law in our country is that this is a federal issue and not a state issue, don't you think that by creating a state crime, this is unconstitutional on its face?
What I would say is that if this body had not fought to overturn Roe v. Wade, we'd still have a clinic over there that's pink. The bills that are moving through the system now, through Texas and Oklahoma, they potentially may change that ruling. There's nothing that says we can't do this right now. I think it's a good move. I think that we're dealing more and more with this, and I think if you have an additional penalty on the books, that might make a deterrent, just like we did the seatbelt law the other day to make a deterrent.
But I guess I'm going to go back to the first part. What I'm asking you is, there's nothing right now in our law that prohibits, and in fact, I think the way it's practiced is that if a local law enforcement determines that someone here is here illegally, they contact ICE right away, and they're supposed to come get them, correct?
Depends on what kind of crime it is.
Well, if they're here illegally, are not they supposed to call ICE to come pick them up and take them from that point?
Unless they've committed a crime for which they're, a state crime for which they're going to be
Yes,
detained in the state prison.
and the second part of the bill goes to the other crimes that they've committed. If you want to strike that section, the second part of the bill just basically increases penalties for somebody who's here illegally that commits a violent offense or a sex offense, and it also adds another 2 years, or can add up to another 2 years on any crime that an illegal would commit that would constitute 3 months or more in incarceration.
Let me give you a scenario. If you've got a criminal, someone that's an illegal immigrant, and they commit a crime, and they call ICE, the local law enforcement calls ICE to come get them. They've got places to detain them for their criminal activity, correct?
This is not going to change that.
Okay. Well, if you've got a choice, this looks like it's going, if I'm looking at the bill correctly, it looks like they would be in the county detention centers. They have to go enter into an agreement. So if our county detention centers are full with rapists and murderers and robbers, are we going to have to kick them out?
Well, they're holding them now until ICE comes and gets them. They're holding them now until ICE comes and gets them.
Yeah. Well, what if ICE is not coming to get them? Do we?
Do you want to turn them loose?
No, I'm just saying, don't you think this goes back to the point, don't you think this is a federal crime, and our federal government and our locals can cooperate with them currently? There's nothing that prohibits our locals from cooperating with them, correct?
This requires the locals to cooperate, is what this does. This is an anti-sanctuary policy. This requires the locals to cooperate with ICE.
Okay. And you don't think this is unconstitutional?
I do not.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Dupree, what purpose?
Good question, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator Hill?
Yes.
Senator Dupree, you're recognized.
Yeah, Senator Hill, I guess I'm going to speak from experience. The mayor and city council or board of supervisors and sheriffs can enter into the agreement that you're talking about without any bill passed by this organization.
They can.
Do you agree?
They can.
Okay. And if someone were to come from the Gulf of Mexico over here illegally, and they're breaking the law, then they will, ICE will be notified. They'll also be adjudicated. If they did not break a law, but in the case of them investigating maybe a crime, they were questioned because they were witnesses or whatever, and it was determined at that point that they are here illegally, then ICE would also be notified.
Correct.
So I'm trying to figure out, why do we need this law?
Because it's an extra penalty for somebody coming in here illegally and bypassing the ports of entry. And it also enhances the penalties for someone who's committing a state crime, a violent or a sex offense up to 5 years, a crime that would constitute 3 years or more, up to 2 years.
So
we can call ICE and deport them. We still can call ICE and deport them. But some of these people we may want to hold. I mean, some of these violent criminals, we may want to hold them because we don't want them coming back across the border in 3 months if we send them back to their home country and we know there's no law and order in their home country.
So, again, I'm trying to figure out what the purpose is, but you answered my questions that we already have the capacity and ability to do what this bill does. So thank you, Senator.
Senator Wiggins, what purpose? Pass. Next is Senator Derek Simmons. What purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. Based off the concerns expressed by Senator Hobson at this time.
Do you have a question, Senator?
I have a motion.
You're not recognized for a motion at this time. We're taking questions right now. If you don't mind, hold
yes, sir.
up till later.
At the appropriate time, Mr. President, may I make a motion?
At the proper time.
Thank you so much.
Okay, next question, Senator Chisholm.
Question?
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes, of course.
Thank you. I appreciate that. As you're probably well aware of, May the 19th of 2024, 2 years ago, there were 650 illegal immigrants, no green cards, nothing, 13 bus loads that were coming into Union County. I fought really, really hard to get them stopped, and we did get them stopped. This bill would have helped me to get them stopped from coming into Union County, would it not?
Well, it depends on how they came in. This bill basically, if you come in from the Gulf of Mexico or you fly in here from some other airport overseas and land, that would be what would constitute the additional state crime. The others are just enhancements for crimes that an illegal would already commit in this state. The only new crime is if somebody comes in here through the water or flies in here directly from another country, from an airport in another country and lands in the state. So I don't know that that would qualify yours because they were coming on a bus from Tennessee or somewhere.
No, they had come across the border, we were told.
Yeah.
And then they were put on buses and sent to my area.
But we don't know where they came across the border.
Right.
They probably drove across the border rather than washing up on the Gulf of Mexico, would be my guess.
Well, there's so many people that feel like that we don't have a problem with illegal immigrants here in the state of Mississippi, and they're wrong. That happened May the 19th of 2024, August of 2024. I don't know that it was one of those illegal immigrants, but an illegal immigrant raped a 10-year-old child twice in my district, and me begging to get help, and even bringing the resolution to the floor that was killed on the floor, the 287G, to ask our law enforcement to join with the federal government or with ICE agents to help us find them, locate them, and arrest them and deport them.
And I think if I remember correctly, that person had been deported once or had gone back and forth and was back in the country.
That person actually came in under Biden and was deported under the first term of Trump, and then came back on the next term.
Thank you.
Okay, that's no further question. Senator Simmons, you're recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. And I did have a parliamentary inquiry if there were more questions.
There are no more questions.
All right. My motion is to table.
The motion is to table. Would you like to speak on it?
Yes, Mr. President.
You're recognized. You recognize, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senators, I make this motion to table for our dedicated men and women in our local law enforcement agencies at the city level, as well as our local sheriff's departments and counties. As Senator Hobson pointed out, to the extent that they want to enter into any arrangement or into any agreement, they can do that right now. I'm just concerned about the protections, or in the event an error or anything is made regarding a civil rights violation, regarding an improper arrest, for them actually engaging in a function of the federal government. The federal government, according to what the U.S. Supreme Court has already ruled, is responsible for illegal immigration. So aside from being concerned about our dedicated men and women in our local law enforcement agencies, I'm certainly or seriously concerned, like Senator Hobson is, regarding the constitutionality of us passing a bill that basically preempts federal law. So I think this is preempted by federal law. So that's my concern. I ask for your support on the motion to table.
Senator Hill, would you like to speak?
Do we need to adopt the committee sub first?
No.
Okay.
No.
Yes, I would ask you to oppose the motion to table. This bill will help our law enforcement officers to be able to better do the business that they encounter on a day-to-day basis. People are tired of the crime. we need to do everything that we can to make sure that our citizens are safe from human trafficking, from drugs, from the sexual crimes, from the violent crimes. This bill will put a greater deterrent and greater punishment on those who come into this country illegally and commit crimes. And that's what this bill does. It's an enhanced penalty for illegals to come in here and commit crimes. It's a new penalty if somebody comes directly to Mississippi from a foreign country. That's pretty simple. If they wash up in the Gulf of Mexico or they land in an airport. I would ask you to vote against the motion to table, and I would like a roll call.
First, we have a question, Senator. Senator Brumfield, did you have a question?
Yes, I have a question, Mr. President.
Senator, you yield?
Yes.
Senator Brumfield.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Hill, for taking my question. Have we actually factored in the cost that's associated with this legislation?
There really would be no way to do a fiscal note because the vast majority of folks are working even outside the 287G program. They're already having to deal with illegals. And if there is a cost, we have a bill to provide a grant program through DPS for these law enforcement agencies if they feel like they need it.
Okay. The detaining, for detaining purposes, would that be an additional cost as well, not just for the law enforcement that's needed? What about the actual housing the particular immigrants that you're speaking?
Senator, I would ask, what's the cost of the victims? What's the cost of the human trafficking? What's the cost of the murders, of the rapes? You know, we had a girl raped right down the road in a Mexican restaurant in the bar and left. That's the cost that we ought to be concerned about right now, is the human cost.
I'm not suggesting
but
that
there is no fiscal note to this bill. But there would be a grant program available to them through another bill.
Okay, I'm not suggesting that we shouldn't be concerned about individuals. Please don't take that as I'm saying that. I was just asking, since the ICE agents can be called and they have the proper...
They can be called.
Yeah, they can detain them properly. And I was just asking, would this be an additional burden on the state? That is it necessary for us to do this?
DPS said that they would be in favor of this type of bill. I certainly called the commissioner and talked to him before, and he certainly said that they would be in favor of this, that it would not be an additional burden, it would be an additional tool for them to enforce the law.
Thank you.
Okay, the motion is to table the bill, and a roll call has been requested. Please call the roll.
Barnett. Barrett. Berry. Blackman. Blackwell. Blunt. Boyd. Brumfield. Bryan. Butler. Carter. Chazanall.
Now we got a committee, so.
Chisholm. DeBar. Delano. Dupree. England. Fillingham. Frazier. Gillespie Isom. Harkins. Hartness. Hickman. Hill. Hobson. Jackson. Johnson. Kirby. Ladner. McCon. McClendon. McMahon. Michelle. Mumford. Norwood. Parks. Pope. Rhodes. Seymour. Simmons of the 12th. Simmons of the 13th. Sparks, Suber, Tate, Taylor, Thomas, Thompson, Turner Ford, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, Younger, Barrett, Berry, Boyd, Brumfield, Bryan, Carter, Chazanall, Chisholm,
No, she said no.
Delano, Johnson, Sparks, voting yes or yea: Barnett, Blackman, Blunt, Brumfield, Bryan, Butler, Dupree, Frazier, Gillespie, Isom, Hickman, Hobson, Jackson, Mumford, Norwood, Pope, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Thomas, and Turner Ford. Voting nay, no or nay: Barrett, Berry, Blackwell, Boyd, Carter, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingane, Harkins, Hartness, Hill, Kirby, Ladner, McCon, McClendon, McMahon, Michelle, Parks, Rhodes, Seymour, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Taylor, Thompson, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, and Younger.
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. President.
You're recognized.
Mr. President, I did not hear a request for 6 to stand to support the roll call vote.
It's not on the amendment, it's on a motion. Thank you. Okay, according to Rule 114, I did have the right to request that we call the roll. So now we'll wait and see what the outcome is. So your point is not well taken. Senator Bryan?
I'm sorry, did you say the point was not well taken?
Yeah, he asked to have six or more, they had to have 6 or more stand. According to Rule 114, we do not.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I thought you said it was required to have
I'm
6 or more
sorry.
stand. I misheard, never,
Thank you,
in the
Senator
words
Bryan.
of Rosanna Dana, never mind.
Okay, now we need to adopt the committee sub, and then we have an amendment. Oh, wait, hold on, I didn't give the vote. Okay, it was, 17 yeas and 32 noes was the vote. Yeah, pass.
Move to adopt the committee sub.
Okay, any questions on the committee sub? The senator asked that we adopt the committee sub. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now, Senator Hill, I think we have an amendment by Senator McClendon.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to offer the amendment and have it read, please.
Read the amendment.
Amend by inserting the following language under line 34 as a new section and renumbering subsequent sections accordingly. Section, this act shall be known and may be cited as the Glacier Act. Further, amend the title to conform.
Senator McClendon, you'd like to explain the amendment?
Thank you, Mr. President. This is short and sweet. I had a bill that did similar actions, and it got nationwide attention because of the name. I think if we're going to do something in this chamber, I think we need to make a statement, and I think the Glacier Act makes a statement with this. And with that, I'll offer any questions.
Are there any questions? Any questions? Seeing Senator Blunt, do you yield Senator Blunt for a question?
Yes, sir.
Senator Blunt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator McClendon, tell me what Glacier Act means. Why did you choose that name for your bill?
Because ice and glacier go hand in hand.
Oh, sure. So ICE stands for Immigration and Customs. It's a federal acronym for a federal agency. And so this is just, you picked it because it's just a big chunk of ice. Is that right?
It gets the attention of everyone, just like it's getting the attention of you now.
Okay. It doesn't stand anything. It doesn't stand for anything. It's not an acronym. It just means big ice, right?
Ice is glacier, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, seeing no others, you move for adoption of the amendment.
Move for the adoption of the amendment on the morning roll call.
No. All in favor, all in
me,
favor of the amendment, say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. The noes have it. Amendment fails. Now, Senator Hill for motion. Senator Hobson, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
To Senator Hill?
To Senator Hill, yes.
To Senator Hill, you yield?
Yes.
Senator, you mentioned earlier that there were 2 cases proceeding through the system right now, one in Oklahoma and one in some other state, correct? Texas, is that right?
I think
Do you know where those stand in the process to determine whether or not any of this can be considered constitutional?
The Fifth Circuit has kind of put it on hold. It's just kind of in limbo right now.
Would it be wise for us to put some trigger into this to see if it goes into effect, that we wait until we determine whether or not we're going to do this and spend money and waste money until some determination's made as to whether or not this is even constitutional?
Well, our Attorney General's office and our state auditor is already participating in 287G. So they're already spending money on 287G.
I'm not talking about the 287G. Anybody can participate in 287G right now. Our DPS participates in it already. Attorney General, Auditor's Office, several counties are participating in it, and that's what I said earlier, that nothing's stopping anybody from participating in 287G right now, correct?
Right.
So I'm asking about the part that I mentioned earlier that I'll question you about, and my concerns are the constitutionality of the latter part of this bill based on the Arizona versus U.S. case from 2012. If the determination in those two cases is on the constitutionality of states' rights to enforce immigration, would it be wise for us to put some trigger in an amendment or do something so we don't have to spend money until we know that this is even constitutional?
Well, we have a severability clause in here that says if any one or provisions or subsections, sentences, clauses, or phrases is hereby declared unconstitutional. So we have a severability clause to consider that, what you're talking about.
Okay.
That's already in the original bill.
And would that be, as it relates to the latter part of this bill, so as not to go down the path and spend the money, that we should put the provision about waiting until there's a determination on those before it's declared?
This bill's got a reverse repealer in it. I would just prefer that it move on with the reverse repealer. We do have that severability clause in it.
I didn't realize there was reverse repealer in it. Okay.
Thank
you, Senator.
Okay, Senator, you request the use of morning roll call, Senator?
Yes.
The Senator suggested use of morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Okay. Senator Pope. Senator, Senator Jackson. Gillespie, Isom. Senator Dupree. Senator Mumford. Senator Frazier. Senator Hickman. Senator Thomas. Senator Norwood. Senator Derek Simmons. Blackman. And Turner Ford. Senator Sarita Simmons. Senator Butler. Senator Brumfield. Senator Blunt. Anyone else? Senator Bryan. Anyone else? I guess I'm going to wait for the vote, but I know we got the votes. Okay, with 17 nays, the bill has passed. Senator Fillingane.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move that we suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of item number 103, Senate Bill 2337.
One moment, please. 103, Senate. 103. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2337, technical violation hearing, exempt need for hearing for participants of intervention courts upon judges' findings of violations.
Make the usual motion.
Usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
If you'll recognize Senator Sparks to handle the bill, please.
Senator Sparks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 2337 addresses intervention court. People are participating in our intervention courts. You plead into intervention court, usually when you've had a felony offense. Some folks are on probation and actually get a felony offense and end up in our intervention court. Once you've pled into an intervention court, you're under the jurisdiction of that judge. If you are removed from intervention court by that judge for violations, you are sent to MDOC custody at the discretion of the judge because you have already pled. For those who are in intervention court who may also be on probation, they have occasionally raised the issue of whether or not they're entitled to a technical violation hearing, and this bill would clarify that you are not, because once you've pled into the intervention court, you are under the jurisdiction of the intervention court, and if the judge has found at least 3 violations already in the intervention court, then you would not be entitled to a separate hearing as a probationer would typically be allowed under a technical violation. That is an explanation of the bill, and I would yield to any questions.
Seeing none, Senator.
Move for passage on the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call been requested. Anyone object? Voting no. Present. Thank you, Senator Sparks. Senator Fillingham, I think we go back.
I would move that we suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of item number 104, Senate Bill 2338.
104, Senate. Give them just a second to see. 104. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator, Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2338, Statute of Limitations to accept felonious assistance program fraud from.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator.
If you recognize Senator Sparks to handle the
Senator
bill.
Sparks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 2338 simply moves the statute of limitations for felonious assistance program fraud from 5 years, as is currently the law, to 10 years. This is to address programmatic fraud that we often see that is under an administration for programs that are created that the next administration might discover, and 5 years is too short of a period of time since you can potentially serve 2 4-year terms as an executive in the state of Mississippi. So it will move the statute of limitations from 5 years to 10 years for program fraud that is a felony. That is an explanation of the bill. I would yield to any questions.
Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for your mail.
Move for passage on the morning roll call.
Use the morning roll call being requested. Anyone object? Of course, voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes by use of morning roll call. Senator Fillingham.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would move that we suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of item 108, Senate Bill 2805.
108, Senate. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
And if you'll recognize Senator Sparks to handle
Senator
this one.
Sparks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank
We
you,
need to read the title, sir.
Senate Bill 2805, MDCPS State Central Registry revised provisions related to.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This comes to us as a request from Child Protective Services. Excuse me, make the usual motion. I jumped ahead of my chairman.
I was just fixing to grab you, yes. Usual motion, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, sir.
Senate Bill 2805 comes to us from the Department of Child Protective Services. There are criminal convictions or adjudications that would disqualify you from serving in roles with children, such as being foster parent or a caretaker of children. For some reason, these convictions are not making their way to the central registry at CPS. This bill would require that the court does that and orders them to do that, to share the order with the CPS registry. So for any conviction of a crime set forth in that section, also where a parent or guardian qualifies as substantiated perpetrator, that they would get this information to Child Protective Services. They simply need this on their registry to make the proper determinations of people in our child care world or foster parent world. That's an explanation of the bill. I would yield to any questions.
Seeing none, Senator, we're ready on your motion.
Move for passage on the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call been requested. Anyone object? Mr. Court is voting no. Present. Thank you, Senator Sparks. Senator Fillingham, we're back to you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to go back to where we had stopped, so I don't know if you need me to move that we
There's
suspend the rules.
no suspension. We just go back to where you were, sir.
Item 124.
Item 124, Senate.
I'd like to go to that item called up and have the title read.
Sir, are you going to have 121, 122, 123 remain their place on the calendar?
Yes, sir. If we will skip those and have them retain their place on the calendar.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, please read the title, 124.
Senate Bill 2316, silencers, clarify legality of making, manufacturing, selling, or possessing.
Make the usual motion.
Usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Senator Fillingham.
Thank you, Mr. President. So this one presents a very slight change with not much difference, but I'll explain to you the need for the difference. So currently, Section 973731 provides that it shall be unlawful for any person, corporation, or manufacturing establishment to make, manufacture, sell, or possess any instrument or device which, if used on firearms of any kind, will arrest or muffle the report of the firearm when shot or fired, if making, manufacturing, selling, or possessing that instrument or device violates federal law. So in other words, a silencer or suppressor. Previous law, as it currently stands, says the same exact thing, except the modifier says, instead of violates federal law, is not duly authorized under federal law. So it's like a negative versus an affirmative. The reason for this is that last year the federal government removed $200 federal tax imposed on suppressors when they're registered by their new owners pursuant to the new National Firearms Act. And within the next few years, either through legislation or through court challenge, suppressors could be removed from federal regulation altogether. If that happens with our current language, which is the permissive one, not duly authorized under federal law, then overnight, thousands of Mississippians who do own suppressors could become illegal or criminals. So we certainly are trying to look ahead to see if that were to happen. We want the law to protect those who have duly purchased and have authorized to have these silencers in their possession. So that is the reason for the very slight change, which really doesn't change the substance of the law, but it does sort of look ahead to make sure that if those contingencies were to happen on the federal level, that Mississippi's law would not come up wanting. That's the explanation. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for your motion, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move adoption by use of the morning roll
Use of
call.
the morning roll call been requested. Anyone object? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, bill passes by use of the morning roll call. We move to Senator Simmons. Senator Simmons, we're on 125, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I go to that item on the calendar, call it up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2023, County Law Library, authorized use of money for technological purposes.
I make the usual motion.
Usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask you to recognize Senator DeBar to explain the
Senator
bill.
Barr, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a bill that we passed last year, died at the other end. All it does is say that the monies that counties appropriate for the law libraries, the monies they recoup from it, can also be used for technological purposes if they have extra money. So it can be used for technological purposes for any chancery, circuit court, or in any county court. Such electronic and technical purposes include, but not limited to, installing, repairing, or improving audio systems, video systems, digital communications, recording of court proceedings, evidence display, assisted listening, and technical infrastructure. That's all it does. I'll yield for any questions if there are any.
Seeing none, we're ready on your motion, sir.
I suggest use by passage of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to that procedure? We should be, of course, voting no. Present. Seeing none, Senator Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that items 126, 127, and 128 retain their place on the calendar. Go to item 129, call it up, and have the title read.
126, 7, and 128 retain their place on the calendar. 129, Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2432, state inmate housing rate, removes certain provisions.
I make the usual motion.
Usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that you recognize Senator Barrett to explain the committee.
Senator Barrett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 2432 comes to us from the Sheriff's Association and the Boards of Supervisors. What it does is it authorizes the Boards of Supervisors to contract with political subdivisions to house and feed certain inmates that they have at an agreed upon rate. There's a limit at the bottom. Such rate shall not be less than the payments by the Mississippi Department of Corrections to the county That's an explanation of the bill, Mr. President, and I yield for any question.
Seeing none, ready on your motion, sir?
My motion is that we pass this by the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. President.
It's a committee
There
substitute.
is a committee sub, yes, sir.
Yeah.
I ask that we adopt a committee
sub,
substitute.
that's correct. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now we're ready, sir.
Yeah, yes, sir. I ask that we pass the committee sub by use of the morning roll.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Does anyone object? Mr. Court is voting no. Present? Seeing none. Senator England?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 130 on today's calendar and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2050, Artificial Intelligence, Required Disclosure when Used in Political Advertisements.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I make the usual motion.
Usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that Senator Bradford Blackman be allowed to explain the bill.
Mr. Clerk, Mr. Blackman, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, what this bill does is when artificial intelligence is used in qualified political advertisements, it must be disclosed. And to be a qualified political advertisement, two things must be true. The advertisement has to use an AI-generated image, audio, or video, and the advertisement is made by or on behalf of a candidate, committee, or other person in connection with an election or ballot issue. If those conditions are not met, then the bill does not apply. If it does use artificial intelligence, if it is a text or graphic ad, it must include a visible disclaimer. If it's an audio ad, it must include a spoken disclaimer. If it's a video ad, then it must include both a visual and a spoken disclaimer. And what the bill does not do, it does not ban the use of artificial intelligence in campaigns. It does not regulate text-only content such as captions or written posts. It doesn't apply to private social media activity, to satire or parody. And what the penalties would be for an individual, the first violation is up to $250. Subsequent violations would be up to $1,000. And for a committee, it'd be up to $1,000 per violation. And enforcement it can come from the Attorney General or the candidate who is injured or likely to be injured by the violation. And that's an explanation of the bill, and I'll take any questions.
Senator Wiggins, for what purpose?
Question.
Yield, Senator.
Yes.
Senator Wiggins, you're recognized for question on the bill.
Thank you. Thank you for yielding. I haven't read the bill. I seem to like the intent, but I'm just curious. So if in our campaigns, and we're on social media, our campaigns are running a social media and AI generates, then we're required to have this disclosure on any such ad. Am I accurate in saying that?
Yes, if it's audio or visual. If it's text only, it does not require disclosure.
So if our new Chat GPT and all these people are going around making, things of themselves, if we put that out onto a campaign, that's when we got to put the disclosure.
Yes, if it's advocating on behalf of a candidate or against the candidate.
So, and also if many folks, as you probably know, use a contractor outside political firm, is the candidate held responsible, or is the entity that's doing your political arm?
The entity doing the political arm, because that'd be the committee, and that violation would be up to $1,000. The individual starts at $250.
Okay, so it's on the committee to make sure the people doing the stuff for them are adhering to this, should this become law?
Yes.
Okay, and then who prosecutes that? The Attorney General's office?
The Attorney General can, or the candidate who is injured or likely to be injured. It can be brought in the county where that candidate is running, or the county where those voters are trying to be influenced.
Okay, what if your opponent, let's say, decides to go and make an AI ad and puts it out there and puts no disclosure? Are you then held responsible?
You could avail yourself of this law if it became law to go after that opponent who is not adhering to the law.
But I mean, what if they make one of your, you got a pretty face, what if your opponent makes an AI of Senator Blackman and puts it out there and there's no disclosure on it in your campaign and you didn't have anything to do with it? Are you being held responsible?
No, you're not being held responsible because
Okay.
it's not generated by you.
Okay, so it's if it's generated by you, the candidate?
Yes.
Got you. Okay, thank you.
Senator Dupree, for what purpose, sir?
A question.
You for a question, Senator?
Yes.
Please proceed, Senator Dupree.
I think you answered it before. If you are not involved in the creation or direction of that AI-generated ad, then you're not responsible for it.
That's correct.
So if someone, a person who supports the other candidate decides to do something, you're unaware that you're not responsible for it.
You're not responsible.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Senator Norwood.
Of course, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator?
Yes.
You recognize Senator Norwood.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Blackman. Now, are there penalties for individuals that, you know, surrogates of or anyone that create that, not necessarily on behalf? But, you know, you have some political operatives that would, are there penalties for them included in this, or this only deal with the candidates themselves?
No, it would be penalties if, say, a political operative has created AI-generated content bashing you. You can avail yourself of this law to get them fined.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, Senator?
There are two amendments.
Okay. You want to present them, please, sir?
Yes. What this First Amendment does is if a news organization or internet service provider is provided with the artificial intelligence created ad, they're not responsible because they don't know that it has been generated and does not have the disclaimer. Provided they have somewhere on their website that if you give me political content, you have to adhere to this law, they're not the ones responsible. What this does is it keeps it updated. It adds streaming service, mobile application, or online platform to those who are not responsible for someone providing them with content that does not adhere to this law.
Questions? Seeing none, Senator, ready on your amendment.
Move for adoption of the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator. Second amendment, please. Okay, we're good to go.
What this amendment does is we just recently passed legislation that defined artificial intelligence. This will conform this legislation to that definition.
Questions on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for a motion, sir.
Move for adoption of the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator.
Mr. President, if there are no further questions, I move for passage by use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? Colleagues voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator Blackman. Senator McCon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask that we take up item number 131, Senate Bill 2622, and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2622, one-door website tasks ITS with developing a single website that allows users to access any state function.
Mr. President, I would make the usual motion.
He makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator.
Mr. President, I would ask that you recognize Senator Johnson to explain.
Senator Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill seeks to create a one-door website for Mississippi. We had a bill last year that was signed into law that created a data exchange, so it would be a cloud-based system for all of state information to be operating on, with the opportunity for data to be shared in the background. This is not accessible, so like if it's a child's data or if it's HIPAA-type data, it's not accessible by people outside of those agencies, but the computer system, through whatever algorithms they have, will communicate that data across the statewide network. What a one-door policy would provide for is for an individual or business to have one government website or state website that they would log into and have access to anything regarding them with the state. That would include the Department of Revenue, Department of Human Services, anything that you would have an account with in the state. Other states have begun to do this. Utah has a fully functioning, broad range one-door policy. Delaware has moved in that direction, and then some other states have additionally moved towards that in different parts of state government. This would allow for a business to have one login to do unemployment, DOR, including TAP, sales tax, any number of things. It would allow for an individual who may apply for Medicaid. To apply for Medicaid, the information that's then provided can be cross-referenced behind the scenes without a human processing it to tell them what other programs in the state they would qualify for or not qualify for. So it's a much more efficient way to run government. It's something that is coming online in other states, and this would instruct ITS to move forward with that and gives them a date. I believe it is 2028 where it would be implemented, January 1st, 2028. I would like to, at the appropriate time, Mr. President, add a reverse repealer just to make sure that we have this written in a way that it can be pushed forward.
Senator Hill, for what purpose?
Speak on the bill.
Okay, we need to adopt the amendment, and then we'll speak on the bill.
If there's no questions about the reverse repealer, I move adoption of the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now we're on the bill. Senator Hill's recognized to speak on the bill. One moment, Senator Johnson.
I do appreciate the fact that the senator's trying to create more government efficiency by integrating these systems together. But my concern is, I listened to one of the hearings that Senator Sparks held, and I can't remember if it was workforce development or what it was, but there was somebody representing either Medicaid or DHS that basically said that they couldn't follow to check on somebody's assets or income to see if they would qualify for a program because they had no way to do it. I listened to that and I played it over and over. So our programs, if that's correct, are all self-attestation. You say what you make, but there's no way for them to check it. So my concern would be, if we can't validate somebody's income currently, if we're going to try to check and see if they really qualify, then we're going to integrate that amongst all these agencies, but we don't have any way to tell whether they truly qualify. So it would concern me that we're trying to fast track something across agencies to make people be able to get benefits easier, but yet we can't validate whether or not they actually deserve the benefits. So that's just a concern that I have, that I wanted to make the body aware of, that from what I heard in that meeting, it's just basically whatever you say, that they said they didn't have a way to really check. And I think that's one of the problems that they have with the HOPE Act, because the HOPE Act said you got to check that and you got to validate, and they've got to tell you if they make changes to their income. So it's just a concern that I wanted to raise, and why I have a concern on the bill. Thank you.
Senator, you recognize to speak on the bill.
I believe that this is the appropriate way that we should move forward in our state, and I think that if people can already attest to something that is untrue, they could do it under any system that we have. And I move adoption of this bill using the morning roll call.
Use the morning roll call requested. Anyone object? Voting no. Hill. Chisholm. Hartness. Hill, Chisholm, Hartness. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Negatives shown. 132, Senator McConnell.
Mr. President, I would ask that we call up item number 132, Senate Bill 2623, and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2623, State Apprenticeship Program Advisory Council create.
Mr. President, I'd make the usual motion.
Usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator.
Mr. President, there is a committee substitute in this. I would Move for adoption of committee sub and ask for Senator Sparks to be recognized to explain it.
You're recognized to explain the committee substitute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This Senate Bill 2623 would create an advisory council for the Mississippi Office of Apprenticeship. This is something that through federal legislation that we're going to have an opportunity to draw down training dollars that are geared directly toward an apprenticeship program. I will say to you, this bill already has a reverse repeater in it because we are waiting to see some final guidance from the federal government, but we want to be in a position to be prepared to have the proper advisory council set up that is required under federal law to draw down these federal funds for training. An apprenticeship program in the state of Mississippi would lead to high-quality, high-wage jobs, and that is the purpose of the bill. I would be glad to yield to any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator.
Move for adoption of the committee sub.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator.
Move for passage on the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? Voting no. Present. Seeing none. Thank you, Senator Sparks. Senator McCon, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would call up item number 123, Senate Bill 2673, and ask the title be read.
It's 133, I think, sir. Right?
133.
Yeah. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2673, the Department of Occupational Licensure create.
Mr. President, I would make the usual motion.
Usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator.
Mr. President, there is a committee substitute in here. I would move for adoption of committee substitute. Ask to be recognized.
You're recognized to explain the committee substitute, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this is one of the two that I've got out there this year that you've probably gotten some emails on. I'm going to go ahead and tell you that we're going to go ahead and take care of that today for you. The Department of Occupational Licensure, the original bill was about 1,100 pages, and it included every occupational licensure board and agency out there. This bill and the committee substitute strikes that back to a study committee. I don't know the answer in state government, but I know in December, Mr. President put me over a little committee called Government Structure and said, go out there and figure it out. I don't believe that we've had the time to figure it out, but what I've asked is for us to be given the time and for the committee to be able to work. What you'll notice in this bill actually names the Committee of Government Structure and the Committee on the other side of State Affairs to come together and have a series of hearings to determine what is working and what is not working. And if there are things that are not working and we can do something different with the licensure, that is our goal, and that's what this committee is being set up for, this study committee right here. Just know that this does nothing as far as changing anything. It just asks for the ability to have some investigative hearings to determine. I think PEER does a great job, but I also think that everyone in here are the people, these people in this room are the ones that have to vote on it at the end of the day. And PEER's information that they bring forward is real nice to look at, and it has some great data in there. But at the end of the day, I want this committee to be able to ask the questions that are hard and to come forward with any product that they feel is satisfactory to the state of Mississippi. So that's what we've got, is we just have a study committee bill. Mr. President, I would entertain questions.
Questions on the committee substitute? Seeing none, Senator.
If there are none, I would move for adoption of committee substitute.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Mr. President, I move for final passage based upon the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call been required. Request anyone object? Voting no. Present. Seeing none, it passes. Thank you, Senator McCon. Good work on that part. Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 134 on today's calendar, Senate Bill 2746, and ask the title to be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2746, Older Mississippians Act create.
Make the usual motion.
Usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill before us is at a request of the Department of Human Services. The Division of Aging and Adult Services within the Mississippi Department of Human Services partners with local area agencies on aging throughout the state to offer services to older adults, vulnerable adults, and caregivers. From home-delivered meals to help signing up for Medicare, to finding opportunities to connect with others, the Division of Aging provides a wide variety of services and programs designed specifically for older adults, adults with disabilities, and their caregivers. The current statute governing the Division of Aging and Adult Services is outdated. These laws were enacted prior to the establishment of the Mississippi Department of Human Services and the enactment of Older Americans Act of 1965, which provides regulations and federal compliance. To ensure consistency and compliance with the federal Older Americans Act, the proposed legislation formally designates the Department of Health as the state unit of aging. This designation authorizes the Department of Human Services, and specifically the Division of Aging and the Adult Services to administer aging programs and assume the responsibilities outlined. And specifically, this proposed legislation establishes the specific duties and responsibilities of the Department of Human Services, defines the roles of area agencies on aging, updates existing laws to reflect the programs currently administered by the division, and clarifies that the Department of Human Services is responsible for holding area agencies on aging accountable. That's an explanation of the bill. I'll yield for questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator.
Move for passage by the use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? Recorded voting no. Present. Senator McMahon. Bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator McMahon, we're on 135, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Call up item 135 on Days Count and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2679, Mississippi Land Bank Act, local government transfer vacant and abandoned property to.
Make the usual motion.
Usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Mr. President, I ask that Senator Isom be recognized to deliver her first bill.
Senator, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President and Mr. Chair. What this bill does is create a local accountable tool called the Land Bank. It acquires, manages, and returns vacant, abandoned, and tax forfeited properties to the productive use of the tax roll. Some of the things that it does, it addresses the blight and tax-based laws by moving long, vacant, abandoned, and tax delinquent properties back into productive use. Local control of the cities, counties may create a land bank by a resolution. Regional land banks can be formed through interlocal cooperatives and public purpose entities focused on property stewardships, not a new regulator. No eminent domain. The Act prohibits a land bank from using eminent domain. It improves the pipeline for tax forfeited property by authorizing transfer for the Secretary of State's tax lands registered to a bank, a land bank. It clears redevelopment pathways. The land bank may clear title, maintain, demolish, rehabilitate, assemble, and dispose of partials, under locally adopted policies. Partnerships, ready. It supports collaboration with private and nonprofit developers and common redevelopment finance tax credit structures where appropriate. Strong accountability. It's subject to open meetings, public records, and ethics and government requirements, annual reporting, and auditability. It also provides practical funding model, revenues for sales, lease, fees, grants, limited, time-bound, ad valorem tax remittance on land bank conveyed property to support operations while neighborhoods stabilize. It also limited tax exposures, any bonds or revenue obligations, no automatic state or local general obligations or debt. What this bill does not do, it does not authorize eminent domain. It does not require any city or county to create a land bank. It does not automatically increase taxes or create state debt. I move to adopt the bill. Any questions?
Yes. Senator Tate, for what purpose, sir?
Thank you, Mr. President. All right, so to get to what this bill does, we have pieces of property that property tax wasn't paid, no one tried to redeem them, no one tried to get them at auction, and so they then go back to the state. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and so from there, this is for strictly municipalities and or counties to then.
I'm sorry, but I can't hear.
Those lands, is it only the municipalities that then can take these lands, or is this counties, or am
The counties and the municipalities.
Okay, if a municipality chooses not to take a piece of land, can the county then take that land?
Yes.
Okay, and then is there any kind of assessment of how they then sell that land, or like do they have to like get an appraisal or anything like that?
One of the things they do, they set up a board. Each municipality or county set up a board, and the board then works with this property. And they auction off the property or, make sure the property is available.
Yes, ma'am. I represent Meridian. I can see where this would be good there. I just want to make sure we get the wording right. I appreciate you.
Okay. I see there's no other questions. I know. I'm ready to go sit down.
Senator Simmons, D. Senator Derek Simmons, you're recognized for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Will you yield for a question, Senator? Senator Isom, will you yield for a question?
Yes, I yield for
Senator
a question.
Simmons, you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator, for yielding. Would you start from the very beginning and explain the bill again?
Okay.
No, I'm just joking. Thank you, Senator.
All right, Senator Hickman, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
Will you yield for a question, Senator?
I yield.
Senator, you're recognized.
Senator, when you first got up to start presenting this bill, I think Chairman made the usual motion. Do you remember him making the usual motion?
Did I what?
Do you remember him making the usual motion?
Yes.
Could you do me a favor and demonstrate the usual motion?
Okay. What he said was that he yields.
No. He didn't move. I need you to make the usual motion. Like, I need some
Okay.
movement. What's the usual motion?
The usual motion is I would like to ask that this bill be read by or presented.
Sounds pretty good. Thank you.
Okay, Senator Barnett.
Thank you. Question, Mr. President.
Will you yield for a question, ma'am? Senator Barnett, you're recognized.
Yes. So, Senator Isom, I'm not going to be as nice as the other ones were.
That's okay. It's not my bill, but I'm presenting.
I don't know if I could be mean now. No, I just wanted to ask a question, serious question, but not a tough question. Did you have any conversations with the MML or County Board of Supervisors up on or talking about any of the language that's in this particular bill to see how they felt about?
I would have to yield to the chair.
Okay, I was just asking because a lot of times we we put language and stuff in bills to require towns or municipalities to create these boards, and a lot of times these smaller places don't have the capacity or the monies or things like that to be able to always comply with the things that we are doing. So that's why I asked, was there any conversations with the municipalities or counties to get their input as to how they felt about this particular piece of legislation?
Once again, this was not my bill, but in reading the bill, it said that there was no indebtedness to the state, that the property came, and from there, the property would be issued out for rehab or to be destroyed, or they could purchase.
I know there's no indebtedness to the state, but we're talking about to the locals.
Say that again.
Like to the small towns or municipalities, is there any indebtedness to them for doing this?
No indebtedness to them.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
Mr.
you,
President.
Senator. Senator England, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
You for a question, Senator?
Ready?
Yes.
I yield.
Senator England, you're recognized
Thank
for
you,
a
sir.
question.
Are you sure you're ready?
I'm ready.
Thank you, Senator Isom. Senator Isom, since we're talking about banks, in the city of Paris, France, the southern bank of the Seine River is known as the left bank,
Okay.
or the Rivière Gauche, if you will. So if that's the left bank, do you have any guess about what's on the other side?
I wish I could sing because I was singing this song. I've never been to Paris.
Okay. Do you think it's the Bank of America maybe on the other side?
No.
Not sure? Okay. I'm not either. I was just checking. Are you a fan of National Lampoon's European Vacation?
Say that again.
National Lampoon's European Vacation. Are you a fan of that movie?
Oh, yes.
Me too. Me too. Thank you, Senator Isom. I'm glad you're here.
Thank you.
Senator Blackwell, for what purpose?
Question.
You yield for a question, Senator.
I'm yield.
Senator Blackwell's recognized.
Thank you, Senator. I have some extra land. How do I deposit it in the bank?
I couldn't hear you.
I have some extra land. How do I deposit that land in the bank?
Well, once the land bank is established, then you would be able to contact the board. And once you contact the board, then they would be able to move from there with you.
Do I bring the land to the bank, or?
No, you wouldn't bring the land, you would bring the deed.
Are safety deposit boxes available for the land?
I don't think it would be. You probably could put the deed and bring the safety deposit box with it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. After questions, I do have an amendment.
All right, one moment, please. Any other questions? Any other questions? Seeing none, Senator Blunt, you're recognized to bring your amendment to the floor, please, sir. One moment, please. Just a second. Okay, we have the amendment up. Senator Blunt's recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, Senator Isom. This bill is a good bill brought to us by the Mississippi Municipal League. This was discussed in Senator McMahon's Municipalities Committee, and what the land bank bill is introduced is the first step towards trying to have a locally driven entrepreneurial sense of dealing with tax forfeited properties. But the bill is introduced only deals with tax forfeited properties. And of course, as you know, a city or county can request those properties right now from the Secretary of State's office. This is another, as Senator Isom said, this is just another option that they can choose to do. They don't have to do it. But it's limited in its scope to just tax forfeited properties. So after the bill came out of the committee, I talked to the folks at the Municipal League and asked them if they would be willing to expand a little bit to deal with property that they cannot currently get their hands on, and that is specifically land that is not tax forfeited, that is privately owned. I get calls at my real estate office sometimes from people who have small amounts of property. I've had this happen to my own family, and they don't want it. They can't sell it. It's more trouble than it's worth to try to sell it. They want to pay their taxes. They don't know what to do with it. So what the amendment would do, and the amendment has been vetted with and approved by the Mississippi Municipal League, it allows a person who chooses to donate his or her property to the land bank so that the land bank can assemble larger parcels into a more marketable single piece of property. And if they do, they would not be required to pay that year's ad valorem taxes. That's what the amendment would do. I'll be happy to yield for any questions. If there are no questions, Mr. President, I would move adoption of the amendment.
There are questions. One moment, please. Senator Younger. For what purpose?
Question.
You, Senator?
Yes.
Please
Senator
proceed,
Blunt,
Senator.
do you know that there is a business, Mississippi Land Bank, that loans money for farms? And
I do. I've heard that. I've seen the advertisements for that. I've heard of it, but it's not. That's a different kind of bank.
Well, I was just wondering why we named this that.
I don't know. I know that the term land bank is used in other states. Again, it's not my bill, but I think the term is used in other states. But I don't know how that was arrived at.
Thank you.
Senator Sparks.
Question, Mr. President.
You for a question, Senator Blunt?
Yes.
Senator Sparks is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The amendment you're making, as I understand it, is a municipality could receive a sliver of land donated by someone, and someone else would realize my sliver's beside their sliver, and that would ultimately maybe give something to the municipality that's marketable?
The land bank established by the municipality, but yes, that's right.
Okay. So if that municipal donation is made, I assume that would go through a proper board process. In other words, if anybody's going to make a donation or there's any kind of transaction, that would take place on the minutes of the board meeting.
No, sir. Again, the donation would be made to the land bank. The municipality or the county, if they choose to establish a land bank, then they would set up a land bank, and then the owner of the property would make the donation to the land bank.
Okay, so the city or county would have to set up something additional to be able to go through what you're talking about?
Yeah, the purpose of the bill is to give cities and counties the option of establishing a land bank. And if they chose to establish a land bank, then the donor would give the property to the land bank.
Okay, and if they chose to broadcast their meetings, people could figure out that they could donate to the land bank, probably.
Yes, sir, that's right.
Oh, thank you.
Senator McCon, for what purpose?
Question.
You for a question, Senator?
Yes.
Senator McConn's recognized.
Senator, I understand that you're wanting to do this donation of the ad valorem taxes. So who's going to make the county whole? If this is a municipality, it's going to be a municipal land bank. Are we going to give a full credit for the county ad valorem taxes as well as the city?
If I owned a piece of property, this happened to me about a year ago.
I understand. I just have a question. I understand how
Well,
it works.
let me try to walk through it, and if I'm not understanding this or if I'm not answering your question, you can ask me. But I found out that my dad owned a piece of property, and I got a tax bill for $123, which was the sum total of city, county, and school district taxes. The property was unmarketable. The property was too small to do anything with. I didn't know what to do with it, and I thought, well, gosh, if I could give this to something like a land bank, and they could then look at the other property owners around, they might be able to do something. So in that case, I would no longer be responsible to pay the county, city, and school district the taxes that make up that $123. Does that?
I totally understand, and you
Okay.
just made my point in all, because you took $123 and you said the city, the county, and the school. And you just took that part of that money away from the school and the county because you just didn't want to pay it, the $123. So my question is, who's going to make the others whole?
Well, I would say to that, if I could have chosen not to pay those taxes.
100%
And
it
I
go to
could-
a land sale to be then sold to another purchaser, correct?
That's right. And if I felt like that property was valuable and likely to sell to another person, I would try to sell it myself. But if I felt like the property was so small and I couldn't find anybody, like in the real estate business, to sell it for me because they weren't going to make any, the property is unmarketable, the property is worth very little money to begin with, then I would just choose to donate it, and I wouldn't have to pay the $123.
But the problem is that's not listed in your amendment. It doesn't say the small pieces of property. It says if you donate a piece of property to a land bank, you're going to get that credit. And then our counties and our schools are both going to be out their money. So I don't understand where you, who are so advocating for education like the rest of us in here, are saying that it's okay for someone then to take anything they want to donate and get their credit off that.
Well, I think most people, if they have a piece of property that's valuable, they would choose to keep it and own it or sell it themselves. I think the landowner would have the right to decide that, if I thought something was valuable and I could sell it and make some money off it, that's what I would do. I'm not going to donate it.
Totally understand, but I'm not here for likes and thinks. I want to know that when we do something, we're doing it for the right reason. And I don't feel like that we've got it to the language that you want if we're going to do that. Maybe it should be unmarketable land or whatever it may be in there, but we just need to be sure that whatever we put in there is not going to leave people sitting out there and not getting the revenue that they need, because we're already at a point where we're headed down a path of not having the revenue based upon our former actions in this legislature.
Well, what I would say to that is I think what a lot of people do is when they have that piece of property and they don't want to pay the taxes because they realize the property is worthless, you're setting yourself up for 3 years of that property sitting there and nothing's happening. And nothing, I just say, well, I'm not going to pay this $123, and then it doesn't sell at the county tax sale because it's not worth anything, and you're just setting yourself up for 3 years of blight. And I think people will act in their own economic self-interest, and then they'll give the money away, and it gives the land bank an opportunity to not have 3 years of blight with that virtually worthless piece of property just sitting there. But if there's something technically not correct, I'm happy to talk to you. This is why I shared it with the Municipal League before I brought it forward to the body. But if the land bank can only deal with tax forfeited and just tax forfeited property, which by its very definition has been sitting there vacant for a few years, they're not going to be able to put together a larger marketable piece of property that they can really do something with. So that's why I bring it forward, and the Municipal League supports it.
Okay, Senator Hill, for what purpose, ma'am? Pass. Senator Dupree, pass. Okay. All right. No further questions. So on Senator Blunt's amendment.
Move adoption.
Senator McMahon, you want to speak on the bill? I'm sorry. Senator McMahon is recognized to speak on the bill.
The chair is not opposed to the amendment. To answer the senator's question, just because if this measure passes and a land bank is created, the land bank will still have to make the county and the schools whole. So that's all that. This happens all the time. This happens anyway. This is just creating a new tool for municipalities if they choose to use it. There'll be a parallel bill tomorrow if Senator Pope can pass it for a federal grant program. Those funds could be used to fund something like this. But the chair's not opposed to the amendment.
Okay, we're ready then. Senator Blunt, we're ready for your motion on the amendment. Senator Eisen, we're on the amendment, ma'am.
Move adoption.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. Let's do that again now. Pay attention. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. Senator, you're ready. Senator Eisen, you're recognized.
I move that we pass the bill by morning roll call.
Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. McCon, no. Subert, no. McClendon, no. Barrett, no. Younger, no. Berry, no. DeBar, no. Chisholm, no. Seymour, no. Whaley, no. Blackwell, no. No. Taylor, no. Rhodes, no.
Thompson.
England, no. Hartness, no. Thompson, no. Carter, no. Anyone else? Barnett, no. Anyone else? Hill, present. One moment, please. Eighteen noes, the bill passes. Congratulations, Senator Isom. Welcome. (136), Senator McMahon. Pass and retain, Senator Hickman. Senate, we're on 137.
Thank you, Mr. President. I actually, we call up item number 137 and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2257, Housing Authorities Enable Participation in Mixed Finance Projects and Self-Insurance Pooling Arrangements.
I make the usual motion.
Usual motion. All in favor, say aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Senator, please proceed.
Mr. President, and ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this is a bill that comes to us from our friend at the Mississippi Housing Authority Risk Management Pool. This bill is to support our low-income housing authorities that are already set up. What's happened in recent years is that their funding sources have changed from most of their funding was coming from HUD. Now they're funding, HUD is asking that they use low-income tax credits and public-private partnerships to fund the development, maintenance, and all of those things. So what we're doing here is there's already the Mississippi Housing Authority Risk Management Pool that our housing authorities are able to join into. When they create these public-private partnerships, they're then kicked out of this pool. And so because of most of their funding is going that way, they can either choose to have a lower cost at insurance or be kicked out of this pool and get money from public-private partnerships. So basically what this bill is just solving that problem. It only allows entities that was developed by the housing authorities to draw down those tax dollars, to join into this pool, and to participate in the risk management pool. If we are not able to get this done, what happens is, again, our housing authorities either don't get the funding or the risk escalates for everybody because they're no longer able to participate in this pool. We had handed out just a second ago, I think the pages brought you was a copy of all of the housing authorities, and I think that pretty much touched everyone in this state has a housing authority already developed in their area. That's the general sense of the bill. Mr. President, I'll yield for any questions.
I see no questions, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I'll move for passage by use of the morning roll call.
The senator suggested use of morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Hill, no. Senator Whaley, no. Senator Tate, no. Senator McClendon, no. And Senator Rhodes, no. And Senator Seymour, no. Anyone else? I'm sorry, Senator Chisholm and Senator Hartness, no. Anyone else? Seeing no others, the bill is passed by use of the morning roll call. Okay, 138.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 138, Senate Bill 2422, and ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2422, Mississippi Adjutant General authorized to convey real property to political subdivision for exclusive use of nonprofit entity.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Tate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I call on Senator Seymour to explain the bill.
Senator Seymour, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President. This bill is fairly short, and what it does, it empowers the already Adjutant General's cooperative agreements with any county, municipality, or political subdivision for the conveyance of real property to the county, municipality, or subdivision for the exclusive use of a nonprofit entity that is in the best interest of the Mississippi Military Department or the best interest of veterans. We have, around the state, we have several groups that donate and do things for our veteran programs at our veteran homes. Friends of Mississippi Veterans, Veterans Outreach are groups that supply needs to these homes, and this would allow the Adjutant General, if they have property or access use of property, to where these groups wouldn't have to spend money on storage for stuff that they can't keep on the nursing homes property. And that's a basic explanation of the bill.
Okay, any questions? See no questions, Senator. Motion?
Motion is passed by the use of the morning roll call.
The Senator suggests the use of morning roll call, final passage. Anyone object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. Okay, 139.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. I'd like to skip item number 139 and ask that it remain its place on the calendar.
All right,
retain its place on the calendar.
We'll pass and retain item 139, Senator.
Yes, sir. I'd like to go to item number 140, Senate Bill 2425, and ask the title be read.
Call up 140, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2425, intergovernmental support agreements with armed forces, authorized state agencies to enter into.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Tate.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, Senate Bill 2425 is a simple one-paragraph bill. We kind of passed something similar. We did pass something very similar to this last session. What this does is this allows our military forces to be able to, our installations to be able to have services that our state could provide. We did this with counties and municipalities last year. And so what that did is it was able to allow for our installations to save money while also paying for the services for our municipalities and counties to do that said work. All this will do is open that up to also allow the state to be able to have interlocal support with that. That's an explanation of the bill. I'll be happy to take any questions.
See no questions, Senator. Motion?
Motion is passage by use of the morning roll call.
The Senator suggests the use of morning roll call, final passage. Anyone object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present. All present voting for the bill as of the morning roll call. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 141, Senate Bill 2668, and ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2668, preserving lawful utilization of services for Veterans Act, provide restrictions on persons assisting with claims.
Senator Tate.
Mr. President,
the usual motion.
Yes, sir. Usual motion.
Makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Senator Tate.
Yes, sir. We have a committee sub. I'd like to be recognized to.
You're recognized to explain the committee sub, and we'll vote afterwards.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, we have a problem, not just in Mississippi, but all across America, of claim sharks taking advantage of our veterans for their VA benefit claims. Right now in Mississippi, we have no real laws or regulations on what can happen as far as charging veterans money up front, and then they just simply go away. We have no caps on how much they can charge a veteran, and they're taking advantage of our veterans. We have several states in the last 2 to 3 years that have passed laws similar to this one. Similar to this one would be Alabama, Florida, Louisiana, Oklahoma, Tennessee, and South Dakota. What this bill will simply do is it'll state that you cannot receive any compensation up front until that veteran receives that benefit. And then also on line number 48 through 50, it has a cap on the maximum that can be charged to help that veteran. And that amount is 5 times the amount of the monthly increase, or $12,500, whichever is the lesser of those two amounts. There is a reverse repealer in here, and the reason there's a reverse repealer in here is that there is some debate on whether or not we should allow accredited only people to help with claims through the VA that it's accredited, or if we can allow third parties to do it. I don't want to get into that debate right now. want to have this vehicle keep moving so that we can either add that or not add that. But either way, this is certainly a step in the right direction because we're putting no compensation up front and we're putting limits on the total amount of compensation. That's an explanation of the bill. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Senator Barnett, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
You yield for
Yes,
a question?
sir.
Senator Barnett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Senator Tate, for thinking about the veterans. But my question is, Senator Tate, you had an amount in there up to $12,500, and then I think you said earlier on that they could increase that amount as their benefits increased.
No, sir. It would be capped at $12,500. In other words, it would either be 5 times the monthly amount increase or $12,500, whichever is the lesser of those two.
Okay. May I ask how you derived at that number 5 times the amount?
That's what other states have passed here recently, and that makes it where a third party, it's worthwhile for them to try to help out. I know that there are several attorneys that I've talked to that have said, you know, if there's not a lot of money there, then we don't go there. And unfortunately, our counties are not really providing a lot of monies to VSOs to help, you know, with these VA benefit claims. And so this would allow a third party to be able to come in there where it's worthwhile, but also at the same time, not taking advantage of the veteran. Because right now, there is no cap. They can charge whatever they can get that veteran to agree to.
Would you be open to, and we don't have to do it today, but would you be open to, as this bill moves forward, to talk to veterans? Because, you know, you said there's not a lot of money out there to help the veterans, but I think a lot of people need to understand that if it had not been for those veterans, then maybe there wouldn't have been an opportunity for you to help a veteran.
Yes, sir.
Because it was the veterans that, you know, some that gave the ultimate sacrifice
Yes,
to be able to make sure that we do have some of the freedoms that we have. And it kind of irritates me to know that somebody has to be paid X amount of money to be able to help someone who willingly put on a service uniform, regardless of what branch of military that they served in, to defend this country of all of its freedoms and liberties, to be paid to compensate someone for that. I find that kind of appalling that we have gotten that way in American society to be able to get veterans the help that they need.
Yes, sir. Let me, before we put down the microphone, because you may have a follow-up, I will say that last year, this body passed a bill that said that the veteran must sign a written consent knowing that this can be provided for free through the VA. And let me also add a second reason to that number. That number of $12,500 came to me directly from our VA director, Mark Smith. He suggested that number.
Okay. Well, I would just like to.
No, that's why I have the reverse appeal in it, so we can talk further about this. Yes, sir. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Okay, Senator Turner Ford, what purpose?
I have a question.
You yield, Senator Turner Ford, for a question.
I do.
You're recognized, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this is these fees and who can charge, this is not governed by federal law?
If you are accredited through the VA, then there are regulations for those claims. But if you are not and you're a third party, right now in Mississippi, we do not have any regulations.
I guess but the benefit that is being sought is through the federal government, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And so the federal government does not regulate the contracting process between who is helping to seek the benefits on behalf of the veteran?
Not in the open market, only with those who become accredited with the VA.
And when you say open market, I'm not.
A third party, that may have come out wrong, but a third party to do this. Instead of directly to the VA, you have a third party that you hire that will then handle the paperwork and make sure that, you know, your claim gets accepted.
And that document or contract with the third party does not have to be submitted to the federal government or the VA before the relationship is acknowledged?
Not if they're not accredited, no ma'am.
So this is different from claims with the Social Security Administration?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're saying that if a person is helping someone receive veterans benefits, they do not have to, as an initial matter, make the federal government aware of that relationship.
No, ma'am, and unfortunately, what we have now in Mississippi are people taking advantage of veterans.
And so what about the fees? Are the fees not determined by the federal government also?
Not if you're not accredited, no, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I see no further questions. Senator, motion?
Yes, sir, passes.
Oh, wait a minute, we do? See more? No, never mind, he
You
passes.
can do better.
And now, Senator Tate, motion?
Yes, sir, that's passage by use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests the use. Did we adopt the committee sub?
Yes, sir. My motion is we adopt the committee sub.
Okay, motion to adopt the committee sub. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Now for final
I
passage.
suggest passage by use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests the use of morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll calls voting aye. The bill has passed. Now we'll go to Senator Johnson, 142.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to that item and ask that the title be read.
Please read title.
Senate Bill 2676, Proxy Advisor Transparency Act and Act.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Senator Johnson.
This has a committee substitute. I ask that we bring it up in lieu of the original bill and ask that you recognize Senator Harkins to explain it.
Senator Harkins, you recognize to explain the committee substitute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, Senate, proxy advisors can influence how massive pools of capital vote for pensions, retirement accounts, institutional funds. This bill is about one thing, and that's sunlight. When a proxy advisor recommends voting against management, the bill requires the advisor to disclose whether that recommendation is based on a written financial analysis, and if so, make that analysis available upon request, and if not based on a written financial analysis, they must disclose that too. The bill requires a proxy advisor to disclose the basis of any key recommendations, especially when recommending to vote against the management. Like I said, if recommendations are relying on a written financial analysis, then it must be disclosed and available upon request. Using existing consumer protection enforcement with the Attorney General's office, it does not create any new regulatory body to enforce this. That's really an explanation of the bill. It's quite simple. It just requires the disclosure of when they vote against management, they must disclose if it was based on a financial reason or if it was another political reason why they are voting against these funds. Because sometimes they are in a role as a fiduciary, and that is to maximize shareholder value. And people with pensions and that have proxy advisors making votes on their behalf, that's their interest. Their interest is in their retirement account. Their interest is in shareholder value. And sometimes these proxy advisors have admittedly voted in ways that were not in financial interest of the shareholder. So that's all the bill does. And if there are no questions, I move adoption of the committee sub.
Seeing no questions, Senator moves for adoption committee sub. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Committee sub is adopted.
No further questions. Move passage on the morning roll call.
Senator suggests the use of the morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll calls voting aye, and the bill is passed. Now we'll go to 143. Pass and retain item 143. Senator Johnson, you want to pass the next item? 143, go to pass and retain that item. Go to 144, Senator England. Pass and retain 145 also. 145? So all the way to 148, Senator Thompson. We'll pass and retain 144 through 147. Senator Thompson, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we go to item 148, call it up and have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2403, Sheriff's Increased Process Bond Approval and Notice Fees.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. President, I ask that Senator Barrett be recognized to explain the bill.
Senator Barrett, you're recognized to explain the committee substitute. You want to call?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this time, I would like to explain the committee substitute or adopt the committee substitute.
Yeah, you've explained the committee sub?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
What this bill will do is it would raise the fees from $45 to $55 for a sheriff to serve process. And what that does is bring them in line with the constables. It'll also do the same for taking bonds of any kind. And that is a brief explanation of the bill. Mr. President, I'd yield for any questions.
Senator Seymour, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator Seymour?
I yield.
Senator Seymour, question.
Would this increase in fee be paid by the Board of Supervisors, or is that a state fee?
However they're being paid now, the $45, it will increase it to $55. Same party would be paying.
But does that revenue go to the Board of Supervisors, or does it come back to the state? I'm sorry.
Senator Seymour, I think it's from the Board of Supervisors, but I'm almost certain of that, but I don't want to say that definitively, but I'm certain it is.
Thank you.
Okay, no further question, motion?
Yeah, I make a motion that we pass the committee substitute by the morning roll call.
Committee substitute, all in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Now for final passage, Senator. Oh, I'm sorry, we do have an amendment. You have the amendment on the screen? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a sheriff-friendly amendment. The crux of the amendment, it starts on line 72, and it reads, county supervisors have the option to pay up to 20% more than the highest paid police chief of said county. That's an explanation of the amendment. I'll yield for questions.
I see no questions. Move for adoption. Oh, you would like to speak on the amendment? Senator Thompson, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm a little concerned that this amendment may be subject to a point of order on whether or not it's germane to the original bill.
Are you making a point of order? Okay, hold on, please. Okay, according to legal staff, the point of order is well taken. It's not germane to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Now,
Mr. President, at this point, I would move for a final passage of the committee substitute on the morning roll call.
Okay, all in favor of the committee sub, say aye.
Aye.
We've already passed that, haven't we? Yeah, we've already passed that, Senator. You need a morning roll call.
Yes, sir.
For final passage, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Senator suggests the use of morning roll call for final passage. Any senator
Yes,
object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present as voting aye by use of morning roll call. You want the next one? Sure. Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we go to item 149, call it up and have the title read.
Read the title, please.
Senate Bill 2630, Mississippi Grant and Sub-Grant Administration Transparency and Accountability of Non-Governmental Organization Act, create.
Make the usual motions.
Senator makes usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator
Ask that
Thompson.
Senator Sparks be recognized to explain.
Senator Sparks, you're recognized to
Committee sub.
explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 2630 establishes Mississippi Grant and Sub-Grant Administration Transparency and Accountability of NGOs Act 2026. What this bill would do is to make certain that monies that we appropriate or are given out through grant programs are properly accounted for by the recipient. Section 2 is definitions. The definition of a grant, of a state agency, of a primary recipient and a subrecipient and a subaward. As you know, often we give money to a state agency then grants that money to an organization that's not a unit of government, who may also sub-grant further for services to be rendered. So a pass-through entity could be any subrecipient that receives an award or passes that on to another person to carry out a federal or state program. Section 3 addresses that there should be specific, measurable annual objectives when we get grants. Many of the application processes already have this, but we need to make sure that we're telling people what the purpose of the grant is and that we're measuring that and where it's appropriate. If it's a long-term performance objective, we want to look at 5 years into the future. Primary recipients annually submit summary progress reports demonstrating an advancement toward the stated objectives. If they fail to report, there is the potential possibility of a suspension of the grant payment, possible termination if they fail to give this information 120 days following the date of the annual report. So that gives them plenty of time to get all their information together. The State Auditor's Office shall establish a schedule for periodic review of grant programs, which they already do, but we want to make sure that we're capturing the state dollars that are flowing through the appropriation process. Each state agency shall conduct a comprehensive review of their grant programs every 5 years, unless the program is not expected to last more than 2 years. This information should be submitted to the Legislative Budget Office regarding the continuation or modification or termination of programs. Section 4 addresses that state agencies have objective criteria for grant eligibility. We don't want to have preferential grants being given on political affiliation, ideological orientation. Prior receipt of federal or state grants are not to be withheld just because you received prior grants, just to make sure that you've not done prohibited activities. The organization or tax status does not come into it unless it's required by federal law. We want to make sure we don't end up with clawbacks. Grant eligibility shall not be restricted based on that type and status, again, unless it's to be compliant with federal or state law. The primary recipients shall submit detailed annual financial reports, their summary of expenditures, their administrative costs. Often, many of our grant dollars pass through so many hands that the administrative costs eat greatly into the money that we are directing to serve our constituents. A subrecipient also has to give a summary of expenditures and costs, direct service expenses, and supporting documentation for any large expenditures exceeding $25,000. They would give a complete accounting of their funds to any subrecipients, which that subrecipient would also be subject to these rules. On line 117, any non-governmental organization applying for a grant requires their officers and board to submit a disclosure statement. Sometimes we have people that serve on multiple boards. We just want you to disclose if you're a decision maker for the money in a grant appropriation, if you actually serve on a board of which you're granting money. You also have to disclose if in the preceding 5 years an executive officer or member of the governing board has violated the law in the sense of financial crimes of bribery, corruption, fraud. Those disclosure statements would come in with a grant application. Just need to make sure when we're making the grant application that that information is disclosed and updated within 30 days of any change of leadership or relevant circumstances, and that these disclosures are certified as true and complete under penalty of perjury. Then from the disclosure standpoint, if you don't disclose, you put your grants at risk. 9 grant funds should not be used for partisan political activities, referendum support, voter registration, etc. This money is sent to do direct services, not for political purposes. Grant funds shall not be distributed to primary subrecipient with a common board member unless they've given that disclosure. We have a lot of questions sometimes when grants go out that people serve on multiple boards, and if they violate that, you potentially put yourself into a non-grant status. Section 5, if you're receiving a subrecipient sub-grant, that you're subject again to any kind of compliance audit through the auditor, which this is the standard auditing tactics that would be utilized to look at the properness of your expenditures. The auditors' schedules and the documents that should be delivered to them are certified by the authorized officer and the public accountant. So if you're providing financial statements, you're certifying under law and under oath that they are accurate. That is an explanation of the bill. Mr. President, I would yield to any questions.
See no questions, Senator. Motion.
Move for passage on the morning roll call.
Senator suggests the use of morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present. Is voting aye by use of morning roll call. Senator Whaley, it's about time for us to leave. Do you have a non-controversial bill we can take up? Okay. Senator Whaley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 151, call it up and have the title read.
Well, we need to pass and retain item 150, go to 151. Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2399, MDAC authorized DPS to provide security personnel at certain facilities and respond to security system alarms.
Senator
Make the
Whaley.
usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Whaley.
I'd like to recognize Senator Berry to explain the bill.
Senator Berry, you're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill simply removes the prohibition that prevents the Department of Public Safety, Capitol Police from posting security personnel at the Department of Agriculture and the Farmers Market here in Jackson. Somewhere along the way, when that was established, they were prohibited. MDAC requests this. They say they're not requesting security, but just to be able to respond to alarms or something that might come up. Any questions?
See no questions, Senator. Motion.
Use of morning roll call, final passage.
Senator suggests use of morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present as voting aye by use of morning roll call. Now, Senator Whaley says he has some more just that quickly. So, Senator Whaley, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 152, call it up and have the title read.
Please read title.
Senate Bill 2631, the Mississippi Grain Indemnity Act established.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Whaley.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this creates the Mississippi Grain Indemnity Trust Fund. The basis of this bill is to combat issues that we have across the agricultural industry. You've had the case in Greenwood where the elevator went out of business and left a lot of farmers holding the bag. You've also had it this year with the Hanson Muller case. We're not creating the wheel on this. We have studied grain indemnity funds from states all across this country, picked the good parts out of it and kicked the bad parts out. Basically, this is a voluntary program that the farmers can opt into. They can opt out at any time. They would pay a small assessment for every bushel of grain that they sell. The fund, it would go into the fund. The fund would be capped at $25 million. That's a basic explanation of the bill, and I would yield for any questions.
No questions. Motion, Senator.
Move passage by use of morning roll call.
Senator suggests use of morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill's passed. Senator Whaley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 153, call it up and have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2637, Northeast District, allow greater flexibility regarding whether livestock show may be held.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Whaley.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, this bill deals with the district livestock shows that happen all across this state. The districts are divided up, and they've been divided up for a long time. This deals with one district, the Northeast District. The show has been held at a certain facility since its inception. The Mississippi State University, they own the building, and they are changing the directional use of the building. Therefore, the children are being put in a pretty lackluster showing condition. So this bill just says that instead of it being at one certain place, it will be held within the Northeast District. That is a basic explanation of the bill. And I'll yield for any questions.
No questions, Senator. Motion.
Passes by the use of morning roll call, please.
Excuse me. The senator suggests the use of morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. Senator Whaley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to 155, call it up and have the title read.
154?
No, sir, we'd like to pass that
Oh,
one. retain
pass
its
and
place.
retain,
Excuse me.
okay. We'll pass and retain 154, go to 155. Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2648, Comprehensive Nutrient Management Plans, authorize MSU Extension Service to assist poultry farmers with.
I'll make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Whalen.
I'd like to recognize Senator Rose to explain the bill.
Senator Rhodes, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Supplemental Nutrient Management Plan is a plan that is required by DEQ to be able to get a permit to operate a poultry farm in the state. Typically, the NRCS, through the USDA office, has always helped write these and do these, but they are way behind, years behind, having a lot of trouble keeping up. And it was requested by the Poultry Association for us to just give statutory authority for Mississippi State Extension to help participate or help facilitate a plan. There's no money asked. It's just basically giving them permission to help whenever we're having trouble getting them done. And that's really all the bill does. So I'll yield for any questions.
See no questions. Senator, motion? Use the morning roll call.
Suggest passes by use of the morning roll call.
The senator suggests use morning roll call. Final pass. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. And we're going to call it a day if that's okay. Unless Senator Michelle has an emergency, we're going to stop at this point. Well, let's go to announcements. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, okay. Yeah, let's go to announcements. Senator Hobson for announcement.
Thank you, Mr. President. With unanimous consent, I'd like to be added as co-author to item 38, Senate Bill 2487 on today's calendar. And also I have 2 adjournments in memory.
You recognize, Senator.
Thank you. When the Senate adjourns today, I ask that we adjourn in former NFL player from Vicksburg, Mark Smith, who passed away yesterday, and also Bill Harris, my next-door neighbor, who passed away last night, too. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Whaley for announcement.
Announcement, please.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to remind everyone in the Senate that the Dixie National Livestock Junior Sale of Champions is coming up. This is an opportunity for us to expend funds towards scholarships, different things that these students will use going forward. Please see myself or Senator Berry if you'd like to participate. Thank you.
Senator Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. President. All members of the Senate are invited to the Hinds County Republican Club's reception tonight at the Iron Horse Grill from 5:30 to 7:30.
Thank you,
Excuse
Senator.
me, 5:30 to 7.
5:30 to 7. Okay. Senator Blackman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to be added as a co-author of item 115, Senate Bill number 2479.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Brumfield.
Thank you, Mr. President. With unanimous consent, I'd like to be added from yesterday's calendar items number, as co-author, item number 40, 41, and 42, which is Senate Bill 2344, 2368, and 2522. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Younger.
Yes, Mr. President, I'd like to ask to be co-author, added as unanimous consent by the Senate, co-author on item number 129, Senate Bill 2432, and item number 148, Senate Bill 2403.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Senator Mumford.
Thank you, Mr. President. By unanimous consent, I request to be added as a co-author to item number 135, Senate Bill number 2679.
Thank you, Senator. All right, Senator Seymour.
Thank you, Mr. President. With unanimous consent of the Senate, on today's calendar, I'd like to be added as co-author to item number 85, Senate Bill 2062, and item 120, Senate Bill 2114.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Harkins.
Adjourn in memory.
You're recognized, Senator.
On behalf of Senator Michelle and myself, we'd like to adjourn in memory, when the Senate adjourns today, in memory of Donna Orkin, who passed away recently.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Wiggins.
announcement.
You recognize?
I'd like to invite members to the Universal Health Systems reception tonight at 5 to 7. Alliance Health Center, Brentwood Behavioral, Diamond Grove, Gulfport Behavioral, and Parkwood Behavioral at 200 North Congress Street.
Thank you, Senator. Senator McMahon?
Mr. President, I ask for unanimous consent to be added to items on today's calendar 102, 119, and 120.
Thank you, Senator. Senator McClendon.
Thank you, Mr. President. By unanimous consent, I would like to be added on today's calendar, number 120, Senate Bill 2114, please.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Gillespie Osborne.
Yes, Mr. President. I'd like to be added to Senate Bill 2367, 2369, 2805, and 2679. Thank you.
Senator Blackwell for announcement.
Not announcement, but.
Not adjourn.
No, sir.
Okay.
With unanimous consent, I'd like to be added on today's calendar to number 19, Senate Concurrent Resolution 526, and item number 38, Senate Bill 24, looks like 37.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Sparks.
Thank you, Mr. President. With unanimous consent, I'd like to be added as a co-author to number 141, Senate Bill 2668. 2668.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Butler.
Thank you, Mr. President. With unanimous consent, I would like to be added to yesterday's calendar, Senate Bill 40, number 40, 2344, and 41, 2368, and 42, Senate Bill 2522. And on today's calendar, I would like to be added to Senate Bill number 130, 2050, Senate Bill 2432, and Senate Bill 79.
Thank you, Senator Sarita Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. President. With unanimous consent, I would like to be added co-author for item number 135, Senate Bill 2679, item number 130, Senate Bill 2050, item number 38, Senate Bill 2487, item number 37, Senate Bill 2257, item number 129, Senate Bill 2432, and item number 125, Senate Bill 2023.
Thank you, Senator. Senator McCon.
Mr. President, with unanimous consent, I'd ask to be added as a co-author for Senate for item number 85 on today's calendar, Senate Bill 2062, item number 92, Senate Bill 2527, and item number 124 being Senate Bill 2316.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Derek Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to hold items number 115, Senate Bill 2479, on a motion to reconsider, as well as item number 120, Senate Bill 2114, on a motion to reconsider. And I'd like to be added as a co-author to item number 130, Senate Bill 2050.
Thank you, Senator. Be sure and add, if you would, add the chairman on the motion to reconsider. Next, Senator Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask unanimous consent to be added as a co-author on item 141, Senate Bill 2668. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Norwood.
Thank you, Mr. President. Unanimous consent, I'd like to be added as a co-author to number 38 on today's calendar, Senate Bill number 2487. Got a few more. 125, Senate Bill 2023. Number 129, Senate Bill 2432. and number 130, Senate Bill 2050.
Thank you, Senator. Let's see, Senator Dupree.
Mr. President, with unanimous consent, I'd like to be added to today's calendar items number 2850, 2286, 2487, 2369, and the concurrent resolution 527.
Thank you, Senator. Okay, I believe that's all. Well, I believe it's time for Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Senate stand adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate adjourned.